Okay. Hey, everybody. What's going on?
What's up?
So welcome back to the Where's Wally podcast. We got with us currently Stone Vet Master Sergeant Retired. You guys are no strangers to them, I am totally sure. Shizz is probably going to be coming on later, and we're going to have another special guest, a buddy of mine, MJ, at some point in the evening. So if he still can. So.
What's up, Razon? I'm not used to being on camera or talking on YouTube, so
it's so weird.
You're the only guy I know. You're the only guy I know that can cover an 8-minute video in 2 hours.
I know.
Right.
Holy fuck.
Right. God. And I just want to I just want to throw this out there for everybody who doesn't know Josh in real life. Josh is one of the loudest motherfuckers without a microphone in the world. Okay. Like he's so goddamn loud.
It fucking sucks. I gotta be honest. It kind of sucks. I mean, it's like and not only am I loud, but I talk a lot. And so YouTube became like my buddies. It was funny, my buddy, because our generation generally doesn't like fucking YouTube. What the fuck are you doing? Are you a little fucking teenage chick? And I'm like, I found an outlet. I was like, if I don't talk on YouTube, I'm talking to you motherfuckers for hours. And they're like, get on YouTube.
So, hey, I want to start off. I found a quote. You guys know I read for work quite a bit. Like I read stuff for work, and then I also read in my own time. So I want to read a quote real quick that I think is really cool, and it's old. It's like 1,000 years old. But so the quote of the podcast, and every time I'm going to try to do something like this every time, either the book I'm reading that you guys should read, or recommendation, or a quote. Right. So here's the quote.
Good idea.
Do not consider it proof just because it is written in books. For a liar who will deceive with his tongue will not hesitate to do the same with his pen. And that's from Maimonides. He died in 1204. He's a Sephardic Jewish philosopher. So I thought that was cool.
Yeah, he borrowed my pen to write that.
So if you tell lies in your day to day, you're going to also put it on paper, right? And so I think that's fitting for our podcast with Kaiser, and just the plethora of lies that we've just the three of us have uncovered, and we've uncovered stuff on our own. We've worked as a team to uncover more. We've been working towards a common goal, right? And it's whatever. It's like, hey, like you, not just the people we've talked to about it. Like Kaiser's lying if his mouth is moving, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's a fair way to describe him in general. And it's the craziest fucking thing. Like, and you brought this up before, Josh, right? Like if any of us were felons, and like people like us were onto him, and like he clearly knows, like we got the stuff. Like we don't have to lie about what we're saying because we have like everything, right?
Yeah.
It's just like an interrogation. Like you don't ask questions you don't know the answers to, right? That's not how it works, right? Yeah. But instead of him chopping his losses, getting the fuck out of Dodge, shutting his fucking mouth, he's doubling down, or half truths. Like he keeps, there's a little bit of truth in every little tiny shit thing he says. But
there's always one little piece of truth that the Stolen Valor guys have to hang on to, because it makes it easier for them to keep track of their riff. They every one of them is the same freaking way. I mean, it's like there's a mold. And Wrangler's no fucking different than any of the other assholes that I've had to deal with.
Yep.
They're all narcissistic. They're all most of them have some type of a criminal record. They either never served or they embellish the fuck out of their career beyond all recognition. And it's almost like a mold, but that narcissistic personality is one of the big keys.
Well, you have to be. I mean, to be a prolific liar, and then, I mean, you have to be narcissistic. And I mean, the problem is when you have narcissists, they lack self-awareness, right? And so if you have any self-awareness, it's not just petty lies, but when you're stolen valor, when you lie as profusely and as much as Wrangler does, you have to have something in your brain has to disconnect from two things: the guilt of lying, right? The guilt of lying, and this idea of well, somebody may find me out. They have no Wrangler. I mean, this VA challenging about the VA is one of the dumbest things. I mean, I get why he does it. Like, in the scheme of how he functions, like, I totally get why he does it, but it's dumb. I mean, it was dumb. And he kind of does what Chili used to do too. It's like I mean, the truth is, I don't know if either one of you guys follow Chili at all, but like, Chili would kind of, he wasn't even as big. Chili would try and get away with it. Wrangler tries to throw chum in the water. And like, he's like, well, if I just messy it up, and you're like, man, when you lie this much, it is hard to keep track. I mean, every now and again, I'll throw in a list of like, what do we know now? You know, like boom, boom, boom. And then, you know, as I'm on my show or whatever, sometimes I'll try and like, okay, let's quick reset so we can just all understand, you know, where we're coming from, what this dude has lied about, what he's currently lying about, all of this shit, you know. It's fascinating. This is fascinating. People, you know, I got a question today is like, why do you cover him so much? It's like, well, what, first of all, why the fuck wouldn't I? But I mean, beyond, you know, everything else, like, why wouldn't I cover him? But it is fucking incredible. It's like if you could almost communicate with DeWitt, right? Like, DeWitt stayed off of YouTube except for his girlfriend
who still has a channel, and when she gets pissed off at him,
post about him.
She's got videos that she posts. So
it's incredible.
It's pretty. And she's a wacko.
And I came on the very, very tail end of the DeWitt thing. Like, that's kind of when you started, Josh, right? Like,
it is.
Yeah.
Because
it went from DeWitt to Chili.
Yeah.
Right.
And DeWitt is how I found Master.
Right.
Yeah. And so so when the bacon thing came out, I was like, oh, I reached out to him, and then Steve at Guardians. Guardians didn't respond to me at first, but then but Craig did. I sent both out. And then Steve's like, was he acting like he's SF? No. Okay, then that's, you know, whatever. And then, but Craig got back to me fast. Master got back to me really quickly. And then we were, you know, he showed me how to, and again, I'm not trying to put him in whatever, but then he helped me out, showed me through boom, boom, boom. Yeah, but DeWitt is, it's really great to go, really, if you think about it, to have DeWitt and then him. Pretty, you know, kind of back to back. It's pretty fucking amazing.
They're both very prolific.
Yeah.
As far as this goes, I've had other ones, but they haven't had as big of a social media presence.
Yeah,
sure.
I want to get in on the Didion thing. And I'm sorry if I'm taking over here. I don't mean to, but I want to get in on the Didion thing. But the hard part is Wrangler just keeps making content.
Yeah.
And
there's no social media presence with Didion.
Yeah.
Well,
smart.
And
very
with
smart.
with Kaiser, like, I tend to agree with Shizz, like the basically he's got a sociological disorder, right? Like, his capacity to be around people and function in normal society. I forgot what she called it exactly, but all the, like, let's say
I think it's called assholeitis. I think
assholeitis. That's right. Well, assholeitis, but in addition to that, right? Like, the people we've talked to who have had face-to-face with him, right? The common theme is he's a narcissistic sociopath. And they're like, when we say sociopath, we're not saying that joking. Like, he is a sociopath. Like, he justifies all these terrible, bad things in his head, and he can just move on, right? He does something like kills Donnie, right? And he can just basically make up 1,000 stories and just justify it in his brain and move on with his life,
They
right?
have a very they have no empathy at all. They lack empathy. Completely. There is none.
Well, is it sociopaths that lack empathy, or is that psychopaths, or is it both?
Both actually do. They both actually lack
I've been,
the ability to have any empathy.
I've only just started researching like the psychological aspect of it, which really doesn't affect me doing what my job here, right? I guess if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
So my job's data, right?
It's weird. I mean, these guys could all actually fit into their own diagnosis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They really could.
So to give a little background to my bachelor's degree is in social behavioral science, but it doesn't. But my dad's a retired clinical psychologist, and my stepmom is a retired family therapist. They call it LSW. But I was talking to my dad about the difference between what's a sociopath and a psychopath, and he's like, they're essentially the same thing. But a sociopath can not function. A sociopath can be in society a bit more, and because they mimic better. A psychopath, I forget completely. And again, this is all just hip pocket thing. He didn't break down the whatever they call the MS whatever but he was just like, basically a sociopath can mimic, and they both lack empathy. I mean, both of them essentially have the same characteristics.
Well,
Falcac said something about his ego. Being egotistical is actually part of being a narcissist.
Sure. Hey, Josh, ask your dad this next time you talk to him. Ask him, how rare is it? Because kind of like the theme that I see when I'm reading about this now, and I'm not putting a lot of time into researching this, but
sure, yeah,
it seems like actual sociopaths and actual psychopaths are pretty rare in society, right?
Yes, a psychopath. But I did see a psychopath that's a serial killer.
Well, I mean, they don't necessarily kill. You can be a psychopath and not be a killer.
Yeah.
Just because you're a psychopath doesn't mean you're a killer. True. But most of the serial killers in that regard are psychopaths. Right?
And I think so last summer, mirroring, copying other people's normal behavior so they can avoid detection. A psychopath, the way my dad explained it was, a psychopath doesn't care if you know that he's a psychopath, where a sociopath wants to a sociopath wants to manipulate you. A psychopath doesn't give a fuck. Doesn't care if he kills you.
Wrangler is just like DeWitt. Once he was called out on his phony military career, he stopped talking about it. At least,
I think that's a lot different than Kaiser, though, right?
Well, Kaiser's completely stopped talking about it.
Oh, even the other day when he was trying to explain the shooting, and the shooting thing, right? He said in that video, "This doesn't include my time in service," right? So he's still.
I missed that.
He's still lying about it. But that is that. So he has. Let's say he's calmed down on the rhetoric, right? Like he knows he's popped. It's not that he's not talking about it. He's selectively talking about it, right? So he's not like, I haven't seen him go after anybody for like stolen valor, because that's so weird that a stolen valor dude who's actively committing is going after stolen valor dudes, right? I mean, I guess to each his own, right? But
it's really this is what's unique. Well, Top has way more experience, obviously, than either one of us with this. But yes, it's really, I don't know. I mean, I've seen dudes that fake and they go at, I mean, not they exaggerate. I should say exaggerate, right? Bacon was kind of this thing where there's not stolen valor, but they exaggerate and they pump up and they go after other people. They'll go after other vets a little bit, go after other things, just be like, to keep you away from their keep you away from their lies. I mean, but for Wrangler to be the way he is and to still go after GT, other vets. I mean, he goes after Lantos. Now, look, you could say whatever you want about this. You guys probably don't know him, but this dude, Josh Lantos, he's in whatever. He's in my chat, Broken System, Broken Trust. He's an Otter. He was a Marine, my era, 90s, early 90s. He's a little like a year after me, whatever. But that early to mid 90s, he got booted for drug use, I mean, for all accounts, literally, I mean, a shit bag,
But you did say something about him I liked. You said with him, at least, there's room for, what's the word? He can come back from his mistake and
reconciliation. I don't know.
Reconciliation. There's room for reconciliation.
Because he's not like a Kaiser or a DeWitt. You know what I mean? Well, first of all, he's not either. He is people don't like him, and I get it. And he's fucked up a lot, and I get it. You don't just lose custody of your kids willy-nilly. I mean, he fucked up, but he's not the same as like a Kaiser and DeWitt. I do really honestly feel like if he wants it. I mean, this is a thing that I say to him and to others is that if he wants it, the arc is there. It's sorry, I was looking.
Yeah, I know, right?
Dude, Bacon used to fuck with him on dude.
Yeah, relentless.
That one was awesome. The anti-fraud syndrome.
Yeah. I missed it with Rights On. Some
Sorry, let's see. Rights On.
So yeah, no, you had it. You had it. Yeah. It really is. It really is, man. And they had it with Chili. And this is what, and Rights On had experience because he's friends with Chili and, close with the Chili guy. And people would go fucking nuts. I mean, Chili could say the sky is blue. And people were like, fuck this motherfucker. Now, look, Chili has his own shit. I mean, Chili's not, innocent or clean or whatever. Chili has his own shit. I mean, like most of us do, but
it's just like when you introduced me to Chili, I'm like, who's this fucking prick with the fucking stupid glasses? Right. That was like my only inclination. It's like, I don't like the guy. Look at his glasses. It's like, you can just tell sometimes. You don't have to be an Intel pro to be like, that guy's a fucking prick.
Talk about a Napoleon syndrome.
Oh my God.
Is he tiny? Is he a tiny guy?
Dude, this is what's so great about all these dudes. Turtle Boy, Chili, Kaiser. They're all tiny dudes. Jolie, sorry, I'm not Jolie. Yeah, I do believe there's room for reconciliation if he admits he needs help.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I'm not saying you need to pull it up. I just
I just like that Josh said that, right? Because a lot of times maybe your biggest downfall with the YouTube is that you're right a lot, right? You are, right? But you also are a stubborn Italian with a mustache, and you're never going to apologize. You'll say I was wrong about that, but hey, he's still a fucking prick.
I mean, I'll admit wrong. I'm an asshole.
Oh, okay. Let me rephrase. You'll admit that you were wrong, but you'll never apologize. That's fine.
No, because being wrong is just being wrong. It's not like.
No.
I mean, if
it's wrong all the fucking time,
it's not being malicious,
right? Like if I'm maliciously wrong, I'll apologize. I mean, just to give an example, and this wasn't malicious or anything, obviously, but this dude Coded, who, I'm internet friends with, he's a good guy. But I said Dan couldn't have done this, and I was really I'm like, Coded. And I was dismissive of Coded, saying Dan was part of the email thing. And so, I said, hey, I owe Coded an apology for that. I actually, coming to think of it, Dan really could be. I don't think Dan did the email, but Dan being a part of it. So I mean, the other thing is I literally never mind being wrong. Wally, I think kind of our job gets you into that mindset. Like, I'd rather be wrong and corrected than be wrong and allowed to be wrong. Because the truth is, and I don't mean to make us sound like anything else, but you are either killing or capturing a dude.
Yeah.
But
we're not looking for the truth. Like that was not part of the job.
Yes.
Okay, the mustache thing, they're ragging on me for not having a mustache.
Well,
see?
But you should see some of Josh's
the
early.
Fucking Guinea's been harassing me about not having a mustache.
Let's not throw slurs around.
Hey, just because he's Italian doesn't mean he has to have a mustache. I mean,
No, I was born with it.
He had to shave that 3 times a day at boot camp. I mean,
So look, Right John's good with Chili. He said Chili believes in what he does. Kaiser wants people to believe is bullshit. I fully agree with that. Again,
yeah.
Whether people want to believe in what Chili does, and I very much do not. Whether people want to fucking believe Chili is their fucking choice. But it's a very clear. Chili is not a sociopathic liar. Chili is not a sociopath. Chili hasn't murdered anybody. And then Chili is a different, again,
Chili's just a dumbass.
Yes. Thank you. Chili's just a dumbass.
So,
it just is. Who's not ready for prime time. But, whatever.
Shizz, and I think it was Melissa and definitely like Falcax and a lot of the guys on the chat who kind of like us, same kind of mindset, right?
Mm-hmm.
I really hate that you guys turned me on to Turtle Boy, right? Because I probably spent 3 hours total in 2 weeks looking at Turtle Boy, and I'm just like,
oh, that guy sucks.
Wow. Like, why didn't you guys come to me before? Like, because when I 2 of those 4 hours were me like researching the dude, like from, as you guys know, my perspective, let's just call it that,
Yeah.
And I'm like, wow, okay. How regardless of all this YouTube stuff and the threatening a witness, intimidating a witness charges and shit like that, he should have been in prison a long time ago, right?
Oh my God.
Like he has he's actually not a good person. He's not a good person doing bad things because of like an ideology. He's a bad person doing bad things because of an ideology. And they're 2 very different things. Right?
Merb did like a 4-hour live today, 4-hour plus, and broke it all down.
Merb
going through it. And I gave him some other information just because I'm familiar with MGLs here in the Massachusetts general laws. And it was kind of cool to listen to him reading the MGLs. I mean, I got like cheat books I use.
Yeah, no, Merb's great. I mean, this is the beauty of Merb is Merb takes really complex legal things, unlike other people. And a lot of legal people don't get in the weeds on the stupid shit that we cover and we do, but Merb does. And then he really, and also what I really like with Merb is he shows you his work. He shows you what he's referencing. He shows you exactly what it is. And then says, this is my interpretation of this. This is and my experience. I mean, obviously he's like an expert witness kind of deal, but it's like, and then he says, in my experience, this is boom, boom, boom. I can't wait to watch it. I didn't watch it. I'm too busy looking at myself on camera to.
I was jumping around between that, and then when I saw you come up, I went over there, and for 2 hours to see an 8-minute video. And then I'll tell you, my view count was just like a ticker. Because everybody was getting sick of that and going over and watching the video and then coming back. It was hilarious.
Yeah. I noticed my view count versus my subscribers is pretty wild, right? When I go on my analytics.
Of course.
But a lot of my new subscribers, like, I'm pretty sure they were paid accounts. Like somebody bought a block, right? Because it's like, I saw it like January, February, March 2014 is when those accounts were created. And then like, it'll be a couple days. And then it's like 2015, 3 months in a row, just it's odd. And all the accounts have no videos. It's like created 10 years ago, but they've never done anything, right? They don't have any watch lists. They don't have any likes on their videos, like all the things that are typically there just for a normal YouTube that you don't pay for, right? Because usually you have YouTube to watch videos, and you would imagine you would like a video over the 10 years. One, right? These accounts don't have that. Oh, there we go. Shizz is coming in.
All right.
There we go. There's the brains.
What's up,
and
bullies?
the brains and the balls.
Oh.
That chick's got
What's
balls.
That chick,
I like that.
That chick's. She's
I
got balls.
I don't have all the little bits you do, so I can't do cool sound effects
Oh my
yet.
god. Oh, I can't.
Yeah,
do it.
that's like
It's
the
on
best part of Stone Vet's show is the rather shell shit eye and all the random
Rather
shit.
shell should I?
Dude, and he gives so much. The only problem is it takes time to go through and find, it forces you to watch him a lot,
Which is
but-
detrimental, yeah.
I have Shizz's intro she made for me, and then I have Iranian propaganda and Russian propaganda. It's like, okay, I feel like I'm so unoriginal, and like my Intel friends are like, well, you had that on your wall. Like,
Finally a real man in the group.
2014. Finally a real man in the group.
I don't know.
So,
I got pretty big balls, I think.
I mean,
Mine are so big I put them on my chest. So
Yeah.
Put the gloves on.
I have.
Time to
How
fight with
many
the
kids?
chat.
Here we go.
Oh.
All right, I'm taking my
Round one.
I'll fight a chat. God damn it!
I
I'll
paid
fight a
more in
motherfucker.
child. I paid more in child support than most people in America make.
Dude, you do. I know
uh,
your pull-out game sucks.
What is? Remember, there's
Dude,
only two. There's only
him
two
and
things
Nick
I'm afraid
Cannon.
of. Two things I'm afraid of, right? Rattlesnakes and condoms. Right?
but not child support? That's fucking
Well,
weird. Your fears
No,
are
I
messed up.
just pay my child support, right? It
He
just,
does.
I
He
just
pays
pay
a-
it, and
It's like
I
the
just pay it,
fucking.
and my kids love me. They love me a lot, So that's whatever I pay.
Which is interesting because hey Wrangler, where the fuck are your kids? Where's your daughter?
Where's your daughter?
Kimmy,
yeah,
Kimmy,
Mr.
where is your
Kaiser, everyone I've spoken to that's ever known you has said you do not have a child. So they were actually really surprised when I asked the question. They were like, what are you talking about?
Whoa.
Weird.
So Shizz, you remember last night we were looking for somebody?
Mm-hmm.
Found her through a proxy, and I'll talk to you about her later. A certain somebody gave me some info, and I looked it up right before the stream. I got off the phone like 5 minutes before, went on, looked it up. We're on the right track.
You don't want to say her name?
Nope.
Who helped you out?
If Shizz does. Oh, Loki. Yeah. So I've been chit-chatting with Loki off and on, and I was given not just like not hearsay, like Loki's like, hey, by the way, and I'm like,
You oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I did my due diligence, and it looks like it's legit.
I don't know
Like-
what you're
like
talking
the-
about, but I like it.
It's don't worry about it. Every time so
Story of Josh's life.
since we've started this, I've been getting
Fuck you.
since we've been
True.
starting this, a lot of people just come out of the woodwork and like give me info and stuff, and I
Dude,
always
that's
look
how I
into
get
it.
a majority of my stuff is random people are like, hey, here's this. You didn't get it from me. Bye.
But I don't
Well,
know.
wait a-
I know Josh. I've known Josh for 14,
God.
15 years, right?
Yeah, right. Long time.
So Josh is the only person other than MJ, who's in the chat, who I actually know face to face and I trust, right?
Mhm.
But these I have to verify everything I get, and then that little bit of sometimes I get a little clue. I'm like, oh, well, and then I'm looking on the map and I'm like, it's close, okay, and then I just throw it in my system, and then I'm like, motherfucker, I was like that far away for 6 weeks, right? Because I've been putting it in by county, right? I've been thinking, okay, instead of looking at a town, let's look county, right? I should have thought, well, actually, I'm not even going to go into that because I don't want to go to prison for a while.
No.
So let me say that. Okay, if you were, how do I say this? Well, I'll go to prison. Here, okay.
This is a lot of words for you and I use weaponized autism.
If Josh is a terrorist, right? And
What?
I know 3 things about Josh being a terrorist, right? But let's say one of those things is an
That's
email.
getting clipped, and Kyle's gonna be like, "This man's a fucking terrorist."
He's a terrorist. Well, let's say stonevet1@gmail.com, right? I wouldn't just look up stonevet1. I would look up stonevet0, stonevet3, stonevet4, and I go up 20 and I go down.
You do the spread, yeah.
I do the whole spread, right? I didn't think to do the whole spread geographically, right? So I'm like, okay, how far realistically does a pillbilly move around in Virginia or Maryland or West Virginia or South Carolina, right? Or Alabama, right? How far do these pillbillies actually go, right? So I was sticking
to this.
So I was kind of sticking
Pattern of life. By the way,
Wally
Virginia's
is my kink. This is my new kink.
So Virginia's the 15th biggest state. It's not a small state. Like I live here, you know?
Yeah.
And then I was like, I was looking at the count. Then I took what I thought I knew, and then I got some other information that kind of verified it. Then I was like, I need to see the county map of Virginia counties. And this place is literally borders 2 states and 5 counties. We're talking within a very
that
short.
Explains a lot.
And so I was looking at the one that I thought, just because it just kind of made sense. Then I was like, motherfucker, why am I not thinking? Because okay, when Josh and I were working together on doing the thing with the place with the people in that one place with the other people, right? I would have known that right away. That would have been on my checklist, right?
I mean, you could say Africa. I mean, we worked Africa.
Let's say
it's a continent.
let's say Africa. Okay.
Just don't say the country.
Well, yeah. No, of course. But like either we had mental or actually physical checklist. So it's like, did I, before I talked to, because like Josh and I were 2 different agencies at the time. So I had my checklist for my agency, right? Josh had his for his, right? So before I go and say this to like a 2-star general or a 3-star or a 4-star or a SES1,
or whatever.
SES is basically the government's equivalent of a field grade officer, right? So they are in charge.
Higher than field grade.
Higher than field grade, yeah. But it's like
it's a general officer.
It's a congressional appointment.
Everything from major to colonel is field
How
grade.
is it? I feel like a 4th wheel. A 4th wheel should be like a good thing.
You're not.
3-wheel sucks.
It's like
3-wheelers are banned in America. Well, okay, but here's the point. I'll go fast. All right. Before I said something, when I was in that capacity working with Josh or doing these other jobs, when I did them, like, you had better be fucking goddamn sure of what you say before you say it, right? Or, hey, sir, we don't have all the details, but this is where it's trending, right? And you had better be able to prove it, right? And then when you write the reports, you better have every little fucking data point on a sheet somewhere, your sources, right?
Well, and to explain why, it's not just that they were sticklers on being right, is that you are gonna first of all, where we were at and what we were doing is you're directly affecting U.S. policy, which means they're deciding on whether to put fucking people or treasure to assign to this problem. And if your problem set is a certain level and whatever, I mean, there's a whole bunch of factors, right? But they make decisions on how money and people are allocated to a problem set. And so if we came in with the fucking weakness and came in with like, like the way these guys treat auditors, like, hey, it's bad. It's like, well, we get that these dudes are, you know what I'm saying? Without any backup, it's like, hey, we get that these dudes are bad. I mean, this is what your boss would say. Like, we already know they're terrorists, motherfucker. Yeah. Like, but if money or blood is going to be spent on this shit, you better be motherfucking right.
And sorry, you go. Sorry, Tom.
You know what I'm finding really interesting is you guys talk about coming up with target packets and stuff like that at your level. And by the time we would get a target package to go out and initiate action, it was fucking stale data 90% of the time because of the bureaucracy that it had to go through.
Well, from our end, Josh and I weren't working with conventional units, right? So we could actually the units that got our stuff were it didn't get dubbed down. You know,
they would move fast. They could move
fast. And a lot of it is time sensitive. Like literally, it's like, hey, do we have air assets? Okay. Hey, I go to the fires officer or the ops staff in COIC. I'd be like, hey man, get the colonel. We need a briefing in 5. They're like, okay. They're like, oh, Wally's got something. And at that point, I'd been right like 96% of the time, right? But so here's the difference between what we're doing now and what we're doing then. Then, like, the guys on the ground, that's what they do for a living. Like they know they're going in harm's way. But
that's the other.
Well, they also need. You can't hold anything back. Like, here's all the information we have, and we put this in the report, but here's everything, right? So,
and also it's that I took it as my responsibility that because I mean, a lot of times I wasn't moving with these dudes on the target. You know, I wasn't on the hit. I've been on plenty of hits, but my feeling is like, hey man, I'm responsible for this being right because you're putting your life on the line to go get this dude. So I need to be right. Not because, well, maybe Lowell John versus John Lowell gets fucking schwacked.
Right.
It's that, what if one of those dudes gets hurt? What if one of our guys gets hurt or schwacked on that fucking thing? And it's the wrong target. You're like, and it's for the wrong reason. Those dudes trust at that level. They trust us. Like, hey man, we're going with this because of you, because of what you're fucking saying and what you did. And that's a big responsibility, not just for the bad guy. You want to be right. I mean, your ego wants to be right, but also it's because, like, man, if one of these dudes gets killed on a hit and it's the wrong fucking target, that's bad juju, man. That's real bad fucking juju.
I've got to address a couple of things. Number one, I don't think I'm the second best looking on the panel. Number 2, I don't want Fraud at Wrangler's chair because I still have a sense of smell and I would probably vomit.
Dude, his chair
I feel like a loser sitting here listening to this shit. I'm like, I made Rice Krispie treats today, and you guys are like, oh, when people's lives are in our hands. Like,
are you kidding me? I got stoned for 2 hours going over an 8-minute video. I'm not anything. Hey, should we? Oh, Wally's on the phone with this. All right.
He's working an asset. Leave him alone.
I know. Actually, he probably is.
Oh, there's no doubt in my mind.
Probably thinks we're kidding, but me and Wally get calls from Alabama all the time.
Spartan School of Wrestling. Is Wally calling it an airstrike right now? Listen.
Possibly.
Hey, listen. Listen, we would wait on a target. I mean, first of all, you're not, just to let you guys know, you're not going to action a target based on human intelligence, based on my, whatever, the human shit. You're going to do it if you can get confirmation, SIGINT confirmation, two hits. We got 2 devices. Yeah. Now look, well,
2 devices, 2 devices and human is better than.
Sorry. Yeah, you need 2 SIGINT hits to make sure they're there. I mean, I saw they hit a target. They weren't even sure if the dude was there, but the fucking device was live. And so they just killed the device.
And the problem that we saw, this is 2010, and I'm not going to classified here. They got pretty smart to the way that we were finding them. So what they would do is they'd make that phone. But not in Africa. No, they'd make that call and then they'd leave the phone on. And they'd set it in the house and then they'd set tripwires and booby traps.
That was the bummer.
The commandos, the commando Kandak actually did the entry, and I feel
like men in suits are going to march in at any moment.
No, they're not. No, this is well established. So,
okay.
That was one of my ops, right? So the 18 Fox from the commando, which is 18 Fox is Special Forces Intel Sergeant. He's like, hey, Wally. I'm like, hey, what's up? And actually, his name's Adam. He passed away during surgery 7 years ago in Florida. But really good dude, awesome guy. But he came to me. He's like, hey, man, we got to talk. Hey, you were in Iraq and Africa, right? I was like, yeah. He's like, what do I do to find tripwires? right? Because during the day I got my, PEC 15 and I got my laser, right? And I got my white light, but it's not silly string. Did you say shoestring or silly string?
Silly string. That's what we used to use.
That's what I used. I use silly string. You're only the second motherfucker who ever said that. God damn, Top.
I never had
cases of it.
So he's like,
funny, really?
Okay. He's like, okay, how the fuck do I get silly string in Afghanistan? I'm like, okay.
You order it online.
So here I am, cool as fucking. Actually, Al, remember Al from our program, our director, Al. At Charlottesville.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was looking at the chat. Al.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
So Al was with me, and I didn't know that I was working in the gray or the black. I was just like, oh yeah, no, it's normal. Yeah, you want to go see the Candex? Let's hop in the vehicles. Let's get a convoy together. Let's go out there and talk. So I'm in full kit, right? And I got my sat phone, and I'm talking. They're like, well, how do we get silly string at the Commando Kandak? Not on Kandahar Calf, I'm like, well. My cousin works at what's that place? It's still around. It's if you go to get a Halloween costume and you go to that place, Party City, motherfucker. So I'm like, hey, Steve.
Really?
I'm like, hey, Steve. It's Jonathan. I'm like, hey, what's up? It's Jonathan. He's like, hey, dude. I ran into your mom at church. She said you're in Afghanistan. I'm like, I am. Hey. Listen, I'm on a sat phone. This is like $5 a minute, right?
It's a great story. This is good.
I'm like, hey, dude, I'm going to send you a ton of money. I need how much silly string do you got? He's like, we got like boxes. I was like,
they're having a party over there.
I'm like, hey, right after we get done talking, I'm going to send you an address, like the APOAE address. It's like, I'm going to send you a ton of money, right? Send me all the silly string you got. He's like, why? I'm like, just send all the fucking silly string you got. Stop being a bitch, So he did. And so they basically, they took their, it's the 9-bang. They're a little longer than normal flashbangs. And they just put their flashbang in one of their other pouches. And they kept silly string. So in these places where they had the indicators of this, or where tripwires had been known to be used, right? I'm like, don't squeeze it down here. Squeeze it up here. That's what we did in Iraq. In Iraq, we shot it up because they would put some like at eye level. They put some like mid level, and they put some at low level. Right? Everything's a tripwire is something you step on. It's not how it necessarily works.
You shoot it up high, it'll drift down, and it'll catch any tripwires on the way down.
It will.
If you go on my channel, you'll see my lieutenant's birthday party that we had in Iraq, and we completely coated him with silly string.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we had so much of the stuff, it was coming out of our ass.
Yeah.
But, once, and I can't remember who, I think it was one of the SF guys that said, have you guys got any? And I said, not yet. But we had heard about it. And
Nice.
I ordered a whole shitload of it online, and they shipped it to us.
When Michael was in Middle Eastern Alabama, he also went through a silly string war. And I want us all to acknowledge his PTSD.
PTSD. Speaking of which, should we? Hey, Wally, should we switch to?
You want to switch to Snipe?
Yeah, let's see what he's doing.
Hey, well, real quick, Shizz, check your text. Do you want to say something? Can we? You want us to say something about that before we go into that? Just in general.
If you want to, you can.
Okay. All right. So not going to go into details. But Shizz and I started a nonprofit, right? This is basically a status update, right? Obviously, Shizz is a fucking Yoda ninja at graphics. So she's working the website and the graphics and stuff, and I'm working the filing and the finance, and I have a lawyer, so they're helping me out with that. So we're trying to take all this and put it into something that's actually more legitimate than a bunch of cyber sleuths, right? And cyber sleuths are fine, but when it comes to talking to somebody who's in a
when it comes to testifying in court,
we'd rather be part of a nonprofit than individuals. So we have half the documents filed with the state of Virginia. We're going to have to do this is stuff you can just look up on Google, right? So we're going to have to assign a board. We have to sign like a CFO. a registrar, things like that. Really simple things for starting a business. I'm working on the IRS paperwork. Actually, everything's pretty straightforward and simple, but we are moving forward with that. And it's what I would say to all this is it's really cool that we like. It kind of went from knowing Josh and watching his videos and my friends being like, Wally, you start a fucking YouTube page and just talk about shit, right?
Yeah.
To having a target, putting some of the skills that like, and my old boss and my big mentor, his name's Dave Marcus. He's like, I think what you're doing is outstanding because Wally, you're not doing a lot of intel work in your job during the day. You're keeping your mind and your skills up with your YouTube stuff, right? He's like, it seems insignificant to a lot of people, but to you, it's validation of your skill sets, right? Like you actually made it, you have these skills and you're using them for good, right? Instead of using them for bad, because they can be used for bad too. And now in the next few weeks, we're gonna have an actual fucking nonprofit 501c3, right? And a lot of people that you guys know are going to be asked to help us out or be on the board because we have to have a board. We have to have certain members doing certain things. And, you know, we're all this community, we're going to get involved in some way, shape, or form. Now, the ownership is on Shizz and I, right? At the end of the day for this, right? And so if something goes bad, it's going to be on me. And that's fine. Like that's a responsibility I'm willing to take on and same with Shizz, right?
I think the way the idea came about, how organic it was, and the source of the idea made me perk up to the idea.
I know. It's like, I'm like, why do I have a murder boner? You know?
I think you guys are insane. I think it's fucking awesome. I really am. I mean, to say I'm proud is you know what I mean. I think it's really I think it's fucking cool. I think it's fucking badass. And I think the truth is, I think you two are really well suited for this. You know, I think it's cool. I think it's fucking smart and it's legit. And listen, you know, when Wrangler and these others, you know, when they talk about this, like this is moving words into action. This is and you know, a lot of times when
we don't bark, we bite.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, exactly. And it's like, hey man, we're not playing YouTube games with this shit. Yeah. This is real. So, this is go ahead.
That's a great point. Where it's not a game. So in addition to, let's say, Fraud at Wrangler, right? The people that I initially reached out to that I've now developed this really blossoming relationship with, they asked me for help on another case, right? Now, this case has nothing to do with the YouTube or the internet, but I'm not going to give any names, obviously. But it involves basically an entire family committing pedophilia, right? People in ages currently from the late 30s all the way into the 70s. We have people in the family who are now out of prison who did 30 plus years for being a pedophile, rapist, stuff like that. One of the members of the family who is doesn't look like he's a victim and assaulter. He's not an assaulter. He was a victim. He's this individual's son, right? And that's enough details for him. But he went to let me think in my head real quick how I say this without giving details. But okay, when he was younger, his dad, who is a pedophile, and he went to prison for that, would take him to the playground as a normal dad would do, right? But except for he wasn't a normal son and he wasn't a normal dad. So he made his son find kids to bring back home to play, like a play date, right? Those kids would be then obviously what happens with pedophiles, right? What happened to these kids. He has a vivid reoccurring nightmare where his dad is carrying something, and that something he is pretty sure it's one of the kids he met at the playground who his dad killed. He was so young he doesn't remember where he lived at the time. You know, little details he knows. He is confident it happened, and just like having the training that I have, I believe him. I believe what he's saying, and I have no reason not to, right? So what I'm doing is I'm looking at the entire family, right? Like, and it's a big fucking pedophile family. Like, we're not talking 5, 6 people. We're talking there's 60, 70, 80 people involved in this minimum, right?
Holy fuck.
So I'm going through my systems, and we have a checklist. We have a list of family members, and we're literally, okay, this one's dead, but we're searching the dead too, because what ends up happening in these families, say, like, you have an anchor, like somebody in that family was the homesteader, right? All the other shitbags in the family attach themselves to that individual, right? So maybe they park an RV in the yard, but their address is this, right? But the ownership belongs to somebody else, right? So we've taken it from literally me talking about cybersecurity and shit, and being on Josh and I being in my fucking garage drinking like 150 beers in a weekend, right? To in touch with this advocacy group, to now helping them solve a cold case that's affected potentially 500 people, right? Like there's let's say 500 is a median average for the amount of victims in this case from this family affecting the community, right? And I'm proactively working it too, right? And I'm doing it 100% pro bono. So like literally searching this shit, it's not fucking free, right? It costs money, and that money comes out of my pocket, period, right? And that's why I started doing DoorDash, because like the expenses are pretty substantial, right? So, you know, I have a ton of kids, and I have child support, and I'm in the most richest county in America, and my house cost over $500,000, right? So shit's expensive here, you know? So part of this 501c3 is I can legally accept donations to help me fucking solve these crimes, right? And that'll be actually a really big help. And it doesn't matter if it's $1 or $100, but right now, don't donate anything, please. I don't need help right now. That'll be later, because I want everything to be legal. Unlike Kaiser taking money for a veterans charity, we're not fucking doing that, right? We're doing everything 100% legal.
Did he just puke in his mouth again?
He might have.
This is what I'm saying. Tater tot Pringles should be a thing. I just got
by now he knows about my suspicions in regards to the VA.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he's probably got an unsettled tummy at the moment.
So how about this? I'm gonna go take a piss, grab a beer. How do I give control to one of you guys to put the video?
You don't.
You don't.
Can't.
Here, actually.
Okay. But I can't.
Wait.
Yeah, Josh can share it.
I think I can.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And how can you share it?
You have to just add when it pops up, do add to stream. It'll be Josh's screen.
And also MJ's. Hey guys, before we do that, hey, so MSG, Josh, and Shizz. This is MJ. MJ.
Nice to meet you.
I met MJ at Modern Day High School in 1996.
96, 97, I think that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, 96, 97, a long time ago.
Great. Yeah, I'm the guy who created this monster. So
and you might have seen, he said it a couple times on chat. MJ taught me to fuck. So I mean, let's just be honest.
I did it in your front yard. It was fantastic.
Well,
yeah.
Our nickname back home for MJ is Tripod. Because MJ's he's not like a super big dude. I'm not trying to make fun of you at all. But apparently he dated this girl who was like twice his size. And he said the twig and berries was like a baby's arm holding an apple. And I was like,
nice.
Yes. Yes.
Hey, MJ,
Boys are so weird.
MJ, I love the hat, brother. Love the hat.
So, yeah, I was gonna say you guys wear the Cardinals hat. You guys need to update to the St. Louis City SC hats. So
hey, MJ,
over.
MJ,
so,
why don't you take a minute to introduce yourself and like throw in something with Purdue and what you've been doing the past little while. You know?
Right. So
if we're going all St. Louis, by the way.
So so before we get started, MJ, is that a gamer chair?
No, actually, it's just regular pointless office chair.
Because if it's a gamer chair, Josh is going to bust your balls.
That's it. Right.
Yeah. No, I can't deal with that stuff. I've looked into it because sometimes I work here, but most times I work in their office. I just want to be observant and say I have no military valor whatsoever. My father was 37 years civilian at Scott Air Force Base, but that's like my only ties to any military whatsoever. But yes, I met John in high school, and right around 2001 when 9/11 kind of hit, I was kind of like, okay, John's probably going to be one of those guys who's going to go into the military. And I was kind of concerned and whatnot to see where he would go necessarily. And just kind of feel out like, it's like, John, if you want another career. But when I met John, he was mowing grass, and he was also wrecking like 7 cars, and he was dating women in Kentucky. So it's kind of like, okay, all right, John, what in the really are you going to do in your life and whatever? And so like he got into the military, and then like he met me up a couple of years later, and I'm just like, I looked at one of his resumes and like, you misspelled report. He goes, no, that's rapport. I'm like, oh, okay, now you're in that category.
Yeah, building rapport.
Right, building rapport and everything else. Yeah, so I went to academia. I'm actually was in the process of a master's degree. I left early because computer science and everything doesn't necessarily want
Wally
you to get
left his own show.
Yeah, well,
Right.
he just has to feed his cat. So, yeah.
So who's got control right now?
No, okay, so he
None of us.
Wally, I know. Wally, come back. Come back for a second.
Do anything, Wally.
I mean, the nice thing is his pisser, because I've been at his office.
I've been to his house too.
Yeah, it's like
right
in there.
Yep.
So MJ, you went to Purdue.
Yeah.
He texted me and said, "Shit, stand by."
Got a degree, and then actually started teaching a few years. Freshman level, basically a little bit there, and then I was like, okay, I guess I'll use this IT degree, and I was at that threshold of, do I go into cybersecurity or do I just go into basic IT, which I was always known for, and that's what I kind of do. And right now I'm a project manager for a major MSP at this point. So,
what is MSP?
Managed service providers. So we basically are the companies who don't handle IT. We handle their IT for them, basically, so they don't have to pay for a person and whatnot. So,
gotcha. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I pretty much like if you want to build a network or something like that, they come to me, that type of thing. So,
are you still in the St. Louis area? Like you in that?
No. I'm actually so I'm wearing Chicago house gear right now. I'm actually in Indiana. I know you've talked about Indiana a few times, but I'm actually in the Chicago part of Indiana, not that weird part south of Indiana.
I was literally just there. I was in Schaumburg. Do you know Schaumburg?
Yeah. I actually lived in Schaumburg for about 3 months.
Yeah, we have a help me out. What's our Jewish friend's name from Schaumburg?
Jason.
Jason.
Schaumburg, but
Chuck the Jew.
Chuck the Jew. He's actually living in the ignored part of Indiana.
Such a politically correct bunch.
I'm happy this nice gentleman came on, sir. Are you interested in watching a pillbilly puke in his mouth with us?
MJ's been following.
I've been following everything since Wally stream. So
sorry, I just came back.
Internet failed. So many hours at my office, it's fantastic. I mean,
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, but hey guys, so MJ is one of those 2 people I talked about, like people I know in person who I trust. MJ spent in the past, let's say 3 years, a month at my house, right? Came to the office with me every day. We just hung out, like, because we had, just like Josh and I'm certain Master Sergeant, like you had friends who you didn't see for a while, and then like you reconnected and boom, boom. We've always been in each other's lives since we met, but it's like we had long breaks in the middle because we were doing different shit, right? So.
Dude,
but MJ's legit,
Navy lady vet. That weird part of Indiana, when he was like, I was in that weird part of Indiana.
Oh, you mean like Terre Haute? Terre Haute is pretty weird. So is Evansville. But hey, listen, I'm gonna.
That's a whole vibe.
Okay, Wally, if to piss.
Add to stage, right?
Add to stage. Throw it up.
Okay.
I got control of it. Let's rock and roll.
Kaiser's gonna throw it up too.
I'll be right back, guys. I'm just gonna go on mute for a sec. All right.
All right.
And Mr. Vet, I need to get your address one time. I gotta send you some crayons.
Just call me Josh, by the way.
Yeah.
Mr. Vet, that's adorable. I'm gonna start calling you Mr. Vet.
Let's stick with Mr. Vet. I want to I want to establish verbal dominance. No. All right. Okay, hold on. Let's get him.
Well, he could have called you Guido, so.
I know. He could have said Guido Dago. I mean, that would have been more.
It was so polite, though. Mr. Vet, sir.
I know. Mr. Dago Vet.
And for the one time, I was trying to figure out, like, what is the Frauded Wrangler voice? And I was sitting there going, like, he's half Dale Gribble from
yes.
King of the Hill,
and half Boomhauer.
George H.W. Bush. Somewhere in between there, depending on how clever he is and how fucked up he is. Yeah.
Have you been watching, MJ? Have you watched any of Dickbag Patrol at all? This dude Dickbag Patrol, he's really good, but he does. Yeah, he was talking about he's trying to get his voice because Dickbag does some voices. He's like trying to get his voice. He's like, yeah, it's a George Bush kind of. Yeah. Hey, look, Beaver Zero's in here. Dale died the other day.
I totally believe that Wrangler would choke on a pretzel. So George Bush fits.
I mean, I could practice it with the how the shell should I? I mean,
how the shell should.
Why the shell should I?
Video and then left.
I know. All right.
No, Josh has control.
I got control.
Bypass.
Hey, guy.
Oh my God.
He looks like he's gonna puke in his mouth.
He is already looking like he's puking in his mouth. He is. Look, okay, first of all, you know he's high when his left side is packed, right? And so it's gonna go a little bit. He's definitely puking in his mouth tonight. His left side, he puts all his pills and his shit in his left side of his mouth. Look how fucked up he looks.
We're commentating on it like the WWE match. Like, all right, guys, the puke's coming.
Dude, and look how he dyed his hair. He totally dyed his hair.
I was thinking about that in your last stream. I was just like, hey, his hair looks thicker as if he got like that stupid, like, Nair, like fake hair implant type of spray on. And I was wondering if he rubbed his forehead previously, and that's why he had that black mark or whatnot.
Oh, look. Oh, by the way, look on if you're looking at it, the left side.
Mm-hmm.
I can't really get right. Can you see my person?
It's the Giuliani situation where he just like drips down, whatever.
It's a complete Giuliani situation. He 100% dyed his hair.
He's hiding from that warrant.
I can't take Josh's maniacal laugh.
Oh my God, I love this fucker.
If you look at the earlier photos that you have like implanted somewhere, it's like he had like that military buzz cut, but now it's like all of a sudden he's got like the Italian afro situation going on. I'm like, he's got to be using that hair thickener stuff, right?
All these prejudice against Italians in this day and age. Do you hear this, chat? Do you hear this?
Josh, you know what my Italian race bike sounds like?
Oh no!
Run, giddy, wop, 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 wop,
wop, and then the tires go wop, 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 wop. Oh, I hate my friends.
I'm half Italian, the better half, I'd argue.
The better half. Irish. Hey, I almost said Shannon. Shizz.
Don't say my name. What? You doxed me. You doxed me. I'm gonna cry.
No, Shizz is a McWop herself, and so I'm Italian.
Is that something new at McDonald's, a McWop?
So it's Irish Italian. So in St. Louis, every motherfucker, if you're Catholic, you're Irish Italian.
We call it a McGinney here, but
McGinney, we call it McWop.
Well, or you're German Catholic. I mean, that was the other
German Catholic. There is a German, there's a German element.
Blonde hair, blue eyes. Guess where I came from? Okay.
There's a mix. There is a mix with the German, but the Italian Irish is strong, at least with the Kelly patch, and then you had the Hill. And anyway, all right, let's play this.
Yeah.
You know I'm Irish and Italian. Johnny just said pasta and potatoes, and in my head I went,
You mean gnocchi?
But Irish is Julie.
Burns is saying his dad says a helicopter goes wop, wop, wop.
Oh, I speak Italian. Wop, 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 wop.
Burnsy's mom's full-blooded. He puts up pictures of like their Christmas and he just
don't listen to Burnsy. Like a chocolate-coated candy told me he's a doxer.
Oh, a chocolate-coated candy, M&M. Yeah, I can't wait for fucking Mr. Candy's video on me. All right, let's watch Wrangler.
Hey, speaking of that real quick, do you guys want to cover that real quick?
No.
What's this fucking person's name, by the way?
Kfar?
No, I wrote it down. Hold on. Did I write it down?
I wanna play puke races and see how long it takes him to throw up in his mouth.
Let's watch Wrangler.
Yeah, just watch Wrangler. I'll find it.
And welcome back.
Welcome back.
It has been an interesting day. I got to be threatened on the phone by
the way, sorry, I just wanted to look. Burnsy's like, I'm what do you say, 100% Italian, 25% Sicilian. So my grandmother's Sicilian from Sicily, from Montelepre. Yeah, there's a big people
Montelepre.
Montelepre. Did I do it like that?
Was he saying he was threatened on the phone today?
Yes. Here, we got to play him.
Well, didn't Four Public Safety show their conversation?
Evening and welcome back.
What's that? Sorry.
Didn't Four Public Safety, wasn't he live during their conversation?
Turn it down like 25% if you can.
Fuck.
Yeah, I guess he had a phone conversation with Four Public Safety today. So this should be good.
I think that
and then found out that, the whole VA thing. So
right?
I totally want to see how I mean, clearly he's out of sorts from the VA.
I want to see what he says, but I want to also see the conversation if it's out there, because
nice to compare. Josh, can you shrink
it? Has been an interesting.
What?
There you go, right there. Yeah.
You want to see the chat?
Yeah, we want to see the chat too. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let's make sure.
And Wrangler's volume is wicked loud.
Yeah, it's super duper loud, dude.
Sorry. There we go. Okay, hold on a sec.
Oh, he's happy. Yeah.
You're stoned, Josh. Put the weed down, okay, man.
I'm actually not.
Hey, let's take bets on how many minutes in before he throws up in his mouth.
Where are we at here?
I'm going for
11.
I'm going to go 20 because maybe he just put the patch in.
I'm saying 15. Okay, I'm going to go. Okay, how long have we been on? So what do we got? So I'm gonna say 12. I'll say 12.
Josh, I'm gonna say he did a pre-show puke.
I think he did too.
Okay.
He is looking bad.
How many minutes for you?
11.
11. All right. We got MSG. Let's say pre-strain puke. What about you, MJ?
Okay. I said 7. I'm going to admit to the first analysis.
MJ 7. I'm gonna do 20.
Because he's going to do a roll call for the first.
Wow, you have a lot of faith in him.
Wally, I'm going to go 21 because I think he did a pre-show puke, so it's going to take him a little while to work one up.
Okay, that's fair.
He pulled a Price is Right on you, Wally.
MJ's been watching enough to know that he's like. He's got what he has to go through his 25.
He's got to go through the roll call. He's going to say something like yeasty vaginal discharge. Shizz.
Yeah. Yo, this dude gets it.
Oh, it's a real account. Josh's dirty little bitch Wally comes in Josh's butt and Shizz wipes it up with a wet wipe.com. He's like, it's a legit account. It's a legit account. They donated $5,
Hold on. Somebody says he does it after the Zork Master super chat. He does it. So all right,
he did.
Interesting day.
Yeah.
Let's see who's closest.
He's definitely on it. You can see his gums too.
I got to be threatened on the phone by Dumbwaiter that he and Tiffany both have threatened to kill me.
He's slurring. He's slurring too.
Yeah, I said kill, which, I don't know how they're going to do. I don't know how they're going to get here from there in that 20-year-old Ford Escape, when they don't have $10 in gas to go down the road.
Maybe they should just use the 22.
You would think that they wouldn't need
how many times did he ask people for money for gas and stuff?
14 grand they've scammed off people in
sounds like jealousy.
This year alone, just off GoFundMe scams that don't even count the dumbasses that give them money.
In your mouth, fucking baby bird.
Whatever. I could be wrong, but it would, there's
puke.
Funny, he talked about dumbasses giving him money.
And
I know it's so amazing. This guy.
So that's pause it real quick, Josh. That's something holistically as a group, right? And anybody out there in the chat who can hear us. Right. Listen, if you guys have any insights into how we find out how much was given and where it went, right? Would definitely love that. I have some ideas, but I don't have resources for that. So
Good luck with that shit.
I mean, hey, it can be done. It can
No, I
definitely be
know.
done.
Using the transcripts, we can probably pull out all the super chats he's
Well,
on.
we can
He
definitely
announces
pull
them.
out. We can definitely pull out the amount. We can know how much he got. Right?
His eyes are going in 2 different directions right now.
Look at that.
Oh my god,
He's got-
he's a
look at
lizard.
Are the lizard people real?
Oh shit! Oh,
Holy crap!
great.
He's got his 3 and his 9.
This is already fucking awesome.
I suppose. And
Oh, this is so good.
y'all will have to pardon me for Miss Casey has
sounds
donated 1
queasy.
Fraud at Wrangler membership.
He doesn't
He
say
is
part-
not-
Unfortunately, I did
Dude,
not.
he is not hanging tough. He
Did
is
you
trying.
hear that though? He doesn't
No.
say "pardon me for." He says "fur."
Pardon me for.
Fur
He doesn't say
calls.
"for." He says "pardon me for," not "for."
it's all-
but
it's
that's a
all a-
southern thing. But you know,
And dude, his eyebrows. Oh my god, he shaved his eyebrows. Right?
Someone
'Cause we
said,
were
"Take control away from Stone Vetter. We're never getting through this video."
Hey,
okay.
I could not.
Do you want to do that? Do you want to get relentless control? Relent.
see who got it?
Haha,
Well,
never.
Thank you very much, Miss Casey with a C, and to whomever received her generous gift.
Welcome to the rough.
He's talking real slow, like he did before when he puked.
yeah.
He's fucked up.
Now,
He
of
looks
course, you know, a lot of
queasy.
the things Chrissy said didn't make much sense because, you know, it's Chrissy. You know, I don't know anything about the law, and according
He
to
completely dyed his hair, by the way. This is the most. When people were saying it before, I was like, I don't know. This is clear. He dyed his hair.
him, I'm the hillbilly idiot that
Mhm,
needs an
You are the
education.
hillbilly idiot.
Yep.
It's accurate.
Yeah, all right. Well, we'll get into that. And according to him, which is the inspiration for tonight's live stream, is that
Sorry, can you guys?
my videos on him, the videos that I make, utilizing the fair use section of the Copyright Act of
Oh my god,
1976,
he's fucked up.
He's got full lower gum out
is
right now.
cyber harassment.
No, hide the comment. We want to see his gums.
Oh,
We'll
sorry.
get into that. But let's see who's all here tonight.
Oh, sorry.
And Glenn.
His dentures
Oh,
are
here we
hanging
go.
super low today.
Oh fuck! He just started his goddamn shout out. God damn it!
Yeah, that detoured mine by 4 minutes.
Hey,
Fine.
can we do
Tater tot.
Josh? Can we do
Hey there.
like 1.5,
Let's do fucking.
please?
If
Yeah.
he pukes, slow that shit down though.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
You know.
100%.
Well, okay. So hey, everybody watching, right? Pause it real quick. Hey, everybody, if you see something, if you guys are watching this stream too, do a call out on a timestamp, okay? And we'll slow it down for that shit, right? Okay, please.
I'm just here to see
I know
this
you'll be listening
man
later. So I hope
regurgitate.
you have a fantastic time with your boys tonight on your
Feed the
belated
little
birthday.
birdies, you cocksucker.
FBS's dog. Please call ASPCA
Is that
ASAP. Welcome back. Good evening, Chris McDonald. Pokey. Yeah, I got a surprise on that video, on some of those videos that Pokey and Permissile sent me all day. Thank you guys so much for that. That really does help out.
Hey, blowjob playing
And
for
I got a little surprise from y'all,
I see ya.
courtesy of our friend Carl's Order of the Squirrels. Tiffy and Chris aren't going to be happy about it. We'll basically call it. You guys are going to vote, and we're going to call it the Tiffy Lot Lizard Fashion Show.
Yeah, it's kind
Yeah,
of hard
Mr.
for them to
Green.
call out a
Mr. Young.
timestamp when they can't see it.
Oh, they'll be able to see it sorry.
No, they can't see it.
Is that his
They're watching
his
his
quality
I don't
that's
need
so
to focus
bad?
on it anymore? Yeah, I think we can stare at the chat or whatever orientation we need to have.
Yeah.
Spitfire, great
Okay.
to see you. Alan Hunt, how's your weekend going?
You guys let me know.
Magma
Good
Mountain
to
Entertainment.
go.
I want to
is
see him. How am I going to see him
Welcome
puke?
back, BTK Killer. Maserati 5000 GT. It's great to see you again.
Is that a good compromise right there?
I think
There
we're
we
good
go.
here.
Okay.
Oh, I'm working. Well, I mean, I've taken on partners for the cult, but I don't remember Satan being one of them. I'll have to get back and check on that.
Around 55.
You're so fucking
30.
funny, loser.
No, yes.
Nerd Girl Jen's World, welcome back, ma'am. How are you? Nova Photographics, it's great to see you. Or as Goat Boy would say, what was it? He said photography. I thought that was hilarious. And of course, my sweet wife and my.
He threw up around
And the videos that I make about him
55:30.
are protected.
We were all
Fine in
wrong.
Cuba. But what is?
He held
guys,
it in
what
for
Okay,
is-
almost
Zor-
an hour.
because I hate for that hitman dumbwaiter sending after me to
Shit.
find us. Hello, 98 HKG. How have you been?
Am I in the right spot?
Exactly. I mean, hell, y'all were here last night when I offered him the damn gas money if he really wants to try to come on and lie to me. But
people let me know.
you know, you can't fix stupid guys. You can't. You can try, but you're just
You
not.
are
This is the
proof
most
of that,
chaotic.
sir.
I sure will, Lois Peterson. I will let you buy the first mojito. Which I can't imagine that a mojito would be better than they. I don't think we could find.
He
probably
just
find
said
one better than
that
you find
so
on YouTube.
whitely. Oh
But
my God.
what is cyber harassment?
Ooh.
Well, let's look at it real quick, and I've got a quick definition for you. Cyber harassment usually pertains to unconsented conduct, such as threatening or harassing email/instant messages. Well, none of that's happened. Or to blog entries or websites dedicated solely to tormenting an individual. Well, that hasn't happened. In fact, only
Shit, I've been muted. Josh, put it on normal speed for him
my
puking.
overall content has even.
Okay, normal speed.
If we
please,
can
for him
find
puking.
it.
It's 5530. That's what we got in the chat. 5530.
Hey,
Around
hey.
5530.
been included.
That's where I was at.
This tons for fun moron. Harassment
It's
does
right
not
there. Oh.
include
going.
constitutionally protected activity or conduct that serves a legitimate.
Well, hold on. He's talking about how he's trying to him and fucking Mr. Candy are trying to set up that what we are doing is harassment.
purpose.
Well, go back to like 5520 if you can.
Well, okay, but that's the problem is that like
right there is fine. Right there's fine. The back.
And defrauded her hunter.
Fuck.
Did we miss it?
Yeah, we did. Go back 50 right there, right there.
Harassed him.
You have to go back even further
Congress
because
did
that person
YouTube.
said that based on the live time, right?
Hiding in
Yeah.
Cuba,
Yeah.
Now we got to move again. Dang it.
Where's
'Cause I hate for that
Zorkmaster?
hitman dumbwaiter sending after me to.
Someone help
Oh,
us.
okay, it's right. Okay, it's right around here.
Well, on that
There you go.
note,
Right after
Good.
here.
Good.
F&A, Cotton, F&A.
that's how I feel about it. But thank you again, Zorkmaster.
Oh, you can hear it.
Miss Casey
Oh,
P
he
with
is.
A K is
Yes,
in the
you can
house.
hear it.
Howdy back to you.
He's
Look
a
at
little
his eyes.
sloppy.
Oh, there it is. There it was right. Oh,
Oh,
He did the puffer fish.
This is real time too. He just swallowed it.
Years before vegetation return.
Oh, he is hurt. By the way, he's hurt.
Oh, my
Her
God.
underwear. The whole neighborhood would be doomed opening that box. It would be years before vegetation returned.
Oh, he is hurting. Wait, here it goes.
Well, on that note,
F&A, Cotton, F&A.
He tried to do it during the cut too.
He did.
that's how I feel about it. But thank you again, Zorkmaster.
Hold on, he's coming. It's happening.
Miss Casey P with a K is in the house.
Where'd
Howdy
you say?
back
Where
to
is
you,
it?
man.
There it is. Oh, yep.
Oh my God.
Oh, oh, oh,
Pie guy's back. What's up, man?
oh, he could have. Oh, nice.
So how's projectile? You know, like what stream did we see that one on?
Good evening there.
Under which one?
He'll never actually let it out as an addict. If it is from drugs, he's not going to let it out. He knows that he has got to keep it down.
yeah.
Comfortably numb. He swished it. He 100% swished it. He was like, oh.
Ew. The agony in his
Oh.
eyes after was palpable.
Acty.
Yes.
And we've got
Oh.
Stone Vet,
Oh.
Wally's Junk Juice.
Hey, that's
Oh, did he?
That's
Hey,
awesome.
oh,
Welcome back.
Wally's
Sorry.
junk juice.
he used my fucking name in vain again. That's the third
Yeah.
time, right? 3.
well.
Hey, it's okay. It's
I
okay,
know.
pal. Hey, Kaiser, if you're watching this anytime, like, I'm gonna put your fucking ass in prison, all right? I'm gonna make t-shirts that are fucking hilarious, and then I'm gonna watch them stick a needle in your fucking arm, you dumb shit.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I think making t-shirts is gonna be fun.
T-shirts, sweatshirts. I mean, I'm gonna use it as a fucking tax write-off, right? You're gonna be rotting in prison, and I'm gonna be making money on Fuck Kaiser t-shirts, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna sell them to your wife. I'm gonna sell them to your family. I'm gonna sell them to the people in your fucking neighborhood, right? Okay. And you know what's funny? You're gonna die before I am. And I'm a fat fuck
If
with
the
a heart
state has
condition.
anything to do with it, for certain.
Oh, my
But Kaiser,
God.
Kaiser, I'm gonna be there. I'm telling you this right
Me
now.
too.
Against people, against people telling me not to say this. I'm saying this. I'm
Do
gonna
it.
be there when they stick a needle in your fucking arm, dude. Like
Waka
I'm gonna be
gang.
there. I'm gonna be there in the room. I'm gonna be there when they sentence you, and I'm gonna be there to watch you fucking take your last breath, right? Right. And you know what I'm gonna be about it? Happy. And that night, I'm gonna go drink with all my friends here, and I'm gonna sleep like a fucking baby.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
You know why? Because it's a sense of accomplishment knowing that you're gonna get a needle in your fucking arm.
Look
The
at
only
that
thing about
zippy.
that, Wally, is that I think this is actually going to be a life improvement for him to go to
I
prison.
know, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Oh,
Like his life in prison, he gets 3 hots and a cough.
And he'll get healthier and all that stuff, you know.
And health
He won't be
insurance.
puking in his mouth. He'll get polydent, so his dentures aren't hanging down.
But the bottom
got-
line, Kaiser, if you're watching
So what
this,
you're saying,
hey.
Shizz, is he's going to be swallowing a lot while he's in prison?
Oh.
Oh.
You mean doing
Oh.
esophageal exercises? What's wrong with staying fit?
But hey, listen. Hey, you guys on the Kaiser side, you can call me whatever you want. It doesn't matter to me. I've been called everything under the book. All right. And I've done more for this country, and I've lived the life of 10 men. And I've done more for America than you ever will, and your entire family ever has, right? And I've done more for my community now than you ever will, right? So I'm going to be there when they
Very
stick that
true.
needle in your fucking arm, and I'm going to sleep like a baby knowing that I contributed to you getting the needle in your fucking arm, all right?
The irony
And
is
that's-
he's
I'll
going
be
to
there
sleep like a
sitting with the
baby.
Cameron family. I'll be the fat ginger lady.
Yep. And I'm going to take pictures, and we're going to take selfies, and we're going to post them on Facebook, and we're going to make a YouTube video on your behalf, and we're going to monetize that video.
Dude, I don't know about
All
that
right.
shit.
I know Wally's going ham.
No, I'm not going to have.
No, I
It's
get it
just like-
now because so the work we've been doing in the background and the things that we know now that we can't say publicly, it's very upsetting, and it's hard not to take it personal given how fucked up it
But
all
I
is.
didn't take it personal until some of that Shizz, some of that new stuff.
Mhm.
Now it wasn't personal at first. It was just
That
like,
was tough, yeah.
I need an enemy. We talked about this on the stream many times. Guys like Josh and I, and even Master Sergeant to an extent, right? When we have an enemy, that gives us focus, and that gives us a target, and that gives us something to work towards. Now, sometimes that target's family, and we work towards our family and stuff like that. But
Wait, what?
well, no, not a target to hate, like a target,
Oh.
like a goal, right?
Defensive target. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
I
a
gotcha.
positive target, negative target, right? But I also need an enemy, right? I found that out because of this. I need an enemy, right? And right now, Kaiser's my enemy, right? K-Far can fuck off. He's just a dude, right? Kimmy's just a chick. I don't give a fuck about Kimmy, right? I don't give a fuck about any of them. But right now, Kaiser's my enemy. So now I have an enemy, and now I have something to work towards. Which
Target to move on.
hey, dude. Hey, I've heard that you don't bring me up a lot, right? Probably keep it that way because literally I'm fucking your ass behind the scenes, right? Like
I'm there with the lube, just putting it around, making sure
like,
everything's cozy.
while I'm fucking you, while
I'm
I'm
the
fucking
lube
you
girl.
in the ass, like Shizz literally is keeping the camera steady, and she's got a little squirt bottle full of fucking lube, right? And then there's
I
me.
do not use the lube very much, Mr. Kaiser. You don't deserve it.
I'll just swing by and throw a handful of sand in there as well.
Yeah,
I mean, look, when you throw sand, it hurts both of us. Okay,
It's gonna make pearls.
And be
But
advised
you've
that
already
Wally
established
has a
Wally doesn't wear protection, so prepare for that cum bubble
that
fart
is
the next day, Mr.
that is
Kaiser.
a good point, Miss Shiz. That is a good point. But here's the bottom line, right? I've made my Kaiser. I just want you to know I'm looking right into the camera, right? When I'm saying this, my goal is clear. I'm going to watch the state of Alabama put a needle in your fucking arm. Okay, if you got a problem with that, good, you should, because that's what I'm working towards. I'm working towards you getting killed by the fucking state, right? And if the state doesn't kill you, something else will, and I'll probably be there for that too, right? I'm not going to be the one who pulls the trigger. I'm not going to be the one who pushes the button. I'm not going to be the one who straps you in the chair, but I'll be there in one way, shape, or form.
I'll be walking side by side with the people that will, though.
It's gonna be so fucking great.
And you decided
I'm having fun.
You
I don't know.
decided to pick a fight with a redhead from Boston. I mean, how fucking stupid is that dumb shit? You know, I mean, you're
I
like
don't know.
you're like 5'6" and 120 pounds. Okay, like Shizz could beat your fucking ass. MJ
With my left titty.
MJ can beat your ass without a weapon with his left hand. He can beat your ass with a fucking soccer ball. Okay. You'd be like, oh, it's so bad. It hurts.
It sounds like he could slap him to death with his dick.
Yeah, I
What
know.
you were saying earlier.
Well, we heard this about Biden, right? Josh, you and I heard this on a comedy show, but I feel like Kaiser's the first murderer. And
they could punch assassinate.
We can punch assassinate.
What's up? I was about to say, you guys are getting all creative. I'm going old school. Fist.
Punch assassinate. Show the hand. Say Webster Grove will be proud of you, Josh. Webster Grove will be proud. Yeah.
The Crawlers, right?
Great to see you, ma'am.
Does he
Welcome
puke
back.
again? Are we gonna see? I'm
28.
eating, so I want to make sure.
I will do my best with that.
Look at that shit. God damn.
Oh, he looks.
I may actually.
Yeah, you can see that chair's crusty as fuck.
Yeah, he claims it's suede over and over. Look how red his eyes are.
Yeah.
Did you notice? Hey, Josh, can you shrink the video just a little bit for a sec?
Yeah, man.
He still has CDs. Like
CDs,
not CDs. Actual CDs.
I noted that before. That's a Packard Bell speaker from 1997 or something like that. Yeah.
I know, dude. Like we're talking like trailer park old school, you know.
So this is stuff that they gotten from the Goodwill.
Dude, he's fucking 8 Mile. He's 8 Mile Kaiser.
8 Mile Kaiser.
Look at his fucked up ears too. He dyed his hair like a bitch.
Hello, Blaze Dust.
Guess what? Women dye their hair, Wrangler. Women.
And weird to be worried about your vanity, or is it because you're gonna need another companion in jail, Michael?
I know, it's really funny to think.
Hey, Michael, remember, there's no crying in prison.
There's no
Mike, you're gonna end up holding my pocket by the end of this.
Well, motherfucking. We need him.
I'm gonna walk Michael around the yard.
So Scott
like a good boy.
Like a good
Scotto needs to get on it. We need to have a meme of Kaiser holding Shizz's pocket.
In the house, welcome back.
Oh, wait, this
ain't that the truth?
There you go. There you go.
And Left Turn, who has been
that way
a
a little
member for 2 months, says good evening.
I will note an 8 Mile Eminem worked at a fabrication plant and did not burglarize it. I just wanted to make that clear.
There
are some differences, you know.
And he's from Detroit.
Oh, Kimmy Wrangler just gifted them 5 memberships.
He's probably texting her right now, like, why are you doing that?
So MJ and I, we know probably 25 people just like Kaiser from back home, you know. Yeah, but they didn't end up murdering anybody, you know.
Luckily,
we know the type. We know the type very well.
Yeah,
look at the sock accounts already. Hold my pocket, bitch.
The hell out of me. You've done it for 2 months, and I really appreciate it.
You know, when he shrunk down, I mean, I like focusing in on him, but when he shrunk down like this, you see how tiny and small of a man he is.
Okay, well, so we don't have the same chair, but I mean.
Oh my God, it's so fucking funny. He dyed his hair, like brutally dyed his hair.
It's on your.
But I dye my beard because I'm fucking
Florida Jeep girl. You know. What's up, sis?
Well, it's because you're gay. Obviously,
I'm not gay. I'm just curious about banging dudes like Josh. You know,
I'm not gay. I just like to fuck dudes. Jesus.
I mean, what are you, some kind of queer?
What? It's gay if you don't fuck dudes.
Timo.
That's what I love about the Marine Corps. Literally every single thing you could, especially as 80s and 90s kids. Every single thing you could do is gay. Oh, you don't fuck dudes? Gay.
Well, you know the old Navy saying, it's not gay when you're underway.
It's not gay.
Well, you know what they say? 300 men go down on a submarine and 150 couples come back, right?
Yeah.
Listen, KFAR is going to get really upset about that.
KFAR's getting.
Let's be more considerate of Candy feelings.
Let's talk about KFAR for 30 seconds, right? KFAR.
Do it.
If you watch this, still, I'm a neutral party, man. I haven't gone after you personally. I'm not going to. open invite if you want to chat privately or publicly, right? Open door, right? And we don't even have to talk about Kaiser if you don't want to. If you want to talk about the Navy and the Marine Corps, cool. You want to talk about life now, cool. But that's an open invite. And if you don't want any of these characters on that call, totally fine.
If you don't want this smoke, if you don't want the smoke, you
Yeah,
can talk to Wally.
If you just want the fire and not the smoke. But I'm just saying, hey, KFAR, if you watch this, hey, if you want to chat about something, hey, man, I'm open. I'm open to it, right?
KFAR, you said you had questions for me quite a while ago. I'm only an email away. So, yeah, dude, I'm still waiting on those questions.
Also, KFAR, I haven't violated your privacy, not even once. I haven't looked you up. I don't know your real name. I haven't done any of that to you. The same things that you've seen in my previous videos against Kaiser, right? I have not done that to you. So your anonymity is still safe with me. So I also have no intention of doing it because you're not a target.
One of the funniest things about this and what's shown is KFAR so badly wants to be in our crosshairs that he's like, he's running around like I've contacted creators to try and get how many threats they got. Like he's trying to say that he's going after me, not you guys. I say bring it the fuck on. Please make the video. Please make it funny. Make it good. If I don't think you can make it good,
let's not ask too much, okay?
Easy.
Right?
Let's
just make the video. You know?
Easy.
Ooh, it's great to see you again.
Oh, we're still on roll call. Great.
Holy shit, man.
He is looking green in the gills, man.
He is looking.
Well, Frauditor Hunter, the reason that I ask is there's some people who, like me or even KFAR, don't like really the sound of their own voice. So,
bullshit. You guys flick your clits to your own voice all the time.
Oh my god.
If I didn't like my own voice, I wouldn't watch
nothing
my
like a
own
little
goddamn
bean clicking
videos.
going on there.
Aggressively clicking the mouse, you know what I mean? Like fucking liars, man.
Oh, is mouse the new word for the bean?
He's remixing the shit out of that. What?
Oh my god, he's such a bitch. Mr. Candy, he's gonna go ape shit after this.
The only reason I play as many as my videos as I do in live streams for you guys as well.
Because all you've got, because you love watching yourself.
With some bullshit.
He hates his voice,
there,
but if
Miss
you watch
Janice
him watch
Nolan.
himself, he
Janet
grins
Nolan.
at himself and
Welcome
laughs
back,
at his
man.
jokes and shit. Fucking weirdo.
Oh,
he
it's
does
so
say
fucking
hello there.
So gross.
X. Hello there is his thing. Hello there.
Frauditor
Hello
Watch.
there.
How are things on your side of the pond?
He's a parent.
Oh,
That's
they're
why he
fucking great.
regurgitates. He's got babies.
I'm busy watching soccer. Or football? How about you?
Somebody gifted 20 Fraudit Wrangler subs. That's because their subs are like $5, right? $4.99.
Robert, you silly goose.
You
It's all
sweet
fake.
pickle.
Oh, Kimmy, spending
Wait,
your own
something
money.
I learned from people in Alabama. Robert, bless your heart.
Bless your heart.
Robert
Bless
Swagel has
your
donated
heart.
20 Fraudit
From what I
Wrangler
was explained, bless
memberships.
your heart means you don't have any brains.
No,
It
well,
means go
bless your
fuck-
heart is also it's an insult.
He doesn't have 20 people over there watching to get those freebies.
Right? They
MJ,
haven't even been given out.
MJ, I'm pretty sure your mom told me bless your heart one time, and I was like, oh,
Right.
am I that big of a fucking retard? God damn it.
It's like saying fuck you.
Actually,
And
in full
they
disclosure,
have
MJ's
gone
mom is
to-
a saint. So
Like,
Yep.
let's see here.
MJ's mom
Well,
has got it going on.
I mean, I don't think. Yeah, MJ's mom has got it going on. Oh, look, he even shaved. His beard looks this trashy, and he even shaved. I mean, my shit looks trashy, but I don't care. I don't shave. He shaved it down.
What a tragic still shot. He looks like he's gonna steal Christmas.
Oh my god!
I'm still in
Look at-
Christmas this year,
Give him
bitch.
time. Give him time.
Christmas sucks. I hate it.
Chuck Madsen, James
He is
the
going
Mick,
gray though.
Alan.
I have that
Melissa
effect on
Stedham,
men.
Sarcasm Ranger.
I was gray before we met.
Miss Brittany Collins.
He does have white stuff in the corner of his mouth.
Diver Dan Navy
Oh
vet.
no,
I guess
actually, that might be a.
No, he's got
That's the
crusties
reflex-
like fuck.
won't be getting
Fucking
out.
Diver Dan got a membership over there.
Could be dried cum.
And Diver Dan's one of our guys.
Yeah.
Brisk as
But
fuck,
since
Wally.
Steve's one of those that hates me. Jolie Phil.
He hates. Oh, Jolie got one too. Jolie's one of us too. That's the whole
That's
thing.
awesome.
I believe that's also one. Crary Meyer.
Hey, hold on. Let's go back. Hold on.
Let's see here.
He hates. I love when their people get gifted memberships. It's the best. And then he's like, he can't stand it.
Chuck Madsen, James the Mick,
Some
Alan,
Mick.
Melissa Stedham,
You fucking Mick bastard.
Sarcasm Ranger, Miss Brittany.
He looks like the
Collins,
dude from Chappelle's show.
Diver
Like,
Dan
you got any
Navy
more
vet.
than
I guess
stolen
he won't be-
guns? Like,
You got any more of that? You got any more of that stolen valor?
You got a crack sandwich in there? You got a crack sandwich?
Pat's got one, and Kimmy deleted the message.
Cat's got one.
Getting,
Dad's
Kitty?
got one.
Not much use out of it since he's one of those that hates me. Jolie Phil,
Hates you.
I believe that's also one.
She's over here, right
Crary
here.
Myers,
Triggered.
Anthony Tremblay, Sean Little,
Tyrone
Granny B,
Biggums.
Tyrone Biggins.
That's his
Zealous
name.
Stash,
That's his name. Thank you.
Stephen H. Mann, Two Man, King Charles,
Okay,
Blind
hold on.
Melon Chitlin.
He's gonna read all 20 of these.
Interesting.
Oh my
Crystal
god.
Chandelier.
I didn't
Ollie
think
D.
there were 20 people over there that weren't already green or blue.
Thank
Oh
you so
my
much
God.
for your very generous gift, Robert Slagle. And to most of those that I called out.
Wait, what?
Welcome to the Roughnecks.
Oh, he hit
Oh, Tats was here. That sucks. Bye, Tats. Why don't you go?
That
do
doesn't
some
mean they
more
were
Ask
currently in the
Next
room,
More
you
Bullshit
fucking
content.
dunce.
He has no fucking idea.
Idiot. Should
Hey,
be like
Melissa,
watched at one point.
No idea. I'm new to this. I have no idea. Do I even have gifting on? I don't think so.
I don't think you're there yet.
You
I
don't
think
have
gotta
I don't
membership.
think I'm there yet. I don't think I have enough members.
Yeah.
So why don't Melissa? Why
I
you
don't know
help us
in general
try?
how to do it. It would be funny if everyone turned theirs on, because if you've ever watched Wrangler, all likelihood is you're gonna get one and it's gonna upset him, and that's funny.
But
I know,
Melissa,
that's
I'm
Well,
gonna-
because like imagine what it does for your algorithm when people are gifted memberships and they don't watch your content.
yeah.
So if you're gifted a membership, don't watch his stuff.
But Melissa, I would reiterate, I'm not here for the money. Okay, this is just a personal experiment for me. So you've
definitely.
been on literally every video that I've made and every live stream I've been on. So there's no need.
I'm
for
just
you
in it
to,
for the fuckery,
donate.
really. And the
But
appetizers.
once we announce that we're an actual 501c3, if you want to make a donation, that's the way to support. Not now. Don't do anything now, please, because I don't want to go to prison for like tax evasion or some bullshit, right?
It'll be nice
Look
too.
at-
Once you guys have the official, all that official
Yeah.
stuff up too, then I can have. I mean, I don't mind making, but then I can put it in there if people want to donate.
No,
yeah,
and
it'll be
also,
great.
Josh and I are in a different financial situation. Josh is 100%
Broke.
disabled through the VA and the Social Security, right?
I
So
thought you were
Josh
gonna say
can-
broke.
No, well, Josh can only make a certain amount of money legally per year, right?
Yeah,
By
per
law,
month.
right?
Yeah.
Now, I can make whatever I fucking so choose, but if I make just a little bit more than I do now, it's super detrimental on taxes. So just like fucking hold off, okay? Like I don't need to get fucked. I'm literally getting fucked in the ass by the state, by the Fed, by everybody. So
And it's my fault because the how the fuck. So
that's true, but you didn't teach me how to like evade taxes. We should have started there.
Look at
So now I
Mockery.
just
Isn't
pay
child
taxes,
support a
so-
write-off? You should be good. The government should
No,
be patting you on
so
the
it-
back. Like thanks
No,
for
no,
everything.
Shizz. No, Shizz.
It is not.
counts. It's still, I still pay taxes on that income, but the moms do not pay taxes
Yep.
as income
So I give $2,000 a month right now. Ugh.
because he's weak sauce.
I don't know.
He's
I
just
don't
getting
receive
started.
child support
Yeah.
often, so I'm
But-
not well versed.
Yeah, no.
Thanks, High Priestess. By the way, thanks.
I'm taxed on it. She's not.
Yeah,
But anyway,
and so it's not when women get child support in all 50 states, including the islands. Let's say that is not included. That is not income for them. So the men pay the income tax, and they get it tax free, basically. So
can somebody help Sweet Melissa on how to turn on her gifts? I think
I have no idea how to do it either. It popped up on my phone one day, and I clicked accept.
I would like to preface this. I get along with my exes who I pay child support for, so I don't want anybody to think that they can use that like against me, right? We get along great. I'm just saying somebody's going to try on the Kaiser side.
Right? Turtle Boy tried that shit with me, but all my exes love me.
Yeah. But I mean, my exes, we mutually parent. Whenever my family comes into town, they go see them and they go see the kids at their house, right? I mean, we're not.
You were sending me adorable pictures of lambs from one of your baby mamas. Is that
I did.
the correct terminology?
No, that is. Yeah, fine. That's fine. Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, I can do really cool stuff like the pictures I sent you, Shizz, because after a while, all that hate and discontent goes away, and you just become friends and you co-parent, right? You know, which is how more people should be in America. But a lot of people
Terry Whited.
hang on to ego. But I let that go a decade ago. So
people don't realize how toxic ego is. It's terrible.
It's incredibly toxic. But let's watch this toxic
or how impregnating Wally's sperm is.
Well, let's just say it's pretty juicy.
Don't say that because my boobs have been hurting, and I'm like, oh no, I've been talking to Wally a lot.
Well, if you really would like to,
Shizz, it's never happening. It's never happening. Okay, I'm gonna throw that out.
Oh no,
I hope not, dude. I don't want any more kids. Get your fucking inseminator out of here.
You say you hope not, but I'm just saying it's not. I like my life the way it is now. I don't need another redhead coming in and fucking.
No, right? You keep your super balls or whatever the fuck over there.
I will.
Use super balls.
I'm avoiding babies like the plague.
No,
sorry.
It is not required for this channel.
Wait, what's that required?
Now invited.
What for Wally is pretty fun though. I'm gonna admit I did like that.
Well, if you really would like to, if you look down at the bottom of the screen. Now it is not required.
Wally's sperm are a bunch of Michael Phelps.
There is a little, I think it's a dollar bill sign, and you click on that, and it.
I'm so sorry.
Follow the prompts. But I do thank you, one, for being here, and two, I do thank you for your interest and welcome, Jonas Breen. That is the understatement of the freaking decade. Oh, okay. Nova, he ain't got the balls to come to Texas.
You're not in Texas.
You're not in Texas. Stop it.
You dumbass piece of shit.
Who believes?
I'm so sick of watching him lie to everyone's face. It's so annoying.
Hey, Kaiser, we know where you fucking live. You dumb fuck. Stop lying. You don't have to say anything. Instead of lying, don't say anything. We already know where you're at, dude. Like we know.
Let him. I mean, the beauty of it is let him keep doing this. Listen. Shizz made a great point, and I was thinking that she articulated. Let the dude get as many subs and views as possible because the motherfucking fall is gonna be fucking from a higher fucking place because this is happening. This isn't chilly. This isn't a maybe.
Look what just happened with Turtle Boy. He built up the highest views he's ever gotten, and now like boom, felonies.
That first live I went on with Turtle Boy, he had 5,400 people watching.
Wow!
I was like, "What the goddamn fuck?"
And what I tried to explain to Turtle Boy, and like what I'm gonna explain to Mr. Kaiser is your view counts don't matter in jail. Actually, the higher your view count in jail, the more brutal you're getting it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because more people are gonna know that what you've done and people are just gonna fuck with you.
I don't know if I stated this publicly, but I know I talked to Shizz about it. Like, I'm gonna. I have resources, really good ones. And
you're no.
No.
Say that on tape, sir.
Not that. Different one.
I got
when he's back in prison, I'm going to donate money to all of his friends in prison. I'm going to put money on their commissary. not him. His best friends in prison are going to get a ton of money.
Then they'll just give it to him, though.
No, they're
Fuck,
really going to
no,
give it to him. Like, legitimately give it to him.
Giggity.
Giggity.
Gang, gang.
Like, they're going to take his dentures out and fuck his gummy, you know?
Wally, do you want?
Impregnate him like Wally.
Into that category.
I'm gonna pregnate that mouth like Wally, motherfucker.
I don't know that I ever got somebody pregnant by that.
Hey,
But
dude,
that I bet a chick could swallow your load and get pregnant. Get the fuck out of here with your weird sperm.
I don't think that's true, but it could be. If you're gonna give control, give it over to Shizz. All right.
Shizz, you want? Well,
Shizz is the most sensible of the all five of us. So, MJ.
Well, I was just gonna say I'm gonna go off cam and smoke, but I mean I don't mind having it, but
Shizz, you want to take over
But
control?
apparently he's securing a warrant
Oh,
for
I
my
don't even know how.
Okay,
you
I'll
gotta
do it. I'll do it. Yeah, it's
okay
fine.
here. So,
I'm just
you
eating
know
my
what?
goldfish.
Here, I'll just.
arrest for cyber harassment.
You want it back? Go. Oh.
Yeah, whatever. Hello there, Creighton Ravs. Good to see you again.
No, who got him?
Wait, hold on.
Securing a warrant for my arrest for cyber harassment.
There is going to be a warrant for you. So
Oh!
don't worry about that.
Whatever.
There it is.
Hello.
He just puked again. Hold
There
on.
it is. Let's see it. Let's see it. One more
What's
time.
the timestamp?
He fucking puked again. That's 2.
Yeah. What's the timestamp, Josh?
Welcome. Jonas Breen.
Dude, I don't.
That is the understatement of the freaking decade. Oh, Nova, he ain't got the balls to come to Texas.
Say
Here
55
we go.
minutes.
Here he comes. Do it.
But apparently he's securing a warrant for my
No.
arrest for
Hold on.
cyber harassment.
It's coming up here.
Oh,
Yeah, whatever.
that
Hello
might have
there,
just been a
Creighton
burp.
Ravs.
I
Good
think
to
that was
see
just
you
a
again.
laugh, like a.
It might have been a burp.
Hello, cyber harassment.
Oh.
Yeah, whatever.
He laughs like he fucking pukes.
Hello
Wow.
there, Creighton Ravs. Good to see you again.
I just realized this beard. Yeah, this
Aw,
beard is 9.1%
twats.
alcohol. This beard is 10.2. Okay,
Jesus Christ.
9.1.
Yeah,
I was
Oh,
like,
look,
why do I
Reese's tagged
feel?
you as Wally, like the vampire version of Wally, like Wally.
That was a fake
Well,
snort laugh.
you mean like the Russian version, right? Like vodka, you know.
I guess. I'm not very worldly. I
Oh,
never
said
claimed to be.
twats. Oops.
Shizz, you're going to be a world
I
traveler
know
soon
Robert
enough, all right?
Snuggle,
So
but
get
you
prepared.
didn't even
okay?
have to do that. And
Yeah, just
refuse.
wait till all that non-profit money rolls in.
Right?
greatly appreciated.
Shizz, the first place we're going is Spain, obviously. I mean, you know,
Well,
with
this
our
is weird.
families.
I don't
with our-
want your
Miss Monica
demon
Young,
sperm
welcome
near
back,
me,
man. It's
sir.
great to see you.
I
There's
said
Patrick
with our
Downs.
fucking families.
How the hell are you?
Not
Okay.
alone.
We're gonna bring
We're
the
never
Pope with
we're
us,
never
too.
going
We need to
anywhere
set a
alone,
talk with you.
Shizz. We're
Okay.
never going anywhere alone.
Captain Happy's got a wrench. Well, we were in Delaware, and then 3 hours later, we were in Kentucky, and then Indiana. Dumbwaiter moved us all over the place so much that,
What?
He's talking
we
What
don't
the
even
fuck
remember
is-
where
Imagine
we're at.
sucking another guy's dick this hard.
Okay. Gross.
And thank you so much. Avery,
I just
for
imagined
putting
it.
that up there.
I was like,
I am not the
"Oh."
most tech savvy guy out there.
Is that how you suck a dick?
Oh.
Yeah, I prefer both
Damn
hands.
it.
You know,
Hey, Josh, did you check the private chat, by the way?
Did I what?
Do you check the private chat?
Oh no, I just did. Here, I'm gonna hand over
Okay.
control of this. I'm gonna
Okay.
hand over. Okay.
Who's the
Well, you
most
got-
responsible here right now? It's either
Shizz,
Shizz
do
or
you-
MJ. you know.
I was gonna go smoke marijuana too after I finish my goldfish.
Okay, that's insane. You're eating goldfish. I feed those to my children.
I'm a.
All
I'm a
right,
child.
I'll take control. I'll take control.
Okay.
All right.
So do you know how to? You know how to?
Where are you at by number?
Let's see here.
I mean, we haven't really been watching it very much.
You know, 130.
We're
Negative
still on roll
130.
call. I mean,
Okay,
has he
all
started
right.
any new content yet? No.
Yeah, we're only about an hour and a half behind on his live stream.
I know we haven't been. Okay, so Wally, you know how to do it.
We can't
Yep,
shut the
I
fuck
wanna
up to
do it.
save our lives. It's fine.
It's all right.
Yeah, but it's like Kaiser's fucking worthless, so it doesn't really matter. We're just
Also,
using
you've
that as
had
a
two.
ploy.
You've also had two 10% beers, so it's like you've had.
My friend.
So you get a chatty. No, it's all good. It's your show. I don't mind.
Don't get too fucking chatty, son. I told you what happens. You leak
Hey,
anything.
Listen, I will smack you so hard through this camera it'll break your ankles in Boston. All right. You'll fly into the next county. You'll wake up in Charlestown. You won't know what happened.
Okay, share the video, motherfucker. Okay. Shut up.
All right.
Shut up and share the video.
Eat a bowl of dicks, cocksucker. All right.
Look who's and Josh is telling him to share the video. He can't get through an 8-minute video in 2 hours.
I know. I'm like, oh, what the fuck? Look at Wally's. What the fuck is going on with your?
You need Mike in order to record the conversation.
Oh shit! Oh, I'm sorry. I got it.
Are you live?
It's like the longest YouTube
That
ever.
applies to law enforcement.
Sorry, let me change this. I know it's wrong.
Applies to a law enforcement agency.
He's going really slow now. By the way, hold on.
Yeah, he is.
Oh shit! Not leave studio. Just present. Stop screen.
Ooh, well, highest priestess.
Hey,
really
I'm sorry. Hey, Josh, I'm fucking rich. All right. I have a 49-inch curve screen. Sometimes the YouTube videos get
my TV's not even 49 inches.
dude, ask MJ. His
I was gonna say my penis is about 49 inches, so that makes sense.
I mean,
it's a shish.
That makes sense.
I mean, look, I don't want to brag because mine's 40.
This man's out here putting bitches on a rotisserie.
Yeah.
The fuck?
Nice. Bitches on a rotisserie.
Just doesn't seem it doesn't seem appropriate. You know what I mean?
We have this group is good. We have way too much fun. Like we're not even sticking to the point. Nobody gives a fuck.
That's the thing. He doesn't look like he's having any fucking fun on the internet. None of them look like they're having fun. What are you here for then?
Dude,
none of them have pauses though. You know,
none of them have friends up. They're so angry. There's just so much shit. We got 5 people up here fucking having a good time. It's a Friday night.
Each other's penises. Mine's still the biggest.
I have 96 people watching, and I have 230 subscribers. So, and those probably if it's anything like it's trending, I'll have over 1,000 views by the end of tomorrow. Right. A lot of people watch later. So. And nobody from Russia, thank God, because I've been talking about them quite a bit. So, okay, let's keep going. Hey, listen, you guys in the chat, everybody else, let me know when to stop. Right? Okay, so wait, let me preface this first. I fucking hate Kaiser with a significant amount of my passion, right? I don't watch his videos during the day. I only look at him from a data perspective because that's all I can stand because I hate fucking idiots like this, right? So if you guys are watching his live stream, and please do, tell me when to stop or when to start. All right?
You are always welcome to use my Discord to stream it so that he doesn't get a bunch of views.
Yeah, that's also fair, you know. And MJ, actually something that you and I could talk about later.
Yeah.
We were talking earlier about creating a non-trib system so that we can as a team log in, so he only gets basically one view instead of hundreds of views, right?
Mm-hmm.
And MJ knows exactly what I'm talking about. Everybody else is like, is that a real thing? I'm like, that's not a new thing, dude. That's really old, you know. So I'm working on that, but working on it.
You spent 5 minutes on how you can't wait till the needle goes into his arm to kill him. I think saying hey, I just want to tell the chat I hate Kaiser is a little bit
lame.
I want him dead, but also I hate him.
Just to reiterate,
if anybody wasn't clear, I can't wait to watch the life go out of this dude's eyes. I hate him. I mean, what the fuck?
Well, Josh, thank you for.
I know this is shock. I don't like this guy.
I appreciate your candor in the matter. I tell you what. We all know how I feel. Let's just press play and see how Josh feels.
Do it. I'm stepping outside too. So go ahead.
Yeah, I am too. I'll be listening though.
Yeah, that is a good point, you dumb fuck.
Totally listening. No, it was just hilarious. You're like, just so everybody in the chat knows I hate Kaiser. Like, I think. No, I really like this motherfucker. I just want to see him dead. Oh, hey, Wally, he's silent, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, like, where'd you stop? Like 130, right?
Yeah, minus 130, something like that. Yeah.
Okay, minus 130. Okay.
Something like that. I mean, kind of whatever, you know. People in the chat will let us know.
Well, I'm gonna bypass his review of the video, right?
Absolutely bypass that shit.
Okay, so I'm at the end of that now. Like, okay, all right.
There you go.
Almost there. Okay. Now this dude, I've actually talked to him, by the way, the dude that's in his videos.
No shit, really.
Whatever. Yeah. Like
Chris.
Let me pause it.
No, Chris.
Weird conversation. He's been that dude who's in his videos has been watching our videos. Sorry, no sound. All right, Freedom Fighter. I'm gonna press play in just a sec. All right, let me know again if there's no sound. All right. I can hear the sound on my end, but that's just me. But let me know.
No,
okay.
Right.
Yeah, and Kim, MJ's one of my best buddies of all time. So, yeah. I'll keep him on as much as he wants to come on. And by the way, if you got, so I'm going to be doing some random videos off and on, and MJ's, I'm going to ask him to be on those, especially stuff with cyber related, right?
Is my ADD this annoying?
You're super loud. Whatever you just did changed the dynamic. Go on mute.
No, I don't. I'm saying play the video.
All right, fucker.
Pig fucker, chicken fucker. No, hey, no audio, dude. No audio on his video.
Okay. All right. Let me.
Yeah.
So what do I do to fix that?
You want to just hand it back to me? I can do it. It's all good. I have no idea because I have no idea about your system. So just hit stop sharing or whatever, and then I'll fucking easy day. I'll just go back.
I'll just add it right back. Yeah.
Go.
Sorry, I know it's been super fucking weird on my systems. Like it changes the microphone every time, right?
Yep. You're good, man.
There you go.
Good.
And I'm gonna take a piss. I'll be back.
Herman, we were hiding in Cuba, and now we got to move again. Dang it. Because I'd hate for that hitman dumbwaiter sending after me to find us. Hello, 98 HKG. How have you been?
I don't know. Planning your murder.
Exactly. I mean, hell, y'all were here last night when I offered him the damn gas money if he really wants to try to come unalive me. But, you can't fix stupid guys. You can't. You can try, but you're just not going to.
We've been trying to fix stupid.
I sure will, Lois Peterson. Yeah. I will let you buy the first mojito. Which I can't imagine that a mojito would be better than I don't think we could probably find one better than you'd find in Cuba. But what is
okay
cyber harassment?
Do you guys know why
Hey, pause it real quick. I said this on the last video, right? All of a sudden, Kaiser is a geopolitical analyst and an expert on complex geopolitical shit, right? He's like, oh, like in Cuba. And it's like, you stupid, dumb cocksucker, right?
Well, first of all, he just got that because he watched the movie Miami Vice by Michael Mann.
Of course.
Which came out, but by the way, I was at DLI while he was in basic training, and that movie came out while I was at DLI. And so while he's sitting on the pork chop platoon, on the platoon that rehabs, he watched all these movies. That's how he knows all these like early 2000s and like movies that we know. That's why he's fucking God. He's such an easy fucking thing to figure out. That's what's so fun with him is that he's stupid. He said shit constantly. Like he says shit he shouldn't say constantly. he doubles the fuck down, and then he's just really easy to figure it out. Obama did open up Cuba.
He did,
Well,
but I
let's
think
look
Trump
at it
closed it.
real
I
quick.
think it's open
Okay,
again
quick
now,
down.
right?
Is it? I don't know. The truth is I don't know, but I'm pretty sure.
Well,
I know
he didn't
Obama
open
was
it
a big.
up. He didn't open it up. He stopped the embargo, right? So it was a temporary cease-pat on the embargo, right?
Okay.
So we
Yeah,
could
there
get
you go.
Cuban cigars, and literally all that we could get from Cuba is cigars, right? I mean,
Highest
nobody
priestess,
gives-
yeah, easy to read. Yeah. Yeah, Trump
Easy.
reversed it. So McAddick is saying Trump reversed it. Hey, somebody was
the
saying
Cuban
McAddick.
people are for us. Yes.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, I meant to tell you this the other day too when you were on. When you tap on the just so you know, when you're tracking, when you tap on the your fingers and shit on your table, you can hear it.
Oh, like this?
No, that's even a microphone thing. That was Jonathan his entire life. He was just
Oh,
drumming like anything.
yeah. Thanks,
I
thanks,
just
MJ. That's true though. Okay, my bad. I didn't know. I mean,
Definition
'cause
for you.
Yeah,
I'm new to
of
the
course.
YouTube game. But hey,
Well, dude,
I'm gonna go
listen.
on mute. I'm gonna go take a piss and get some more beer. So,
all right, let's do it.
I need another beer.
Cyber harassment
also,
usually pertains
fuck off,
to
Josh.
What? Okay, just in general.
unconsented conduct, such as that's would be better than they. I don't think we could probably find one better than you'd find in Cuba. But what is, guys? What is cyber harassment?
Oh, here we go.
Well, let's look at it real quick. And
Let's
I've got
do.
a quick definition for you.
Wait, didn't we already?
Cyber harassment usually pertains to unconsented conduct, such as threatening or harassing email/instant messages. Well, none of that's happened. Or to blog entries or websites dedicated solely to tormenting an individual. Well, that hasn't happened.
Hmm.
In fact, only a very, very small percentage of my overall content has even included this tons for fun moron. Harassment does not include
He looks like.
constitutionally protected activity or conduct that serves a legit.
By the way, Top, I think it's just me and you back. Oh no, MJ came back. I was like, hey.
Yeah,
All right,
we've.
dude.
I think we've already seen this portion. We've been back and forth on the timeline
purpose.
several times.
No,
i.e.
he's
free speech.
he's repeating himself. He's repeating himself actually.
Well,
But let's go faster.
hey, James Baker. How are you doing, David Dobson? Tommy B in Michigan, welcome.
God damn it.
But yeah, let's talk about that.
Is there like a particular
what I'm
time
doing right
stamp
here,
where
right
it
this very
gets done
second,
with the intros?
is exercising my First
15,
Amendment.
16 minutes in or something like that.
Yeah,
the
usually-
timestamp when it's live, the timestamp will only show you how far behind you are. So
Yeah.
when you look at that timestamp, it's like we're an hour and whatever minutes behind where he's at now.
Yeah, I understand. Yep.
Yeah, see, we're almost 2 hours behind on his live stream.
Oh, cool.
Right.
I'll be here till like
Right. And the
Monday.
videos that I make about him are protected.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's why his 5 false copyright strikes got shot down by YouTube.
I'm
And that's why I have
actually in it
to-
longer than I thought I was going to be because I have nothing that. Well, I got to make a delivery tomorrow. That's it.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome that's happening too, by the way. I don't have shit to do. It's Saturday. Yeah. I should have more to do on a Saturday night, but I don't.
At minimum, just on this
Yeah, I
channel.
was off camera. I just
I
ate a
don't.
bowl of
Because each
Ruffles potato chips.
false copyright strike you submit to YouTube, you affix your electronic signature under the penalties of perjury. And that's what he did on this channel 5 times. He did the same thing, the Frauditor Comedy Show, twice. And I know at a minimum, he hit Frauditor Troll for 1. Minimum. It could have been more. And I have no idea how many he tried to hit Aztec Ninja Frauditor Hunter with. So I've in no way harassed him. The conversation I had with him today is the only time we've ever communicated, electronic or otherwise.
I mean, who really gives a shit? All these guys
mean, that's
do is they play other people's videos and talk shit about them. So we're just playing his live stream and talking shit about him. But I mean, we've got good reason.
Well, he's actually talking about that for public safety dude. He's talking about that his wife, that for public safety dude comes in sometime. Wally apparently has talked to the guy.
The guy is low hanging fruit. There's no doubt about that. He's
Yeah.
not the brightest guy in the world.
No. I'll tell you what though. I'd have a beer with that fucking for public safety dude before I'd have it with fucking Wrangler or
No,
K-Far.
Yeah, you get that right.
I mean, I'll hang out with a Midwest boy all day.
So, swing and a miss there, dumbwaiter. But before we get started, just before I put these up, make sure you're not eating or drinking anything, because I don't want any of you having Dr. Pepper or Scotch or a martini all over your damn laptop. So, these are courtesy of our good friend Carl's Order of the Squirrels, and we're going to call this the Tiffy. Hello,
Fuck it.
And then we have.
Also, by the way, this person is making fun of this Tiffany chick, this dude's wife. Honestly, that's a fuck. I mean, whatever. I mean, I like skinny, but that's a great body shape. It's an unrealistic one. But they're saying that she's ridiculous because she looks like she's skinny with big tits and hips. What the fuck? That makes his wife
low, though.
Tits are a little low, but they look great. This skeleton, I'd fuck that skeleton.
I heard you'd fuck a snake if you could hold a head still.
Jesus Christ, I'm a Marine, motherfucker. I'll fuck a couch if I'm drunk enough.
Hey, Josh, you know, my oldest is in Space Force. There's a reason they don't have Space Marines yet, right? Because Marines would be like, we come in peace. We don't want to kill you. We didn't bring artillery. And then like 2 minutes later, like, Lance Corporal fucking Schmuckatelli, stop fucking the alien, right?
Stop fucking the alien. Dude, as soon as Marines land on a foreign planet, there's going to be a Marine that is going to who's going to marry one of them.
It's like, if you fuck them, you will die. He'd be like,
and then buy a brand new car with 45% interest rates.
I bought a 2010 Camaro at 27% interest rate.
As that
alien? The girl down at the strip bar.
And the chick's all fucking dripping in PX gold and shit, man.
If she smells like vanilla, not your best choice for a wife.
Oh, right? That's fucking great. Yeah, vanilla. That is a good one.
I mean,
and now
Dependopotamus, or what did I say today? Triceratops.
Triceratops.
Oh no, Dependopotamus. I like that.
Well, the other one is Triceratops.
I like
Triceratops. Dependopotamus. Yeah. Dude, hey Josh, I was at MCT. And it was after Christmas, so we actually were 2 classes classed up, right?
Is this a boot camp story?
No, it's MCT, Marine Combat.
I know. I'm fucking with you, but when you tell MCT story, anyway, go ahead. I'm fucking with you, dude. Go ahead.
You cunt. Okay.
You dirty cunt.
So we had dudes like falling out like on the walk to get our rifles, right? Like it was that bad. Like, and then here you got me, and like I've only been out for like a couple days. It's like crazy, you know. So the MCT instructor guy, he was a gunny at the time. He picked up Master Sergeant at the class at the schoolhouse, right? He was like, we're marching to wherever we were going. He's like, you know, gave the command, at my command, halt. But he's like, left face, everybody left face, you know, and he's like, you see that fat bitch up there at the PX? He's like, that's some Lance Corporal sweetheart. Don't be that Lance Corporal, you fucking dumb shits, you know? He's like, right face. And then we just like literally kept on doing our shit. I'm like, what the hell? The Marine Corps is fucking crazy.
Yeah. I came in the 90s.
Well, that was like 2004. I mean, like 10 years after you. But yeah.
I'm just saying, like, the Marine Corps is the best. I mean, it's, you know, it's also, it needed to be. I needed to leave it as you did. I mean, there comes a point where it's like, you got a strict dad, and you got to, you know,
yeah,
you got to get past that, you know, you got to move on and everything. But like,
yeah, honestly, if you want to, we could have 10 videos about it. But the reason I left was strictly money, financial. You know, it was so agree with me or not. So you're the only Marine other than me on the chat, right? In the Marine Corps, I was an intel professional, as you know, right? But I was also a Marine. The hardest part about being an intel professional,
by the way,
is being a Marine.
Stop putting on airs. You weren't an intel professional. You were an intel analyst. I mean, come on.
Okay. I was okay.
Saying,
Let me rephrase. I was an intel analyst in the Marine Corps, and the hardest part about being an intel analyst in the Marine Corps was being a Marine.
Why is
you
that?
know what I mean? Because you let's say you have to brief the 2-star at 5:30 a.m. But your staff sergeant's like, well, you have to be here at 4:45 a.m. Well, you got to be at both places. Like, and you have to, it's just like, the Marine Corps doesn't give a shit what you have to do. They only give a shit about the Marine Corps, right?
There's no joke about that.
There's no joke about that, right? And so I made it work, obviously. Like, I was successful in the Marine Corps, but it was just like, you're like, I'm getting calls on my local cell phone, like, where are you? You need to be here in 4 minutes. I'm like, PT ends in 2 minutes. I'll be there in 2 minutes, 45 seconds, right? They're like, why did you do PT? It's like, because you don't, I have to do that because I'm being told I have to. Like, I can't be told by 20 people I have to do 20 things. I can, but somebody has to take control and charge, but nobody does.
So better, if Wally was an analyst, he wouldn't have so many kids. It's hard to fit that tree trunk into a fucking chick's ass.
Yeah, that's fair.
And then we have, I can only vaguely describe this as she got it out of the dumpster from which she was working behind.
That one was hotter than the first one.
That chick's hotter than Kimmy.
This chick is way hotter than Kimmy. Wait, hold on. I like this one better.
And she's dead.
And this bitch is dead. Smoking a joint. Really? I like the bigger tits. I'm going bigger tits.
Okay.
I mean,
or was getting worked from behind at the dumpster. I can't keep. And I wonder how many people. Hello, Miss Casey K.
What's he got? 150. He's got 159 motherfuckers.
Hey, that was a puke.
Was it?
Yep.
Or was getting worked from. We'll have a little vote. And
Oh, it was a. Whenever he hard swallows. Sorry.
But it was a good $4 and change. So later on we'll have a little vote.
Watch.
And I wonder how many people. Hello, Miss Casey.
Oh, he did it.
Casey's in the house. That is awesome. Hello, Miss Casey K. We have all 3 Caseys in the house. But it was a good $4 and change.
He had to double swallow on that one.
Yeah. And I wonder how many people.
He laughs and then
Hello,
he's like,
Miss Casey K. We have all 3 Caseys.
Oh my God. Awesome. He did brush his dentures though. They look cleaner.
Well, I don't know, Alan Hunt. We're not going to call that leather. We'll call that pleather. Leather is just way too first class.
He's so what?
He soaked them. He didn't brush them.
Oh yeah, he soaked. That's right. That's true.
Oh snap! Giggles. You're earning that name tonight.
God, man.
Yeah, Silver Witch. It's also known as a.
So wait, are we up to 2 or 3 pukes in the mouth right now? 2.
Benzoed out lot lizard, like me. Where can you order one? I will get with Carl, Timu. I will get with Carl and see what we're going to do about a catalog. But it's a great idea. I love it. Well, no, actually, I don't think he'd be in love with it anymore, Mark Doherty, because he's gone back to roughly a mirror image of him now, but with a smaller cup size than him. And I know that was just me. Hey there, Scott McRae. How you doing, buddy? How are you, Cat Turd? So,
how are you, Cat Turd? Oh, that looked like a puke. Hold on.
A smaller cup size than him. And I know that was just me. Hey there, Scott McRae. How you doing, buddy?
We got him going.
How are you, Cat Turd? So, in case you all haven't seen it, this I really.
Oh, wait, hold on. We got to go back a second because we watched that puke in fast time.
Out of or was getting worked from behind at the dumpster. I can't keep up anymore.
Okay,
but it was a good $4 and change.
Because that's a shit ton of money.
We'll have a little vote, and I wonder how many people. Hello, Miss Casey K. We have all 3 Caseys in the house. That is awesome.
Wasn't as good as his past ones, but not bad. Not bad. Yeah.
Well, I don't. No, Alan Hunt. We're not going to call that leather. We'll call that pleather. Leather is just way too first class for them.
What the fuck?
I don't know.
Giggles.
He sucks.
Which is also known as a. Where can you order one? I will get with Carl, Timu, I will get with Carl and see what we're going to do about a catalog. But it's a great idea. I love it. Well, no, actually, I don't think he'd be in love with it anymore, Mark Doherty, because he's gone back to roughly a mirror image of him now, but with a smaller cup size than him.
Gifted.
Hey there, Scott McCrae. How are you doing, buddy?
There you go, right there.
How are you, Cat Turd? So,
how are you, Cat Turd?
In case you all haven't seen it, this I really
but Josh, pause it.
I'm really kind of proud of this.
Yeah,
he does that. He does that. He's like, he doesn't care who's in the chat. Like, he just says it, right? Yeah. He's like, Josh's dirty slut whore Wally licking Shizz's asshole 2.0 version 2. He's like, thanks for the $5. And he acts like it's normal, right? It's like, really, cunt, you know, you fucking dirty slut. It's obviously a fucking troll account. But he treats all the sock accounts like actual followers, right?
Yeah, he does.
There's a dude, he really does.
BTK killer in his chat, and he's like, we got to talk about that name, I think.
Well, that's the only time he's ever cared, right? Maybe because he's also a killer, right?
Top killer 4000 or something like that. Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
he's pissed, but we don't really care what he thinks.
His eyes go
DoorDash skeleton.
He does that.
Well, if a DoorDash skeleton is a lady at the night, that
it's called V pattern eyes, but because my son had that too.
Oh,
yeah. But they fixed it, so he's not a piece of shit anymore. Yeah.
By the way, check it out. We got them now. They don't do any super chats. They just do gifted memberships because of what they were. Oh, God damn it!
Because we got in there and made our own super chats.
Yeah.
Now there was something I said in Shizz's Discord. I just want to reiterate here that
phobia.
There's a thing on the internet where you like. It goes from old school IRC from the 90s and the early 2000s where like when you become an operator or like a moderator or something, you feel like you're at a higher status, and it doesn't really matter what they say or whatever. You're just going to maintain that because your life sucks, right? And you're in this Discord and you got some like higher authority. So yeah, you're going to listen to everything this guy says no matter what, because you feel like you're a person of status in a particular forum or whatever. So like you're going to get this here too. And so do I see I think half of his audience ultimately is people who are just like us, who are like, how's the soap opera end? How does the what's that movie called? How does that all going to end?
Jim Carrey is what you're thinking,
Jim
right?
Carrey's movie, yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point. So
I think so too.
MJ,
people there are not really caring about what he says as much as what's he going to do after this, right? So his deal, sadly for these people who are in there, they're not going to see what the end's going to be like. You know, we're going to actually explain what the end's going to be like, but
yeah,
we're not going to explain it. We're going to show.
Well, MJ,
the end will be apparent.
You of the mid 90s 2600 drama.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If
Absolutely.
you guys aren't familiar, 2600 is let's say a loosely affiliated hacker collective, right? A bunch of like-minded guys get together in groups in different cities, and we talk about hacking, right? MJ took me to my first 2600 meeting, right? And it opened my eyes, right? So we were already friends, obviously.
Did you see the sign?
No, we're talking.
Dude, I'm telling you, Ace of Base has something to do with all of this.
Thank you.
No, Ace of Base was not involved at all. But so MJ opening me up to the hacker world, which made sense for a bunch of years. And then I joined the Marine Corps, and then all of a sudden, at the end of my Marine Corps career, it was like all that shit I learned 10 years ago makes sense now, right?
Yeah.
You know, it was a continuing education, let's say, right? And I'm still a 2600 member, but you know, you guys should look it up. Yeah.
Hey,
someone's gonna try to get something in the chat.
This is pretty fucking boring. Let me share something that we can all laugh at.
Do it. Yeah, let's do it. top. Come on.
There you go. Everybody on my channel loves this.
I need to watch you get tased too. I keep meaning to.
That's what you're gonna. That's what you're gonna see.
Let's do
I'll
It's down
tase you-
there.
I'll
Add it to
tase
the
you for
stream,
free, bitch.
Wally. Dang it.
Yeah. Wally, you got to
His
add it to
first
this.
day.
What do I have to do?
Down in the bottom,
My
I'm
bad.
sharing
I
it.
got you. Sorry.
Dude, one of the funniest.
Slides ready?
Yep.
Here we go.
Good. Taker ready? Videos ready?
Yep.
Stand by.
Stand by.
Look at the glasses.
Taser, taser, taser.
Taser, taser, taser.
Yeah, that looked like it fucking sucked.
So if you notice, you can
Hit
see
it.
where the dots are. I got one on my butt cheek
Right
and one on my
there.
back.
Yeah.
Yep.
So they got both hemispheres, and it locks you up tighter than Dick's app band.
Holy fuck.
Mhm. That's a good one,
Goddamn.
dude. Thanks for
It
sharing.
is.
I mean,
Also-
but I also want to say, for being an old guy, you're pretty cut. All right.
Well, I was
Wally's
Yeah,
going to
that's about it.
impregnate you. So.
I know.
I can-
Wally,
I-
why?
All I can
Wait,
do is
you
shoot.
don't ever.
Keep-
You don't ever
Wally,
be
keep
on
your
your
super balls away from me.
right.
Hey,
You don't ever be on your stomach around Wally. You're gonna get Prego. guy, or
My-
it's 2023. A dude can get pregnant now too. Wally's like, I'm like, wait, most of my buddies are like, can you believe this fucked up 2023 shit? Dudes can get pregnant. I'm like, you been around Wally? This dude's fucking sperm is so strong. I watched him knock up a dude.
I have officially no comment.
Oh,
But
shit.
dude, that's great. That is awesome.
Yeah.
Was that recently or old?
Oh, that's about 8 years ago.
Okay.
You look the same.
Yeah, you do look the same.
You do?
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
taser had no jurisdiction. That's all I'm going to say. I
Right.
digress.
It had,
Bingo.
it had jurisdiction on his ass.
I've been tased by the
That's
police
your
in St.
ass,
Louis.
Mr. Mailman. Have you really? I got the shit
Yeah.
kicked out of me by the police in St. Louis.
Well,
They
I didn't get the
legit-
shit kicked out of me. We were winning that fight. We didn't
The
know
trans-
that those
the-
dudes we were fighting were cops because they didn't say so. And then
Yeah.
it's like, oh, here I am, face down. And
So if it-
my fight was done. My other friend
any-
was like, is that all you got, mother?
Where were you at?
Downtown, like Grand Avenue. Yeah.
Okay. So there's
Yeah.
this place, Nick's Pub. I don't know if you've been in Nick's Pub, but it's
Didn't we go to Nick's?
I think we might have. It was a big thing back in that time. They it's off-duty dudes are the bar people. They're the
Yeah,
bar guys, whatever.
barbacks and bar
Oh
security.
my
Yeah.
god. I got into it. We went there. We had just got back from Iraq or whatever. I was
It
actually
was the
about to leave for-
barebacks versus the barbacks. Sorry.
It pretty much
I
was.
digress.
We
Well,
had a
yeah.
group of vet. We had a group of Iraq vet, fresh back, kind of descend on this place, and feeling froggy, whatever. And this one of the door dudes, the bouncers, was like being a dick, and I was like, I'm gonna fuck this dude up. And so I egged him on, and he put his hands on me, and I'm like, game on. I immediately I had him, but there, I had him, and then I'm like. And I could feel it. When you get hemmed up by law enforcement, not by somebody trying to fight you, but by law enforcement, I was like, it's
Yeah.
cool. I'm cool.
Wait,
I'm done there.
was Master Sergeant's hand really twitching on the ground? I didn't notice.
Oh, play it again. Play it again. We need to see it again.
No, fuck you.
I want to see if your hand twitches.
It's
Oh,
not
so
in the
no
queue
fuck's
anymore.
sake.
He has to
Even-
resend it if
We
we
had the
replay
hands
it.
in front of him anyway. So, like,
Oh, you guys are,
Hey, mechanics, great advice. Don't fight the cops. They don't lose. They don't like to lose. Yes.
I got the
All
funny
right,
thing is
here we
I
go.
actually
Hey,
I
Josh,
fought
I'm
the
going to
law
replay.
in the
I'm
law
going to
one.
replay.
There's like a whole song about
all
it.
right.
Oh.
We all set?
Here's the
Slides
instant
ready?
Here we go.
replay.
Good. Taker ready? Videos ready?
we need to put this to music.
Okay.
We're like, oh.
Taser, taser, taser.
Taser. Oh.
Okay, so he held it like
Is this hand twitch? Oh,
Held
I
it
need to see.
great.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait. He had
Yeah, I had
No.
a little bit of finger twitch going there.
You had the ass twitch too.
But literally barely
I
anything,
love
right?
I love the Massachusetts act. Taser. Taser. Hey kid, taser. Taser's coming, kid.
Hey, do you like apples?
You want to tase that? I'm gonna fucking tase
apples.
Actually, the guy that tased me, he's our fucking trainer, but he was involved in a officer involved shooting not long ago.
Oh wow, really?
Well, hey, Tom.
Shizz, you might have seen it on the news. The guy with the samurai sword.
Oh,
God.
yeah. That showed up in
Oh.
Virginia news. Yeah.
Oh shit, KFAR weirdly covered it because Wrangler. This is how what the fuck is the world going to? The reason
Everybody
I know
fucking die. We're in hell. Shut the fuck up.
and because KFAR was talking about it on a video that Wrangler was playing, and I was watching a Wrangler live stream.
Sorry,
so-
Davey. Hey, guys, Davey Tex is backstage. Here we go.
Oh,
Hey, what's going on,
What's
bro?
up? What's up, brother?
You're
Navy
Going on,
Tex
Tex?
is great for dramatic readings. We're gonna have to give him Vops emails.
Well, he's also
wait.
nice and calm, right?
when you guys read those, Shizz, was this on your channel?
Oh no,
Did you
it
guys
was in
do-
my Discord voice.
Oh,
So I voiced my
yeah.
messages, and Navy Tex was the creepy dudes.
Yep.
Oh man, we tried
Davey
to do
Tex.
that.
I don't know if somebody's smarter or creepier.
We tried it with Shizz. I wasn't very good at it. I didn't have the whole Kimmy. We played some Discord messages from Wrangler to Shizz.
Do you know how many messages I've gotten about how epic that was? Because everyone associates
really?
the Kimmy voice with him anyway.
I know.
By the way, Tex,
Yo.
Tex meet MJ. MJ meet Tex.
Greens.
Hey, Jay. What's up,
Yep.
Bubba?
And
Well, I mean,
I
Navy
don't know
Tex
if
is
you were on
below
earlier,
Wally,
but,
so you're already pregnant. So enjoy.
Right.
I've been good friends with MJ since the mid '90s. You know,
Oh, wow.
he's been my really good friend.
He's
for
his first baby
many,
mama.
many. He introduced me to my first, second, and third baby mama, and he taught me how to fuck. So yeah,
But not
So
pull
you-
out, which was real fucking thoughtful.
I
of
know.
him.
Yeah, way to go, MJ. You
Actually,
got the final.
I
taught
think
the
both our
motherfucker-
wives. I think both our wives would not appreciate the
Yeah.
slander.
Dude. MJ, you taught the motherfucker how to fly but not land. You know what I mean?
I mean,
That's the last lesson
Okay.
before you become a Jedi is learning how.
touche,
to,
sir.
land that
Touche.
shit.
Touche.
Well,
Oh, and Woodrow, no, I didn't get to return the favor.
But I don't know if you've seen MJ. Tex was a linguist in the army, and he did a bunch of
Navy.
Right,
Navy.
I've heard about it.
Navy.
Yeah.
I keep saying army, but I'm fucking retarded.
It's in the
in my
fucking
name.
name, dude.
Yeah, but I
I
don't
know.
believe everybody on the internet, right?
wait,
I
what?
think he's from Maine.
Wait,
or something
what?
right?
I've been drinking
Oh.
a lot. Sorry.
No.
Hey,
No.
hey, Tex. Sorry,
No worries.
my bad.
Hey, you're a Marine. I get it.
I
Sorry,
know.
Mr.
I don't
Tex.
know
Thank
why.
you for your service.
You're the dude. I just fuck it up, man. I'm sorry, man.
See, Summer's blaming MJ for overpopulation now.
Yeah.
MJ's responsible for a massive amount of population. Nobody talks about it.
Yeah.
So.
So MJ's cock can reach you from 8 feet, but Wally's sperm will definitely reach you at 8 feet.
He's like
More
fucking
like
Spider-Man. It's like
16
a
and a
web
half.
that shoots out and impregnates you.
It's got a scope on it, and it's like,
Yeah.
He just has good aim.
50 cal sperm
Yeah.
over here, fucking.
Oh God, terrible, Wally.
I'm
Given
so
the
glad we
Jesus.
got to talk about reproduction tonight. Thanks,
Give it to
guys.
Jesus.
Shuggy, what a shit show. I know.
Shizz, you
This
bring
is
out the
great.
best in everybody, you know?
Yes, clearly.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
I
Wait,
mean,
what's this
but seriously, this is really off track. Okay, like we went south, not north. All right.
Let's see here. What? Oh, keep
Look.
forgetting it's not my show. I spend so
it's-
much stupid fucking time on here. I can't. I have such a strong mixture feeling of like I love it. It's really been great. And then now that they got my meds straight, to be honest, I was a fucking goddamn basket case a year ago on here. And then like now I feel way more. I don't hang out with adults when I'm home. And so like, it kind of, I'm like, I feel like I'm on here too much.
It's rare that I talk to people I didn't create. Yeah.
Josh, let's capitalize on that, right? Because if you've seen one video from Kaiser, you've seen
right. There hasn't been enough perk pig in this live stream though.
Perk pig.
All right, so
stolen valor and the drug pig.
I tell you what, the two newest people are Navy Tex and MJ, right? Yeah. So Navy Tex and MJ, what do you guys want to do? Do you want to stream snipe some more? Or you just want to talk about stuff?
I want to stream snipe some more because we never got into whatever quote unquote content that he created. We just
thanks, MJ.
But see, so my problem is like if you watch too much Kaiser, the smoother your brain gets. Yeah, and I just start to get concerned.
I'm with MJ in this, man. Especially now that I'm stoned.
This is the content. This is he's been talking about for 2 days or so, and I'm just like, okay, what is quote unquote the content you want to do?
Right, fair.
It's not even content.
Let me
them anyway. So like, bring in and we like, oh yeah, that's wrong. That's
wrong. Let me preface this. Here's what I want to do. Stone Vet, I saw it popped up on the. I'm gonna put it on the channel, right?
Yep.
We'll talk about him for a while. I want you to get his picture in the chats on the screen, right?
Got it.
And then let's fast forward a little bit. Let's not do it slow. Let's do it fast, right?
That's what she said.
And then at the end,
oh my God, I'm pregnant already.
Dude, we're due the same time.
But here's what I'm saying. I mean,
most likely Kaiser's stream is over already.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Okay, but literally everybody on the channel's professionals on some way, shape, or form.
Have you watched us? We are a shit show, dude.
No, but here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. Because it is.
Why are you trying to stop the dumpster fire? That's
sweet.
Let it burn. The light will warm us all.
All right. Here's what I'm saying. Let's do that. Let's finish that. Right. And then let's talk about something with actual substance. Right. Let's talk about we got a lot of shit going on in the world, and we got 6 people on the stream.
Yep.
Let's talk about it. Right.
Okay. I wouldn't trust my opinion about the world.
But your opinion.
And I got to check out shortly.
I know. I was going to say too, man. Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine, Craig. No problem.
Let's do that on a different night. More serious.
It's dedicated night for that.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say that.
But here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. We're talking about Kaiser all the time, but my channel, and as I've said publicly, I don't stream snipe. I don't do that shit. I want to talk about geopolitics. I want to address the issues in the world. Okay. And if not tonight, we
definitely
will
not tonight.
Okay.
If not tonight, we will do that though, because that's the purpose of my channel is geopolitics and intelligence, right?
Absolutely.
And tonight, if we don't do it tonight, that's fine. Yeah. Cool. But we'll get on Shizz and we'll get the Boston attitude, right? We'll get MSG Retired because he's actually a boss,
Well, let's play the video.
Josh,
Josh
I'll press. Fine, Josh. I'll just press on the stage for you.
No, I'm
you dirty slut.
I mean, I'm a Discord whore.
I mean,
no, that was me. I thought.
Oh God damn it!
Shrink it a little bit, just a little bit. Shrink it.
Don't steal my thunder, Shizz.
You're on my.
You don't even use Discord. How would you be a Discord whore?
Yeah, literally, Josh has 1,000 not checked messages on Discord.
Well, also, I know it's true. Also, I'm not on email. Basically, I'm not even on email. So I don't know. But people are saying I sent that email to Ray. So
Oh, hey, Josh.
What's up?
By the way, you don't have a job. Your job is YouTube, which means you need to check your fucking email all the time, you dumbass.
No.
He's like, I don't do that electronic mail.
I don't have
them getting electronic letters with no stamps.
I'll just use threats, Josh. I'm heading back to St. Louis next Friday. I will not bring you back Prevel cheese if you don't check your Discord.
Oh, threats.
Shizz, Josh's screen's got stamps stuck in the top right corner.
This is what Winnie looks like.
Yeah, I don't check my. Yeah, I don't know, but like I said, I don't check my
Provel
email and
cheese,
people.
Josh.
People
Do you want Provel or do you not want Provel?
I'm going back in December. Oh shit! I got to email my dad actually.
So
Text
you
my
won't
dad.
have cheese until December.
Oh, so you do use email. Interesting.
Ha ha! Liar. Well, then therefore every single thing you're saying about everything you're saying about fraudulent Wrangler is true because you just said you don't use email, but then you right again said you got to email your dad. Liar. That's how YouTube works. That's how YouTube works.
Who's controlling the camera right now?
I got it. What do you need?
Okay. No, I was going to say, like, this is how I watch your
So
YouTube.
you shrank it up and then it went back.
If there's anything interesting at all, period. Just like skip 15 minutes in and just be like, okay, is he talking about anything or not?
But thank you again, Glenn.
Wally full screen.
You should never drink.
You're the smartest right now.
Wife, he probably said something along those lines. But
Cheese and crackers.
No, just use your mouth now to speak for you.
Good thing we're watching this video.
Wait, what?
Okay, there we go.
From a dude that goes out dressed like a damn Bo Duke stunt double from 1984 with a training bra from Adam and Eve that he wears on the outside of his shirt that actually has a GoPro attached.
Adam and Eve wouldn't have training bras. It's a sex specialty store.
I was
weirdo.
was just about to say, can we just real quick? I'm sorry because I know somebody's. So last summer, she's like, geez, I thought my ADD was bad. Listen, that is
nothing means you finally played the video. Wally goes full screen. No one can even see it.
Oh man! All right.
Oh.
But this is a disgusting statement from him. It's a really gross statement.
It's weird.
An Adam and Eve training bra. Adam and Eve is a sex store. Right?
Like you would take your adolescent to a sex store for a bra.
Such a weird
advice.
But don't you remember?
Thank God his kid's made up.
He said you got. I know. Thank God. Like his neighbor said. Thank God his kids are made up. This dude is the same dude who said you got to strike down kids before puberty sets in. That's how gross this motherfucker is.
Hey, you know what we should do? I think it would be interesting given the stuff that you and Master Sarge are working on right now. Could we go through the Dropbox and go through his mentions of family dynamics and children and his relationship with his dad? I think that would be a good precursor to the stuff coming.
I think, yeah, I think so too. I think Wally, we should talk about that because to go through it, we have all the videos. So I was going to go through it on my own, but and transcripts too.
Josh and I could take a trip to, Oklahoma.
I'm not
with a fully suppressed 300 blackout with 225 grain hush rounds.
I am not going anywhere near anything.
Violence isn't the answer. It makes you into a Kaiser.
Violence is all, regardless of what your mama taught you. Violence
so a
sometimes
point I
is
wanted to
the
make
answer.
also was, how did he ever get the reference adamandeve.com? I mean, is this a man who owns cable television?
I assume he has purchased a pocket pussy or two in his day.
Dude, MJ, right?
Like the
Adam
YouTube
and
ad
Eve
eventually showed up. Right.
That's a great point.
I could just see him dressing up in women's lingerie and being like, "I'd fuck me."
I'm a pretty bitch.
Oh no, I'm a pretty bitch. I'm a pretty wrangler. He likes to refer to himself in the third. I'm a pretty wrangler. Who's a pretty wrangler? I'm a pretty.
You think he jacks off while watching his own YouTube videos?
Oh
yeah, that's why I was asking earlier. I was like, "Hey, Bubba, where's your hands, man? Show your hands."
Yeah.
Another comment I made in Shizz's chat was like, "This is his 15 minutes of fame. He knows his time is going to end soon, so this is like his 15 minutes of fame to just saddle YouTube thing to 12 people." It's like,
but he's been on that 15 minutes of fame for like a while. Right.
Okay. Not that long though.
When did we originally call him out? Like 6 months ago? 5 months ago? August. That's it.
Yeah. August, September, October, November. We're at 4 months, maybe.
Yeah,
Like 4
I mean
months?
that's not a lot of time. Like he hasn't even mentally come to terms with what happened.
And he was on YouTube for a total of 7. I mean, he was on, but he started his channel and his videos 7 months ago.
Well, because he originally claimed that he was his friend who got killed in combat.
Right. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. He said he got his Purple Hearts or whatever, protecting his his friend Michael Kaiser. Yeah.
Oh,
Which is
so
why
I got a
would you not
message.
just
There's,
find a dude who got killed, right?
Mr. Stoned. Someone messaged me because they're going to be using a green screen and acting out Kaiser's service stories, and they need the list of all the stuff he's claimed so they can act it out.
It's Mr.
Yes.
Vet, by the way. But anyway.
Mr. Vet.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Vet.
Yeah, easy day. Do you need
I'd
it
say
right
Mr.
now?
Wally, but I'll end up impregnated. It'll fly through the wall.
Then I'll get divorced, and then I'll have another child support payment because I'm not paying you shit, Shizz.
I'm
what,
used to it.
Guys, it's been real. It's been fun, but I'm checking out.
Yeah, man.
I got
see
to
you
deliver.
tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow. I got to make that delivery, and
Yeah, dude.
it's been a lot of fun. So,
Cheers.
Great.
Hey,
catch
Master
you next time
Sergeant,
around.
Be good, brother.
Have sweet
Hey.
dreams.
Top, before you leave. Oh shit, he left. Fuck.
Hey, gone.
Yeah, he was like, "No, fuck this. I'm done." He's the only sober one.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, I was gonna say,
Yeah.
you and I we're gonna start chats about heading up to the Boston area to meet up with everybody.
Okay.
Yeah,
we're
for
gonna have
sure.
we're
I
gonna
can
have
do
a
that.
weekend, you know.
Oh, hey,
And MJ, fuck yeah.
My brother was. If you guys want to go to a beach house in Maine, my brother owns one, so we can.
Well, yeah, but Maine's a little north of Boston.
It's depending what part of depending on what part of Maine. It's like me and Kate. Me and Kate went up to Maine for a day once. It was nice.
dude. The answer is
mechanics.
yes.
I just had to address this right
next
fast.
summer.
Mechanics. That's called fraudit pegging. So yeah.
Fraudit pegging.
The answer is yes, though. MJ,
Yeah.
we'll figure it out. There's going to be a next summer. I think that'd be fun.
next summer.
I think that'd be
But-
fun
but-
as fucking hell.
but
Actually,
I honestly want to go to Boston when it's cold as fuck. So like all the movies, any movie you see about Boston, everybody's wearing a coat. Like we have to go when it's cold.
All right.
I mean,
Oh, dude, we wear coats like 6 months out of the year.
I was
I
like,
know.
what
That's
the
why I
fuck?
want to go within
Wait,
that
hold on.
window.
Like St. Louis isn't fucking cold as fuck.
Oh,
I mean,
it's
don't
It
you?
was like
fuck.
23
it's
degrees
nice.
the other morning.
It's absolutely nice in St. Louis. Trust me. I'm in Chicago. Nice
I
down.
did Boston.
Yeah, we got to go to a
for-
Bruins game.
I did
No,
Boston for like
I'm
2
never
months.
gonna
in the
do
summer.
that. I don't. I'm not part of your fucking cult. Okay, I'm just saying I'm coming to visit you. Okay?
No, just because the energy and it's very Boston to go to a Bruins
Oh,
game.
the energy's great and the Boston's good. Yeah. Okay.
Because everything
That's
else is in Foxborough, so I understand. Yeah, I get
It's
it.
fucking wicked cold.
Wicked cold, but also
Foxborough,
fuck-
no, even if there's not football, you go to Foxborough because the stadium and all the shit around it is wicked fun.
Wait,
Yeah,
Yeah,
Wicked,
Nobody
it's fucking
gives a
wicked
fuck.
pissa.
I'd rather.
The wicked pissa.
I'd much rather do I almost said Blues game, Bruins game. I'd go to a fucking Bruins game. I think that'd be fun as shit. Actually, hockey games are the shit.
Well, Josh,
really
let's
It
find
was
out
better
a
when they
St.
used to be able
Louis
to
team
beat the
is playing.
shit out of each other, but
Let's go
Yeah.
there
Oh, yeah.
when a St. Louis team, no matter the sport, is playing a Boston team,
Yeah, I'm down.
Anyone? St.
and
Louis.
then let's just go like represent, right?
As opposed to
I'll be the bitch rolling up with the people in opposing gear.
yeah.
Yeah, like I mean, like
Look,
I'm
oh,
wearing
look
a
at this
sailor-
kid.
It's okay. I won tickets to a Kelly Clarkson concert once, and I rolled up with one gay dude and 2 straight dudes. So
that's weird. I'll be like,
That's kind of what
I'll be
you
like,
think.
what are you wearing? I'll be like, it's a Ozzie Smith
Well,
jersey.
it's weird.
Like,
It's
he
weird to
retired
have
like
2 straight
18 years ago.
well, if I ask a guy if he wants to go somewhere with me, they usually say yes. So I asked 2 of my straight guy friends, and they had to sit through a Kelly Clarkson concert.
That's
mean,
because you're a redhead in Boston, so you're like normal.
I'm a whole vibe.
Come to
Richard,
DC, come to DC and try that shit. They'll be like, listen, bitch. You know, like, 'cause every like 2/3 of the men are gay. So
check this out, right? So like I went through my baseball card collection that I've had a long time ago. I found like an Orlando Pace bobblehead.
Get the fuck out of here from old Ram.
Anyone you guys want one of these, I'll send it over to you right away.
I mean, Hall of Famer, Hall of Famer,
Yeah.
but I don't watch football really anymore. Oh man!
Yeah.
All right, let's play this video. Huh?
Yeah, 27
we're
minutes
like-
later, I'm so happy
like-
we're playing the video.
We're like so far behind. 8-minute video, 97 minutes long.
Yeah. No
with a
worries.
training bra from Adam
Stone
and
bad.
Eve that he
Here's
wears on
a-
the outside
here's a
of
rule
his
of-
shirt that
rule
actually
of
has
chat.
a GoPro attached to it.
Look how
Good point for Miss.
look. We pointed it out before, but in all honesty, look how fucking sad and depressing his whole setup is here. Like,
His whole existence.
His whole existence. Look how dark. That's his screen. That's his full screen. I'm not fucking with it at all. He put his head down here. I mean, we got like color.
Oh God, come on, we got to do the Kaiser angle. I don't think I can get that low in my chair.
Wait, the Kaiser. I know.
I mentioned
Hey,
screen. He used to like do this during the daytime where his like whole display was nice and bright and everything else. Now it's always been dark and dingy for like at least the last 2
oh my God,
That's because he's grounded. He's been grounded for being bad.
I mean, it's so fucking funny.
He
Look how
did, like,
depressing
his
it is.
10 a.m. stream and it was dark as hell. And I'm just like going, well, why is it still dark? In his area. Why?
Like
Any area he's in suddenly becomes darker.
It just the life sucks out of it. He was I'm glad MJ, I'm super fucking glad you're as fucking detailed and nerdy about this as I am, because I watch too much of this shit. But like, dude, people were talking about his lamp. Someone made a great, I forget who.
This is the stuff I observe immediately. So like yeah.
Maybe his mom was like, lights out at 8 o'clock, Michael. You heard me. And then,
Dude, I think
but
it
no,
might
I
have
mean,
been-
like 10 a.m. he was still dark and dingy like this. And it's
at
5 or 6
10
screen. It's been dark.
It's because he's got that blanket over the window.
It's so fucking funny. And then somebody mentioned it. I don't know if it was quoted, but somebody yesterday or day before was like, we need to make fun, because people were making fun of his lamp and some of his shit, and he got rid of the lamp. And so we're like, someone was like, we need to make fun of everything in there until nothing is left. like just make fun of, just focus in making fun of the CD cases or some shit, or the speakers until late. People get in on those speakers.
That speaker reminds me of like sneaking into the computer room, turning the speaker on, playing Sims 1 for a little bit, turning the speaker back off, sneaking back out.
I think it was you, Shizz, who mentioned, okay, this is a mobile home because you can see the actual indentation.
The seams,
yes.
It's dark right now for us to actually see that. And the same thing with the speaker is like, okay,
you can't make out the design on the quilt and all
that.
that.
Yeah. So
I mean,
why is it so dark now? Why?
It's so weird, man. It's so weird. There's so many cool aspects. Like, you think, I mean, the thing is, his content, the difference between him and Chili is Chili became consistent in attitude, right? And then the things that we kind of like, but it is weird when you have it down like him.
Right?
Like Chili had a thing, but it became consistent and like, you kind of got to the end of the story with Chili. More, I mean, not, you know what I mean, for like this. This is like new more things keep popping up and crazier shit, and you're like, well, how can this get any more nuts? And then it does.
Well, right now, what he looks like is like his feet don't reach the floor.
Oh, right? Like they're just swinging under the chair.
He's got this big old head and it's like little midget body, right? And his feet are like swinging underneath, and he's got to keep himself from swinging. You know what I mean? It's kind of, that's what I was going to say about Stone Vet. When he had the camera down, it looked like this big old head probably on his little bitty body, right?
That's what it looked like, right? It looks, oh my God, that is so, now that's all I can see. It is like
I think he's just preparing for the fugitive apprehension unit to bang on the door. So he's like, keep all the lights off, cover all the windows with a quilt.
Here, just think
That's
of
what Grandma done made him for.
Batten down the hatches, batten them down. Yeah.
Stop.
Oh my god.
Richard AT, stop bullying me, dude. There's been a lot of hilarious.
You said Richard AT. You just doxed him. Are you
Oh,
kidding
no,
me?
Oh,
You
no,
bully.
no. Hey, Wrangler. They over there. they over there doxing Richard. Hey, somebody tell. I know that one got me. Normally
You
I
almost died.
Hey Wrangler, we're late for the Pillbilly gangbang. Come on now.
Come on, Wrangler. Get off the phone, Wrangler. Hey.
Damn, I tried to send a fax, you son of a bitch.
Hey, tell fucking Mr. Candy. They over there. Give him one more. Tell him to record his live stream. Wally's live stream because they over there doxing Richard. I can't wait till fucking K-Far comes out with that video. He won't.
You could have ended that sentence so much earlier than you did.
I can't wait.
I just had to point out that Dr. Cock McLongerballs is probably my favorite name in the live chat.
Dude, it's everybody's favorite name. It has always been so it's Jeff, right? Do you see the Jeff Appleby?
Yeah.
Right? It's him. You know his story? You know his deal?
I don't think so.
Army MP.
An actual MP?
An actual MP.
He has frag in his back, but it's not a bee stinger. So
it's not a bee stinger. He's got an Iraq tour and Afghanistan, and he got blown up in Afghanistan.
He said K-Far's Wrangler's power bottom.
I mean, K-Far would have to be. Can you imagine a little M&M head behind you fucking? It'd be like Shizz, you got Shizz. Am I making you come, Shizz?
Ew! Why am I
So
involved?
you gotta do the creepy. Okay, so I did
because you're
voice.
there. I wanted to do the.
I did the creepy voice last night, and whenever you call it the creepy voice, you gotta be like.
There does have to
I
be.
I wish we had done a show reading
Super
creepy messages. That would have been hilarious.
Super duper creepy.
Okay, but before we move forward here, for sure, Tex and Shizz, you guys have got to do a dramatic reading hour, and then just read dramatic readings of those. I would fucking watch the living shit out of that. By the way,
And it's
I would
fucking
really
creepier because everyone told me in the VC, they're like, "Well, you can't use your regular voice. Like, it's got to be a little higher, right?" So I had to get this like higher kind of like stupid little child voice going on, and it was. I mean,
and the messages were wild.
Yeah. Like I was like, God, I gotta take a shower for this shit. Holy crap!
Dude, there was one dude that sent me a picture he had drawn because he wanted to draw me like his French girl, and it was like.
That's. It just is like. Oh my God, people are weird. This is why that whole Ray incident seemed like, hey, I get it. You know what I mean? Like if it's your first
Can you
time,
imagine? All right, you know how in the group text I'll send the creepy fucked up messages I get and we'll all have a laugh? Could you imagine if we went live and cried every time I sent those messages to you guys?
Yeah. One titty out.
It was one titty out, and he was like, "Would you like to be drawn?"
That's pretty funny. The one titty out is.
I like the Valentine's Day blow me in the car one from my former coworker. That was a good one.
Yep. There's one blowjob in the car. Yep.
Wait, which one was this? What are you talking about?
He sent her.
Did you ever
send her a message on?
If you
14th.
ever came into Discord, you would know.
See, here's the other thing. When I don't go on Discord too, that makes me. I'm not. It's like compartmentalizing me again. I'm not susceptible. I'm not susceptible to. So when they start throwing that,
like what we do at night is we just do funny shit. I did a dramatic reading of my messages with Lauren De Laguna one night. It was fucking funny.
God damn it! You guys
we just do funny stuff.
Put that shit on YouTube. Record it.
Well, the problem is a lot of those messages were from dudes I like know in real life, so I wouldn't like just throw that out on YouTube.
Yeah. Shit. All right. Maybe I need to be on Discord. Do you guys want to watch him?
You're not that old.
Yeah, they want to play the video. I see John Clark's like, play video.
Sorry, we're awful.
Yeah,
well,
sorry.
He can say or do what he wants.
It's not our fault we're having fun.
And Cock McLongerball said, if there's Discord blowjobs, drop me that link.
Yeah, wait a second.
Josh, Josh, do me
Wait,
a favor though. Speed his videos up because it sucks.
Okay, yeah.
Like he's fucking terrible. Like this is like watching his videos is terrible. Right.
It is, but the fun part is to riff on it. But yeah.
Yeah, I know, but it's still like there's no content that we don't know, right?
I
It's
know.
him talking in circles and
You know what I
pretending
mean?
to know laws
Like
it
and
really.
judging people.
I do want to again just to go back. To compare and contrast just this. And I got him on 175. Wally. To compare and contrast on this, just look how sad and depressing this is. It's just really crazy. Like just even at night, we have Wally's wearing blue. You know what I mean? There's lights and there's the Marine Corps flag behind it. I'm lights behind me, even though I'm wearing black. Shizz, you got colors going. These two fucking when they're on whatever. It's like it's just as
They always
it's
have
so
a lot on. Yeah.
So
yeah,
depressing.
but also like I put out like 95% of my content is original. Like I built that talk and I modified it for YouTube and then I gave it to the public, right? It didn't come from anywhere else. I didn't.
Well, his whole thing about ending the frauditors, then what the fuck are you going to do with yourself, douchebag El Bay? Like, fuck.
Yeah, but here's okay. Keep the video paused.
Douchebag El Bay.
All of you guys who've been on the internet longer than me, obviously, let's talk about El Bay. What the fuck? Who the fuck?
I don't
is
know.
El Bay?
I think it's
okay.
the
I can tell you.
stupidest shit ever.
I can tell you.
All right, text. You got this.
So there's a thing called the Moors, and they're kind of like a subsection of the Sovsits, and they're mostly all black. And the thing is, they believe that that Morocco actually was in America prior to the Anglicans getting here and the English getting here, and that they actually owned this country prior to it, and that there's a thing called the Treaty of Friendship or whatever that was made between the U.S. and Morocco, which basically what it stated was that if Moroccans came over who were from North Africa and they were black, came over, that they could not be put into slavery, right? It was like peace and friendship. But they believe that treaty solidifies that they were originally here before everybody else, and so they use this name El Bay when they changed their name to something. It's like Geronimo El Bay or some shit. And so El Bay is always the name that they use. That's how they identify themselves as Moorish citizen, Moorish Americans, which is not true.
And what I found out about the
think it's
Sovsids,
stupid,
right?
El Bay.
Like I've only watched the Sovsids from the police perspective, right? I don't watch Sovsids. Like I don't subscribe to any of them, right?
Yeah.
The Sovsid videos, it's like, okay, it's the police perspective, not the Sovsid, if that makes sense, right? And shockingly enough, the Sovsids lose every time.
Yeah.
This is the only time we'll make it to the end of the fucking video, so that's good.
So
well, yeah, no, in the video, 2 hours.
Hour mark or something.
Yeah.
Sorry
We're
about that.
3 hours in and we haven't even watched any of the video.
Should we even watch it at all? Should we just stop and just like talk about stuff?
No.
Okay, I'm game because so far we've seen some guy just echo names and nothing more. So,
yeah.
95% of his show is him talking to the chat because that's how he's facilitating this bond that they won't believe evidence.
Right, which I facilitated as the people who are more or less just want to have operator status in his chat, nothing more. Of the real people, that is. Yeah.
Okay, well, let's say this live stream will continue what we're doing. Next one, I have like cues. Like, let's just talk about something else, right?
How about this? Mute it, but play.
Palette cleanser.
Mute it, but play. If he goes into like any type of conversation or something like that.
Well, let's see the chat too.
Well, I'm gonna run
everybody
anyway,
in
so it's
chat.
probably gonna get quieter over here because I'm not gonna.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I'm actually, and then I'm gonna duck out, depending. I don't want to.
You can't leave the same time as me. They'll start writing fanfic.
Oh,
Too late.
You guys are in two different states. It's probably going to be okay.
I don't know.
I already got a fanfic going with Stone Vet and Shizz, and it's a mixture of Twilight and Squidbillies.
Twilight and Squidbillies.
I forget I wasn't. Oh.
Little Aqua
Yeah,
Hunger Force.
With vampires.
But I've had a lot of fun. It's been weird and disorienting, and I liked it. But I hope you all
It's
have a
been
good night.
Great. Later,
Bye,
Shizz.
guys.
Cheers. Love your face. We'll talk tomorrow. All right.
Have a good one.
Good night.
Good night.
This was fun as shit. I cannot believe we've been on 3 hours. We watched like 30 seconds of him. Basically, we watched him puke in his mouth.
That's what I'm saying. Like
Yeah.
we have a better time just talking about stuff than we do talking about Kaiser, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but we're
You
here
know.
for Kaiser. Yeah, I get you.
Well,
but we're
I mean,
here, you know.
we're like 3/4 of the way done with this video. Let's finish the video, then let's talk about stuff. Right?
Yeah.
I got notes.
Oh shit.
Okay.
I want to talk about complex geopolitical issues. If we
I
don't
know.
tonight,
No,
I mean that's fine. You know,
I'm just saying I'm not saying don't, but if
but
I'm not
Josh,
gonna-
you know these issues. Like I know you know these issues.
yeah,
right?
but it's not that. It's not that I feel like I'm out of my league talking.
No,
about
it's
it. I'm
not
just
even
saying,
that. I
like,
didn't even say that at all. What I'm saying is,
no, I just meant I'm not in that.
here's
Dude,
how
I
I
just-
feel. Here's how I feel. Like we have we already have the target. We already have the videos, right? We should cover that, obviously, right? But we should talk about
Yeah.
stuff that's going on in the world. Because
100%.
we have 3 people on the channel who speak another language, and then we have MJ who's a hacker, right?
I had a little Spanish in Mandarin here. Yeah.
A little Spanish and Mandarin, just a smidge.
Yeah,
A smidge.
I get Wally's concept together. There was a big giant hurricane that hit the Cancun, but all we did was talk about Matthew Perry for some reason.
Right.
And that was
Oh.
everything that everyone talked about, right?
Yeah. No,
same thing
I'm-
there. I get this whole Private Wrangler thing, but we got 2 wars going on that are doing major stuff too. A lot of economic areas a little bit here.
100%.
Yeah.
All I'm just saying is I'm just not. That's just not where my head's at. So like
Oh, I
I'm
got
just gonna. Yeah, like no. I'm not saying it's wrong. In fact, I'm saying it's right. I mean, the truth is, people should be having. It's hard for me because I don't want to get into my. I don't know. I get into a certain headspace, and part of my PTSD is I've learned to sort of
focus on the target. Right.
Bubble wrap. No. But I bubble wrap myself from like I don't get into any I don't pay attention to the news, and so I'm super uninformed, and that kind of shit. And I've had a couple of beers and I'm high, so I'm just saying it's just not where.
Well,
but no, I think people should be having. People very much should be having fucking serious conversations because there are very serious things going on in the world. I'm not.
Josh, I feel like
my whole thing is just I'm like, I'm out on that.
If we're doing a 3-4 hour podcast, I feel like an hour at max should be Kaiser, right?
Yeah.
And then the rest of the time, let's talk about because let's say the feedback. Let's say you're my feedback when I'm on your channel or you're on mine. The feedback,
You're welcome to do whatever you'd like on your stuff.
But I'm just saying that just like the feedback is like they love it when we talk about real shit that people can connect to, right? So we're talking about like the news, like Hamas and Israel or Ukraine, Russia, And even if we only talk about it for like 20 minutes, like it's worth that 20 minutes to the viewers, right? Because we know we are actually intel professionals,
I hear you. I'm just saying,
yeah,
I'm personally just not gonna talk about it. That's
I get it. I get it. That's 100% fair. Yeah.
I mean, that's all. I think the Kaisers of the world. I mean, that's why I do. I mean, my channel is for the deep dive on the Kaiser shit. My whole thing is,
but also mine. But you and I can't change Ukraine. We also can't change Hamas, right? We can't. Yeah. We have literally zero effect on those battlefields, right?
Absolutely.
So we have a new battlefield that we can affect it, and we are, So we talk about it.
Listen. I'm behind everything you're saying. I'm just saying, for me personally, It's just not.
You're just
it's
not
not-
into
it's-
it. It's not your gig right now.
At all. Yeah. In fact,
Okay.
it's like the furthest. No.
You know what?
I think it's. I think it's all. I think
Honesty.
it's.
That honesty is fair, right?
Am I really loud?
No, not really.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Sorry.
Yeah, but
Okay,
I'm saying that honesty is like legit, right?
For sure. Yeah.
You know, and like same with MJ, like.
This is weirdly awkward. I don't really know what this is. Weirdly awkward. I'm
Yeah.
just saying.
No,
I'm not.
it's supposed to be.
I don't know what it.
Right? It's supposed to be, right?
What?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a
Yeah.
weird statement. No.
Well,
I'm just saying.
two statements I want to make. One, if you guys want to go up to Boston in a warm climate and I have a beach house in Maine, Wells Beach, just right across the New Hampshire border, we could do that anytime we
Man,
want to.
I am down.
We're
And
going to.
I'm-
Yeah.
You want to go somewhere between April and October? That's just usually the time frame.
I was gonna actually text Josh about this, but I want to go when it's cold, so I feel like I'm in a movie, you know,
Okay, sure.
like a crime movie, and
Yeah.
but I'm the cop, you know,
Boston cold.
because every Boston movie is like it's cold as fuck, and then it's like I looked at the temperature the other day, it's like 29. I'm like, oh no, it actually is cold as fuck right now in Boston, right? Like everything's frozen, you know.
We've been lucky here, Wally. It's fucking the weather's been awesome.
Some mountain blocking all that stuff or something like that. Yeah. Anyway,
It
number
keeps the
two
temperature.
is like
if
end of the day-
St. Louis City, my favorite team, and everything behind me plays DC United, I'm gonna buy you both tickets. We're all going.
So
fine,
MJ,
fine.
I'm down 100%. I took my kids. We had front row. Burke. Well, I mean Burke. Obviously, they changed halves, but the goal was just basically at our 11 o'clock, just right there, or not even, but front row. I mean, it cost me a fortune. It's funny though. Speaking of the PTSD, my kids wanted to see the game. I wanted to go to the game, but I had to be careful about where I was in a crowd.
Sure.
You know, like I could only get so many tickets, and all if people don't know, the shit is fucking selling out. It's selling out like fucking mad. And so like StubHub, I mean, this was like 3-4 months out for a July game, like when they first started, and it's still. I don't want to tell you how much it cost me per ticket, but I was like, holy fuck.
I bought the front row tickets in the opposing stadiums and know how much they cost, and trust me, I'll do that. So don't worry about it.
Fuck, man.
Yeah, but
it's oh no, I just meant
100% worth it, right?
Yeah. No. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it to make it like, well, I'm not going to go if I don't have front row tickets. I didn't mean it like that. I'm just saying I got to go with my kids. I mean, when we do go, I do have to be. The truth is, I do have to be cognizant of that. But like going for that front row and my kids, it was so great because fucking City did so. I mean, the playoff was a bummer.
I was a City 2 fan the year prior, so like I carried it on, and I'm like the one Chicagoland guy who's a City fan for obvious reasons, whatever. So, yeah, that is what it is. But at any rate, be sure to read the private chat before you leave. It has my contacts. So.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, I will. All right, guys.
So, and by the way, MJ.
Yeah.
Michelle's here.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah.
She's now a lieutenant colonel and a pediatric dentist now.
She overruled the colonel of Tooth, right?
She lives 10 minutes away from me, max. Like 10 minutes with traffic. Yeah.
Okay.
She was in the UK. Now she's back.
Yeah.
Now I have literally a permanent babysitter. So.
Oh, lovely. Lovely. Perfect.
All right.
And Michelle, by the way, is my sister. But hey,
bye, Josh.
Stone Vet, love you, man.
Obviously, love you guys.
Do your shit.
Green
We'll talk later this week.
For sure. Yep. Oh shit, it's Saturday already. Anyway, we'll talk.
Later,
guys.
Hey, fuck you wop.
I can. Hey, Stone Vet, I can hear you being greasy.
You're so fucking fat. All right.
Wait, what?
All right, bro. Later, man. Hey, dude.
Hey, don't make fun of my camera angle.
Hey, by the way, I'll be back home next Friday. All right. Next Friday, Tuesday.
So. Are you going to St. Louis, Vet?
I'm flying
Yes,
in Friday. I'll be back next Tuesday. So
I'll be in
sorry.
St. Louis. No, you're good. Just like right after. I bring my kids. Over Christmas, New Year's.
Okay.
So I hit you up. I got your contacts.
Okay. Yeah.
Cool. All right, later, guys.
Good day.
Later, man.
Hey, Bo.
Peace.
Okay.
Just us now.
I honestly don't know this audit or auditor thing, and I just honestly don't care. It's a thing it's a concept in YouTube. It does a thing. I guess people get involved just as much as I like to watch like weird chicks on my shorts, just like, okay, flipping. It's like two lesbians all of a sudden like being flirty together, and then all of a sudden I'm clicking on it because it intrigues me, right? So I guess there's people in the same boat here that want to pick a side or whatever, and I'm absolutely 100% trying to collect as much information I can, but as an outsider, I have no idea how to even get involved here, other than the fact that I admit, yes, here's a gentleman who is X amount of felonies, and obviously he's showing the signs of bad things, and that's all I care about. I could care less what he wants to do for a YouTube living or anything like that. It's just a matter of, here's a guy who's doing something, right? So how does that... I think I mentioned to you many times, Wally, it's like, how in the hell does a government facility such as the state of Alabama just let this go? And I just baffled beyond belief how this happens.
I asked the same question, and that's a great... Okay. I can actually respond to this one intelligently. So at some point in, let's say in 2010 or 9, when the trial was going on,
okay,
Alabama was going through significant changes in their law enforcement, right? Where you had multiple agencies working together, and then Alabama decided to, quote unquote, combine all those agencies together under one umbrella, right? Which was an epic failure, right? It was not just an epic failure, like a policy failure, everything failure, right? If you want to call it a failure, you're probably not using a strong enough word, The gentleman I'm talking to told me that, when you go to court, if the defense has a upper hand on you, and in this case, it was the judge. You guys looked it up. You win, right? It was very corrupt, right? And so all that corruption, all that, let's say, that miscarriage of justice, all that has been handled, right? So that all that is not an issue anymore. So now you have actually people who are not compromised by their own accord, judging cases and prosecuting cases. So, but that's a future video. We have documents. We're just waiting for the okay to release them,
All right.
So one thing about this whole thing is that Shizz and I are being actually cognizant of the people doing the work, right? We're doing a shit ton of work, but we're taking orders from the people doing the actual work, right? Right. So we have a skill set that they don't have, and they recognize that 100%. They've put their ego aside, So they're now, even though we reach out to them, they're asking us for help, right? We are helping, right? That being said, how do you win a case in court? There's very specific criteria to win, right? So maybe the jury wants to hang the dude like in 2 days, right? But it doesn't mean that in an open court.
Yeah.
So you have to be very specific and very secure and very, in some ways, open, right? But
you gotta get rid of reasonable doubt.
reasonable doubt, like reasonable doubt's completely out of the water. Like there's no reasonable doubt, right?
No, what I'm saying is like when you're going to win a jury trial, the thing that the prosecution
Yep.
has to do, or in the defense as well, is remove reasonable doubt. Well, actually, the prosecution has to remove reasonable doubt, and it's the job of the defense attorney to raise reasonable doubt, right?
Unlike the first trial, right?
But it wasn't actually a trial. There was no trial though.
There's no trial, but we understand the reason why there wasn't, right? And those reasons don't exist anymore. So.
Right. Well, that was because okay. So the thing is that the prosecution in that case had made like an administrative error or whatever on what they were doing, and so they dismissed the charges.
Well, that's only about 10%.
Well, I mean, as far as everyone out here knows, that's not talking to people, right? Like y'all are, right?
Yeah.
And the fact is, there's only so much y'all can release. So as of right now, we know that was part of it. And the thing is that at the time when it was dismissed, and Wally can correct me on anything I'm wrong on, at the time it was dismissed with prejudice, right? Which means for anyone that doesn't know, who's not, in the United States or whatnot, when you dismiss something with prejudice, it means that you cannot come back and charge the person with the same crime again. However, the prosecution went back a couple years later and requested from the judge for the without prejudice to be removed from the final the judgment of the dismissal. And that was granted. So now there is no prejudice, which means they can bring charges again for the same exact crime, right? Without any problems. So that's where we're at now.
In the meantime, they made him a 5-time felon. Right.
Yeah.
Because in the lieu of convicting him of capital murder, they convict him of 5 felonies. Right. Which is, if 5 felonies and the ability to restart the case for them, that was like, but god damn it, you guys will probably be in a bad position. But here's what I would say about that. Right?
John, never say anything that's going to be used in the court of law. Period.
I'm not. But here's what I would say. Right? Things that Shizz and I haven't said publicly. Right? There is a very, very bureaucratical reason why the case got bureaucratical. Okay, but it's much more corrupt than bureaucratical, right? Like, so we know all the details for the case, right? We haven't said anything about it. I'm not going to. That's coming soon, but there was more going on than what we originally expected, right? And like the things I expected originally is like, you would imagine, oh, well, that's circumstantial or this is this, but no, it had nothing to do with that. It was all politics, right? Let's say 95% of the case, the reason it got to where it's at now is politics, So but let me say this: all those precursors that led to the last outcome of him being free are now gone. Right now, there's new state's attorney, there's new judge, there's new blah blah blah, there's new this and that. Right?
Yeah.
So all the people who are incredibly corrupt, the people in the first trial, the people involved are no longer in government. They've been fired or removed from their office, right? Which is awesome, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So all the bad people who just kind of like commit the crime, don't do the time, like those people are gone.
You want to watch me eat pussy? Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's for a different conversation for a different time. The biggest problem with this case is like there's a lot going on from a lot of different angles, right? I don't know the extent of the people involved. I think I do, but I think at the end of the day I do not, right?
Oh, kitty.
So I'd rather I'd rather err on the side of caution and say just fuck off, right? To
Mhm.
everybody, which is what I've been doing,
Yeah.
But today, or right before we went live, I accepted a call because it's UTEX, by the way.
Mhm.
And then while I'm on the call, I'm searching the data that I'm getting from the person,
Yep.
right? And I'm like, okay, it's not bullshit, right?
Yep.
It's legit, right? It was that little smidge.
Yep.
I can collect all the data all day. If I don't have
It wouldn't be
context,
anything
I
unless
just
you have it conclusive. Yeah.
well, I just have the data, right? I just don't know, right? But today I got like conclusive evidence that X, Y, and Z is X, Y, and Z, right?
Well,
Then I
different
looked
people
up
have
on
different
my
accesses, and that's what. Yeah.
well, I looked it up on my own accord, and I was like, holy fuck! It's like the target I've been looking for 6, 7, 8 months, right? It's like right there in front of me. It's been right there in front of me for a year, for
Oh yeah.
5 months, right? And then because I don't trust anybody, in text you're a little different. Like, I mean, I feel like obviously you're legit, and I've known MJ for 25, 26
Mhm.
years. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
I
have
mean,
no
I can-
reason to lie to me. You have no reason to lie to me. So when something
Nope.
comes from you to me, I'm like, okay, well, it's an extension of you, and you have no
Yes.
reason to lie. So,
Nope.
but I take that seriously, right? Like I don't just like ignore it.
Well, and one of the reasons why the person reached out to me to talk to you is because of the fact that it's kind of the same thing in reverse order, right? Because of the fact that I feel the way about you, like you're legit.
Yeah.
And I know this because we've talked, right? And they came to me because they're like, well, if you think he's legit and you know he's legit, then I'm gonna reach out, right? And
Yeah.
I was like, cool, I can set that up.
Yeah.
Well,
good thing you did. Good thing you did because it was actually legit. Right. And
Yeah.
I still got about another 20 hours of work, but everything I've looked at so far, it's like let's just say she was the key, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
She was that like I was 100 yards away, but she was the key for the 5 yards, right?
Yep.
You know.
Oh yeah.
And now I'm like, okay, all right. And I never publicly stated an opinion about that individual that you obviously know who I'm talking about. But yeah, it's like, great. Thank you. And then she offered up some more stuff. And I'm like, motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
But I think probably the learning point for me is like like I said earlier in the video, the two people I know, FJ and Josh, right? Like,
yeah,
I have to trust but verify, right? And I verified today, and I'm like, okay, cool. So I didn't talk shit about you, and then you went through a friend, and then a friend sent you to me. And thank God I didn't talk shit about you because I wouldn't have had any idea what you're talking about unless,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think my view on YouTube and all this like drama, let's say, me being neutral is a benefactor for us, right?
And just being and also just being honest, right? I mean, honest is
being
is,
honest.
like,
well, if Josh wants to talk shit, let Josh talk shit, right?
Yep.
I'm happy to be neutral, right? Because if somebody comes in, I've had 100 emails, right? And I can read those emails and I'm like, okay, you're 100% full of shit or you're 100% not, right? It's very rarely incomprehensible, right? You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah. But when it comes from you, I'm more open to listen in the first place. And then that listen is like, I'm going to be late for my live stream,
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean,
But it was
doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. And I get it. You want to like bring new audiences back into the fold in the mix of everything, but I'm honestly interested in only the new content and everything else. And the other thing, Wally, I was thinking about how you and I's pathway diverged a little bit. There was a time where I thought if I got into that side of the career, I'm actually now working to protect people's lives versus just fixing the network or something like that. And I don't know if this is where I honor you as a veteran to thank you for your service, because I never felt I could get to that point where I can I didn't know if I could stay up the extra hour if it was necessary to save X amount of lives or something like that. So
but I mean, that's kind of a silly comparison, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, because it's silly I don't know how to describe it, but it's just completely different, right? It's like stateside or overseas, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's obviously a bad way to describe it, but what I try to teach people stateside is methodology, not threat. Like, they know they're under threat, right? I mean, if they're not completely fucking retarded, right? You're under threat, right? Every major organization, or even minor or mid-level, it's like, hey, you're under threat. How do you describe, or how do you describe the monetization if you don't protect yourself, right? It's like, okay, well, here's companies the same size as you. Here's 400 of them. Here's what happened to them. But for whatever reason, that doesn't work, right? They understand it. They're like, yeah, no, that's fucking sucks. Like, all right, well, I can fix the problem. They're like, yeah, great. Yeah. Can we put you under a flyer? I was like, yeah, well, if you fucking pay us to not make this happen again. Like, I don't know if that's going to happen. It's like, okay, great. Thanks, pal.
Yep.
Yeah.
So what was some
everybody's vulnerable, right?
Well, yeah. Well, what was some of the geopolitical stuff you want to talk about?
Yeah.
Okay. So geopolitical. On my notes, I want to talk about Hamas, Israel.
Okay. Right. Before we diverge into that, can we talk about Ukraine?
Don't leave out Iran.
If you don't mind.
Again, MJ. Yeah.
I was gonna say, can we mention Ukraine first before?
Yeah. Fair enough.
The only reason why I mentioned Ukraine more than Gaza, Israel, is Ukraine seemed to be on the back burner after the whole Gaza thing.
No shit, right?
Yeah.
Shocking, right?
Yeah.
I hate that personally, right?
Yeah.
So
I think it's more
so let's talk about that conflict.
Yeah.
But let's talk about where I'm good at talking about. It's the casualties, because I have a script and I'm looking at actual casualty rates based on crematory and funerary statistics, because the moms of Russia are talking about their dead sons, right?
Yeah, about time.
But I'm in a position. Well, they have been, but nobody's been collecting it.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I've been collecting
there to do it. Yeah.
So there's a gentleman named Peter Zion. His estimate was Russia has to lose at minimum 500,000 people to consider going to the table for a peace agreement. Right. Right now, Russia's casualties are probably at 300,000 people.
Yeah.
Well, that's casualties killed in action, and by typical combat standards, if they lost 300,000, they lost 600,000 due to injury, right? So 300,000 dead, let's say 600,000, that makes it 900,000 total troops that are never going back to the battlefield, right? And that's probably a little inflated by 10 to 20%, but I mean, that 10 to 20% is not coming back immediately. They're coming back in a couple months, right? So, in addition to that, let's say 11 months ago, the Marine Corps announced that they're getting rid of tanks, right? We found out in the Russia-Ukraine conflict that tanks are no longer viable in combat, right? So was the Marine Corps aware of what's going on? I don't know, right? I had a camping trip and shooting trip with my buddy who's a tank commander. He's like, Wally, $330 can kill a fucking $70 million tank.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you're right. You're right. He's like, tanks are worthless now. If we just disperse our troops, yeah, sure, a drone could kill one guy, right? But
I'm more amazed about what they did against the Russian Navy, to be honest.
And that's a great point. It's like the Russian Navy is just like floating in the Black Sea, in the Caspian, right? Which are two of their key objectives. But the Ukraine doesn't have a navy, and they took out what 24 Navy vessels.
They came up with this concept of drone boats,
right?
Unheard of in warfare.
Yeah. Which, well, it was unheard of. Now it's on the U.S. radar.
Yeah.
So they're actually putting out contracts like, hey, anybody have any technology, technology accolades for X, Y, and Z? It's like, well, yeah, it can be done, right? But they want it done for like 150 million. It's like, all right, we can do this for way, way cheaper than that, right? Like we need a SATCOM, we need a little small boat, and a ton of explosives, right?
Yep. Just trying to find the most recent tracking of what they claim to be gone. I can't seem to find one.
It's Telegram's the best probably resource, right?
Yeah. Honestly, I tell you the truth. In my theory, my opinion, there was a reason why Hamas attacked Israel now.
Oh, of course, because of this. Yeah, I mean it's the perfect time.
But do you think it's because of the normalization agreements with Saudi Arabia?
No, I don't. I think so. You have to remember.
Okay.
So this is where the history comes in. So as a linguist, we had to understand like the entire history of the countries. And I'm a Spanish and Persian linguist, right? Or I was for a long time. And so you have to understand the history of things. Now, when Iran had their revolution in 79, right? The first country to recognize them was Syria as the Islamic revolutionary, country, okay, of Iran. And the things that we've known, and this is not anything classified, it's public, is that Syria has been the middleman between Russia and Iran for years. We know this, right? It's
one's Shiite Arab or Sunni Arab and one's Persian.
Right, they're Shia, yeah. But the thing is, though, when it comes to the government, the same way it happened in Iraq and all this kind of stuff, is that they put aside those ideological differences for support. And we know that Syria has been acting as a middleman between Russia and Iran for years, right?
For many years.
So here's the funny thing. So Russia attacks Ukraine. Ukraine's kicking their ass for the most part, right? And all of a sudden, Russia wants the world to stop looking at this, okay? So what do we know about Iran? Iran has an outside expeditionary force called the Quds Force, right? The Quds Force is in touch with Hezbollah because Hezbollah was formed in 1980, right after the revolution in Iran, right? And we also know that the Quds Force has been cited in both Iraq and was known as the Gaza Strip and stuff like that. So their collective goal is to eradicate Israel. Okay, so it would be very easy, the same way it was with the and I can't remember the name of the ship right now that was taken by the North Koreans, but it was done. We know for a fact that a lot of it has been declassified. It was done on Russia's behalf. that Russia could reach out to Iran and be like, hey, listen, we're kind of getting some bad light here, and I need you guys to do something. So they would very easily send out the good sports to tell Hamas, because Hamas is a terrorist organization. I don't care who you are. They are a terrorist organization and have been, and they elected them into power. So it
No
wouldn't be very
feedback,
hard.
no back talk from
Right.
me.
Right. And so it wouldn't be very hard for members of the Quds Force, which are literally the external force of the IRGC, right, to sit there and say, hey, why don't we just, start something over here? Because once we attack Israel, it's going to take front stage, especially with the Israel ties to America, right?
But it's also
And-
by proxy, right?
Well, it's a proxy thing, but it's a proxy thing done so that the international world would be taken off, like the eyes would be taken off of, Ukraine.
But here's the
and what's going on
here's the good bit, Tex. Like the Palestinians are Sunni Arab, and the IRGC Quds Force are
Shia. I'm telling you,
Persian Shia, right?
I'm telling you, it's like prison, right? It's like prison. Like,
but they come together for a mutual enemy.
Yes, 100%.
And that's what's happening now, right? So both of them see each other as the caliphate or whatever, but
because you got to remember, who's the big Satan,
Iran?
Satan,
Well, right? but Iran doesn't give a fuck about Palestine, right? What they care about is like Palestine as a whole.
No, it doesn't. What it does is that it feels very connected to Russia.
It destabilizes Israeli stance to Saudi Arabia, right?
It's kind of like the Bennies, right? So if Russia came to them and said, "Hey, listen, we're getting some bad light and all this kind of stuff. We're trying to do this thing in Ukraine, and we need to shift the global focus over to something else."
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, by doing this, you get to take out someone who you've been yelling death to for fucking ever since '79, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. But I mean, in addition, right? It's like, who feeds Palestine? Who gives them fresh water? Who gives them infrastructure? It's not Egypt, because Egypt owned Palestine until like
it's not Jordan.
87, right?
Yeah.
Jordan's not taking in any refugees. Literally, the entire Muslim state is like, yeah, fuck Palestine. Like,
well, because
secretly,
they
probably
they claim
behind closed doors. Well, behind closed doors, like Jordan would love the extermination of Palestine. So would Egypt. I mean, stuff like that. But they're never gonna be okay with that publicly. But Israel, like, it took Biden going there to accept more than 1,000 people a day, right?
Yeah.
It's like, and I showed this on one of my first podcasts. Like, here's the Muslim world, here's the Israeli world. You see a big difference in size, and everybody's like, "You're a racist." I'm like, "No, I'm not racist. I'm an unapologetic Zionist. It's different, But
Well, okay. So the problem is, if you just take this like one act alone, right? This one central conflict. When you started off by bombing a concert of civilians, right?
Yep, which was disgusting. Right?
Okay, and that is not bombing a military because when we're in the military, right? We have these things called hard targets and soft targets, right? And the one thing about terrorists is that they would do, which scared everybody, is that they weren't going after hard targets. Like, Beirut was one thing, but later on, it was the aspect they understood they could do more damage by hitting soft targets that people didn't think were actual targets.
We learned from Beirut, right?
Well, kind of, but the Beirut was the bombing of a barracks. It wasn't the fact that they went after military people. I mean, and the way, like, because I used to teach this, right? We, as a humanity, we see those who join the military as accepting a certain amount of casualty, right? Like they say, like, we sign a check. We signed a blank check for our lives, right? And so there's an acceptable amount of risk. So when you hear about military people dying in war or conflict or whatever, like
but I hate that, because the idea is not to die for your country. The idea is to fight. Right?
No, the idea is to make the other motherfucker die for his, right? I think it was Patton that said that. And
right.
The thing is though, in the mindset, there is an aspect where it becomes there is a difference between military and civilian. And now once you start attacking civilians, i.e. 9/11 or anything else outside of that, right? Subway stations like the Underground in England and London and all this kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
There is a different impact globally. And so the fact that Hamas started off with this as an attack on a concert and not against the actual IDF was done on purpose, in my opinion, to take away the global view from what was happening in Ukraine.
I mean, that's fair, right? But I've been tackling with the idea is the intel failure and the like Shabbat and Mossad and all those guys, right?
You ruined that Iron Dome. It's amazing that they found a hole in that.
Yeah. Well, that's true because the Iron Dome is.
Can I say one thing right fast to Richard? Richard, I know. I get that you're like the Baha'i and stuff. I'm not talking about the Iranian people. I'm talking about the fact that and I'm nerd out on history real quick. One thing that Ayatollah Khomeini did that was different from other people that have usurped the government or whatever is that he created the IRGC as the one focus of the IRGC is to protect the revolution. They are separate from the normal military, Navy, this and third, and separate from the normal people. Most of the people, 99% of the people out there don't agree with it. That's why the Green Movement was a big push back in 2007 because they were trying to get rid of this, right? The Ayatollah and everything else. And so it's not them. The fact is, though, is that Khomeini was smart enough to instill a barrier to the Ayatollah.
Was it Babashid Khanum? Babashid Ora? Like, excuse me, sir, excuse me, ma'am, right? Is that correct?
Oh, Bibakshid.
Bibashid. Bibashid.
Yeah.
Babashid Khanum, right?
Yeah, Hanum. Yeah, Bibakshi Hanum. Yeah.
Hanum. Yeah. It's been a while since I had to speak Farsi, as you know.
Bibakshi.
Yeah, but here's the problem with Iran. It's like they have an alt culture in Iran, right? But that alt culture gets fucking slaughtered, right? Like the chicks with the short hair, the blue hair chicks in Iran.
Yeah, you've seen the cases of like the TikTokers in Iran.
They get raped, they get murdered, and they never show back at home, right?
Well, they have a thing in Iran called the Basiji, right? The Basiji, and Richard, I know you're gonna yell at me for my Farsi, but the Basiji are like a civilian military force that goes out there, and we call them like the Iranian ninjas because the women are wearing a full Muslim dress, right? And you have videos of them attacking people in the city, right? That are like men walking with women that don't have permission, or they're not, wearing the covering, there's Islamic traditional coverings and all this kind of stuff. And so, it happens. But what I'm saying is, going back to the Ukraine stuff, which I know MJ has to talk about, is that I think that it was done on purpose to take the global eye off of what was happening in Ukraine with Russia over to something that has always been like since fucking the 40s, right? A global issue.
But also, Ukraine's not strategic to American strategic policy. You know what I mean?
Well, but it wasn't that aspect. The fact it was when this whole thing started, it was just pulling on the heartstrings of Americans, right? It wasn't about strategic policy. It was about, well, you guys
but
love us or hate us, we're the fucking world police, right?
Has Ukraine ever been a strategic place? I would say no.
Not for us, but for Putin, yes.
Barrier.
Well, because we already got Poland, we already got Estonia, we already got Latvia, we already got all the places past.
This also goes back into the reason why you think Putin did this in the first place, right? With Crimea.
Well, geography.
I'm talking about the motive behind it, not the geography. I'm talking about the motive behind it, right?
Yeah, the motive is the fact that Russian economy is going to die.
Well, but don't forget, there's aspects of, because Putin was an old KGB guy. Like, he was back there in the heyday of the fucking motherland, right?
But he was always in the West, not the East.
And so the thing is, though, there's an aspect to this. And I talked to some people who are semi-experts on Russian history and all this kind of stuff, and they like the different sigils and stuff that Putin puts on the desk when he becomes like president or whatever again, when he and Medvedev like switch off, right? is that it's more of an aspect of the old USSR. And so there's a lot of thought out there that I've discussed where the aspect of him going after Crimea and then once again going into Ukraine is that I don't know if he's sick or whatever. There's been a lot of speculation. Is that he's trying to, at least in his days, try to reestablish the USSR. And the first move to do that was to take Ukraine.
Yeah.
Right. And by claiming that everyone in Crimea really wanted to be Russians and not Ukrainians and this, that, and third, which is a bullshit fucking reason. But, you know, maybe some did, maybe some didn't. I don't know. But this aspect of taking Crimea and then marching into Ukraine was this aspect of him trying to reestablish some semblance of the USSR when Russia was at its pinnacle.
Yeah. I mean, because they've been trying to do that for Armenia and Georgia and whatnot as well. So, I mean, it's...
And they've had a horrible time in Georgia. I mean, that whole thing about what happened in the school and stuff years ago, right? With the Georgian terrorists, the quote unquote terrorists, like they consider them terrorists and stuff, like that was fucking crazy. But he is of the old mindset, like Putin is of the old mindset that he wants to reestablish this, you know, global entity that existed, right?
When Zelensky got elected, they pretty much realized, okay, I can't make them into Belarus puppet government. You know, it's like, okay, I don't have my people in there anymore. What do I do? Okay, well, let me just try to track down whatever I can and make it mine. So that's what happened with 2014, as far as Crimea is concerned. Yeah. And it's like, well, you know what? There's a couple of other territories where I had like 60% Russians. Maybe I could claim those as well. And then maybe I could somehow make a judgment call and say like 30%, 40% Russian is considered Russian motherland, and then proceed further. There was a stopgap, right? There was a point where Zelensky's like, no, that's not happening, right?
Well, let's put it out there for a fact. Zelensky is not the pure angel that he portrays himself to be, right? Because he is also very good. Like, that's a very corrupt government in the Ukraine to begin with. The only reason they're getting sympathy is because they're the ones getting attacked, right?
Yeah. He was the Stephen Colbert of the United States before he got in the government. Yeah.
Exactly.
And Stephen Colbert, by the way, actually tried to run for president at one time. So
that's hilarious. You can't. Yeah, I don't know. He would never make it. But the thing is that this whole aspect of him putting off this persona of like, you know, I'm just going to wear this T-shirt and military pants, right, like to the UN and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, really, bro, really. Seriously.
Well, but let me preface this because I know some insider things on this, right?
Okay.
So we've been giving weapons to Ukraine for many years, right? But we didn't give them permission to use them until 2020, when Biden got elected. Biden changed that, right? In Crimea, right? We give them weapons for 11 years, right? All the weapons they have now, right?
I apologize for the noise.
They had them, but they couldn't use them.
Okay.
And then I think 2020 or 2021 is when the U.S. was like, go ahead and use them in Crimea. And that was the Biden administration, right? They started using them, right? And then literally within 30 days after, we saw a buildup on the border in Belarus, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not a shocker, right? They started losing in Crimea because we told them to use our weapons, right? Because let's face it, our weapons in general are way better than anything they have. Right?
Oh, yeah. Well, I can tell you stories about how like there are countries that turn down like Chinese weapons and all this kind of stuff because they're like, well, if I can get American weapons, like your weapons are shite.
Well, but our weapons are better, but it depends on how they're used, right? There's also a capability issue, right? But then, like, literally within, like, let's say 30 days before the invasion, like, the rebels were destroying Russia and Crimea, right?
Yeah.
Then they amassed at the border, which I have satellite photos of because from NOAA, right? You know, because for every classified thing, there's a unclassified thing, right?
Yes.
And I talk about this in my talks when I do it publicly, you know, so like I have all the evidence. And if anyone wants to challenge me, I mean, hey, fuck yeah. I mean, come at me, right? I might be wrong a little bit, but I doubt it. You know, because I've literally put in like 10,000 hours on this shit. But you know, but the bottom line is like Russia started this war because we literally released weapons into Crimea. Nobody's talking about it, but I mean, nobody even knows that. But like, it's true, you know. Or let's say it's not the you guys are also both intel guys, right? They have triggers and indicators, right? The trigger was President Biden basically enabled the Ukrainians to use X, Y, and Z in Ukraine or Crimea. The indicator was, or the trigger was, like they used it and they started killing a bunch of Russians, right? So Russia had to respond. Because if that was in Maine and Canada was doing that over the period of years, we'd be like, all right, hey, Justin, if you fuck with us again, we're gonna fucking kill you, right?
Yeah.
It's the same thing, but it just didn't happen on our front, right? That's just not how Canadian and American relations work, right?
Well, he's also a pussy, so I mean that works.
Well, we can count on Canada being our ally, but
yeah,
if Canada invades, we have no ally to support. But I mean, it's like okay, well, they have really great.
Well, if Canada ever invaded the United States, they'd become the 51st state. I'm just telling you right now. Like, I love my Canadian brothers.
That's true. Yeah,
I love my Canadian brothers.
Do we really want to do that? Do we really want to kill innocent Canadians?
The French are assholes, so no.
Like I in Afghanistan in my fourth, that would have to be my fourth. Yeah, fourth deployment. One of my teammates was the targeter for JTF2 in Kandahar. It's called the ASIC.
Yep.
And I went in there with her and we had coffee. We're talking. I'm like, they're like, hey, Wally, how many deployments done? I'm like, well, this is my fifth. They're like, how many months are your deployments? And I'm like, it's about a year each. They're like, oh, well, you did 10. Like, how many you did? They're like, 26, 26, 18, 11, like a lot, like more than us, like more than we're used to hearing. But Canada only has 55,000 people in their entire military, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So their pool for people to deploy is way less than ours, right? So everybody who's there is actually dedicated, right? Because you can leave the Canadian military anytime you want, So when you see these dudes and they've done 17 deployments, they actually care about Canada.
Oh no,
right?
like I'm going after the Canadian government. Like I just want to get clear to any Canadians out there. I'm after the Canadian government on this aspect, not the Canadian military I serve with. And I will tell you this right now. I have a story, and I want to branch off for a second, right fast. I was at my branch chief's house. And we had a party, and the Canadians were there, right? And I had one of the guys that was like the naval guy, was like a French Canadian, and I loved his accent because it was hilariously ridiculous.
Quebecois. Yeah.
I was like, so you're like French, right? And he got super pissed. He's like, no, I'm French Canadian. And I was like, all right, whatever, bro. And but they had this fucking warrant officer there, right? And he's like, do you want to become an honorary Canadian? And I'm like, yeah. Fuck yeah. He's like, well, you got to drink this. This motherfucker mixed Jack Daniels and Jose Cuervo tequila in a fucking red Dixie cup. And it was like probably a good third of the way filled. But both of them is like, that's a shot. And I was like, yeah, man, I fucking got to it. I'm a young guy in the Navy, right? I can fucking do this, right? Okay. So I fucking took this fucking shot like all the way down, right?
Not Canadian at all.
It was for this guy who drank a fifth every fucking morning for coming to work.
Right.
And he fucking gave the shot to me because it was him and the other like three Canadians that were there. And so I fucking took the shot all the way down. And I stood there for a second and he's like, well done. You're officially Canadian. I was like, cool, I'll be right back. I went and threw up in my fucking branch shoes backyard. That was the grossest shit I'd ever had.
Are you familiar with CSC for Canada?
Yes.
Okay. So for the listeners, I guess the unclassified way to say it is CSC is Canada's cryptological. They listen to phone calls, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're the equivalent to
like the
USAID.
GCHQ and yeah.
GCHQ, MI6, MI5. Yeah.
Mossad. Yeah.
Mossad.
Well, Mossad does a little bit of everything. So I mean they're a fancy bunch.
So I've been up there to talk to them, and I've talked to them privately also, one-on-one with high members of their community. And when I talk to them, I'm always honest, right? I don't bullshit. I'm just like, hey, I got asked one time, Wally, I know you used to work for this company. Is it snake oil? I'm like, yep, 100%. And they're like, Wally, all I wanted to hear from you is, yep, that's what I wanted to hear, because I knew that. And I'm like, okay. We're talking like our equivalent to an SES 2 or 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
So a very senior government official, right?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
And I'm talking to them, and I've met these people for coffee and dinner and drinks before over the period of, like, let's say 8 years, So we already have a rapport, and I'm just like, ma'am, don't spend $1.7 million on that. She's like, Wally, all I wanted to hear from you is exactly that. Like, because then I got these Canadians are like, Wally, do you want to come work for us? Because you're the only person who doesn't bullshit us. I'm like, well, I'm not gonna lie to you based on politics, right? Like, not my place. Like I don't have to lie to you to get paid, right? Like, and they're like, okay, all right. Appreciate that. And like, let me ask you these specific questions. I'm like, okay. Like, I figured you'd say that. And you're like, well, did the company you used to work for, did you guys pay for data from hackers, like directly? I'm like, absolutely. I ran that program, And they're like, okay, cool. I'm like, they're like, should we buy them as a product? I'm like, nope. And they're like, tell me why. I'm like, obviously, because I'm not on the program. Sorry, Tex. I'm like starving to death and drinking beer.
Deep thing, bro. What are you drinking tonight?
I was drinking IPAs. Now I'm drinking Natty.
Oh God, you just have the worst tasting beers. Jesus Christ.
Well, Natty though. Josh and I mean, I spent $90 on $90+ on Natty. I mean, we had 100.
So did you buy out the entire store when you spent $90 on Natty? Did they give you a truck to take it all home in?
No, they give you a cart, but not a truck. But I bought this Natty after
it's fucking bear piss.
Well, I'm fresh out, so I have no problem with you drinking Natty Light. I'm gonna go down to Dr. Pepper now. So
I mean, I know MJ was drinking fucking Kurt. Was it Miller Lite earlier? Yeah.
I've been drinking Busch Lights, about like 4 of them in the stream.
Oh my God, you guys are
MJ and I have drinking more Natty Light than most people have ever spent money on their taxes. So
something like that. Yeah. Kind of brings things full circle. There was a chat that I kind of threw up on you, Wally, in the very beginning, and it just got distracted a little bit. And that was, is the stronger activity or like stolen valor activity seen outside the United States? And it seemed to be a question that we never addressed. And, it's just like, I guess the United States has this whole concept of, get her done and everything else. And like, it seems to be only United States where we hear of this type of activity. We don't see this in Israel, UK, Russia, or anything like that, right? So,
I think you're right. I think it's a U.S. phenomenon.
Okay.
Because I served with the Australians, and I served with the Brits, and I served with the New Zealanders, right? The Kiwis, you know.
I mean, but it's more of an
And-
American thing where like 5% of our population does this, right? So,
Well, here's my opinion. In the other countries, let's say Australia, let's use Australia's litmus test, right?
okay.
Australian special ops are basically like our special ops, and their normal military is really squared away, right? Like,
I'd be a good example. South Korea, where they have all the teenagers.
okay,
going
so South
to-
Korea.
Yeah, they don't.
If you fake being in the military in South Korea, somebody in the South Korean military is going to fuck you up, right?
Mhm.
Same with Australia, same with New Zealand, same with the UK, same with Canada, right? Canada being the weak link, but I haven't heard of the things that come out of our, let's say, Five Eyes partners is not stolen valor. It's like you covered up war crimes for like 25 years. You know,
Right.
Yeah.
it's more war crime stuff than it is stolen valor, because they're such small countries compared to us. Like, they have a handle on their people strategically, I guess you could say, right?
I have a thing.
So-
I have a thing for this.
Like, you can't fake your service in Australia, right? Like, you can't. Like, it's like, unless you have an exact name and date of birth match, you can't, right?
You were gonna say something, Navy. Otherwise, I was gonna say something funny.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I was gonna say something serious. I'll say it before you say something funny. So
I was
my-
just trying to be serious with that, but you know.
Well, no, what I'm
Go
saying
ahead.
is that so a lot of this comes from because my dad served during Vietnam, right? He didn't serve in Vietnam, he just served during Vietnam. And the problem was during that time, the way anyone who was active duty, I don't care if you were over there, feet on the ground, or if you got stationed in, bumfuck Alabama, right? Were treated like shit. Okay. And by the people, the government, everything, right? And so there was a huge like swap that had happened in the time since then. And so this aspect of joining up voluntarily versus having been forced into it has become an honor to an extent, right? Still a valor aspect, right? And so we take it, then the generations that were, descended from those who got shit upon during Vietnam have made it into a thing where, they went over and did things they didn't want to do. They went over and did things they didn't want to do. Even if you volunteer now, you do things you don't want to do. You see things you don't want to see, right? And for anyone to pretend like they've done the same thing you've done has become a point of irritation. I say to the point of anger for trying to take that, because now what we have in this country, which my father did not see, right, is that we have people thinking you free service, you have military discounts, you have this, that, and third, because they respect the aspect of you deciding to put your life on the line, even if you never had to. The fact is, you were there, and they could have put you wherever they wanted, right?
Fair enough.
And so that has become a swap in the mindset. Even if you don't like the war, if you don't like that, is you blame the government, not the people, right? And
It's more like
that
one of
was
those.
not what happened in Vietnam.
Well, nowadays, like when people ask me about that, like, how do I treat a vet? I'm like, you treat them like anybody else. When you talk to your HR department, you tell them to fuck off and just hire the best person for the job.
Well, but the thing is,
If
though,
that
is
person
there's an
happened to be a
aspect where-
vet, that's great.
There's an aspect where like I said, my dad served during Vietnam. He went to boot camp in San Diego for the Navy, right? And they were, he got out of boot camp and was called a baby killer, right? He had never done anything,
Right.
never gone
Right.
anywhere, never done nothing, and was getting
Well,
yelled at for these
same
fucking
with my
hippies.
dad. My dad's his active duty time was Vietnam as an airman. He joined the Air Force because all his friends got drafted to the Army and Marine Corps, and like eight of 10 died, like within 6 months, right? and this is before I met my biological family, but you know, and my dad, my MJ knows my dad. You know, he's cool, calm, and collected, right? But he wasn't a combatant. He was an electrician in Vietnam. So he joined the Air Force. He joined the Air Force, and like 6 weeks later, he got drafted in the Army. The Air Force is like, no, we haven't. You know, fuck you. You know, he still got deployed for like years, right? But he was an electrician. He was a pole jockey, right? He got blown off a pole. He showed up in Vietnam the day of the Tet Offensive in Phuket, right? He left the day of the what they call it, the whatever offensive. He was in Hue for the second one. You know, but I mean, he made it.
My thing is, I give my dad like so much. Like he was a dental tech, right? Like he wanted to be a dental tech and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, but my sister is a dentist in the Air Force right now.
Well, yeah, but my thing is,
she's a pediatric dentist. She's a lieutenant colonel, right?
Yeah, the one you were talking about earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, and she's not a combatant, right? So, are we going to judge my dentist sister for not shooting a gun? I'd rather my sister not know how to shoot a gun, but she knows how to shoot. But you know,
I mean, half of the Air Force Space Force is cyber security and cyber warfare.
Hey, and my oldest son is Space Force, right? I mean, you know,
and the thing is, what I give my dad the highest respect for is that he literally, in a time of war when he could have been drafted, said, "Hey, I'm going to do this on my own, right? I'm going to go ahead and involuntarily sign up."
Yeah.
When most people were running away from this, he's like,
well,
"Fuck it, I'm
my
going to go."
dad
And
did.
they decided to send me. They do, right? And he actually requested to go over there, and they denied him because he was a dental tech. And they stuck him in Pensacola, and he did his 4 years, and he got out and did other things. But the thing is that it's one thing now with Iraq and all this kind of stuff happening back in like 2002 when I joined. There was no draft, right? We were all volunteer. So
there was a draft. We had selective service, right?
Well, no, the draft exists, but they didn't use it. Is what I'm saying.
But we didn't get drafted, right?
Well, So any male of 18 years of age in the United States is in the draft, right? Well, what I'm saying
and
is
female
during a time when they were literally using the draft to pull people out of their houses, right? He decided, hey, I'm gonna go fucking join anyway, right? And that I give him way much more respect for and all this kind of stuff, but yet he hates
because he was still a volunteer technically, right?
Yeah.
You know.
Well, and I had to pull it out because he hates the government over this. Like what he did to Vietnam vets and everything coming over, like he fucking hates the government over this.
Well, and my dad's a Vietnam vet, and he did the same thing, right? He was like, and no offense to Bill, right? And MJ knows him very well, like he made a decision: am I going to die in combat and a thing I don't want to do, or am I going to join the Air Force and just be an electrician? So he was an electrician for like 37 years in the military and civilian service, right? He tried to join the Army at first, but he was too skinny. Like, so he gained some weight and joined the Air Force. Right? It's like, great. Yeah. Fuck yeah, man. It's like, Dad, I wouldn't be here if it weren't for you. He's not my biological dad, but I wouldn't have been raised by anybody really if he wasn't around. So
I wouldn't have joined the Navy if it wasn't for my dad. I'll have to tell you the truth.
My dad I just kind of showed up at home and I was like, hey, by the way, I joined the Marine Corps. And my dad he landed in Vietnam the day of the Tet Offensive at Hue City. And then his next place was Phuket, like fuck it, like Phuket, and my dad just was like,
Thailand,
my dad was just like fucking laughing. He's like, it was like the first time I heard him laugh on control, but he's like, oh. He was doing stuff like that. And I was like, it's going to be fine. He's like, yeah, it's going to be all right. You're going to be all right.
Yeah, exactly.
I was like, there's an Air Force base like literally, 290 yards away from us. But I mean, no big deal. Join the Marine Corps. He just like laughed. My mom was
The
like,
reason I didn't join
"Geez."
the Air Force is because I grew up next to an Air Force base, and I saw them fucking
Yeah.
motherfuckers at the mall all the time. I'm like, God,
Hey.
these guys are pussies. I ain't doing it.
Scott Air Force Base. You know, I grew up in Lebanon, Illinois. So
Yep.
And I have some like good friends that are Air Force and all this kind of stuff, and I know some friends that have done some like crazy stuff for the Air Force. And you know, so I mean, but once you join, oh, did we lose MJ?
he'll be back. Yeah, he's probably got something going on. So.
But yeah, I was like, oh, my dad was Navy, and we have my family has a history of serving, you know, and so.
Yeah, but I mean, for me, like, I never, even when I joined the Marine Corps, I had no animosity for any other branch, right? I didn't know any better. Like, nobody.
Yeah,
had
no
told
real
me.
animosity, no. Yeah.
Like, none at all. Like, literally, and that tracked my whole career, you know, because I was from an Air Force family. So I didn't hate the Air Force, obviously. I was just kind of neutral, you know. But it was just, I mean, in the Marine Corps, it's like a lot of bullshit about like who's better than the other. In my opinion, it was like,
Wally, let me do something. Oh, let me do something right fast.
Well, let me tell you this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Who do you think kills the most people? The Air Force or the Marine Corps?
I don't know.
I think the Air Force. And I'm a Marine.
Okay, probably.
Yep. Because we can fire 3,000-4,000 rounds in 20 minutes and just arbitrarily wound somebody. But you can't escape a 2,500-pound bomb.
Well, and so the reason I'm answering the Logan Sandman out here, right? So the thing was, at the time when I joined the Navy, that's what I thought, right? And then I joined the military, and then joined Intel, where Intel works with all the branches, right, including Coast Guard.
Right, of course.
And my mind changed. Like my mind changed about things. Like there were things that the Air Force had that we didn't have. Marine Corps and this, that, and third. But I tell you what, at the end of the day, we're all drinking at the bar together. And if anyone, like I can make fun of the Air Force, the Marine Corps, the Army and all this kind of stuff. We fuck with each other all the time. But I tell you what, if some fucking civilian said a goddamn word to any of us, the fight was on.
So I never, in my entire military career, I never got into a fight with another military service member, right? Other than like in the pit, intentionally, right? Because like when I got to Damnick after boot camp and MCT, I was just like, well, I had like an E8 in the Navy. Like he's like, he's like PFC Prater. This is your room. I'm like, and I walk in the room. I'm like, wait, there's like 3 rooms in this one room. He's like, left side's your room. I'm like, oh, I get my own room. He's like,
I know, right?
He's like, I know you're new. Yes, you get your room. I'm like, thanks, Chief. He's like, hey, listen, here's take notes. Here's the keys to surviving at Damnick. Took notes. I did what he said. Well, he did. He did. All he told me was like, if you clean your room, actually clean your room, right? So he's like, I'm gonna come into your room, or a gunnery sergeant, or your warrant officer, or whoever, and they're gonna like literally touch above your lights, right?
Yeah.
You got the hanging fluorescent lights. It's like if they touch that, their shit on their hand, you fail. I'm like, okay, right? So like when I clean my room, I clean my entire room,
Yeah.
And then they'd be like, they touch like above the lights, look at their hands with their white gloves. They'd be like, okay. It'd be at first it was Lance Corporal Further, and they're like, Lance Corporal Further, like, sir. And they're like, blah 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 blah. Then I just answer the questions. They're like, why is your room so clean? I was like, well, this Lance Corporal was warned about the conditions of the blah blah blah. They're like, you have a little pass. You have 96 hours. I'm like, thank you, sir. You know,
Oh shit, nice.
I'll just be honest. I'm like, I was told about your standards, and I try to meet your
Yeah.
standards, and they're like, get the fuck out of here. I'm like,
And Logan, what I'm telling you now is that like when I joined, I felt that way. But I tell you what, like the Air Force guys I've met, like there are guys that I know that I've gone drinking with. That if we ever got into a fight, we're gonna have some fun.
we're gonna have some fun, right?
We're gonna have some
Yeah, I got
fun.
those guys too. But like,
And it
as
doesn't
I
matter
get
like
older,
Marine Corps. Like the thing is that we can argue with each other. Like I can make fun of the Marine Corps, you make fun of me. Like you're the men's department of the Navy and this, that, and third, right? And you
yeah,
guys
but
and
you're never
But-
gonna get that from me. You know.
well, it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, like we know this, right? But if
Well,
some
but the problem
fucking-
is that it doesn't matter. Like that rivalry.
it's
doesn't matter at
fun.
all.
It's just a joke. It's a fun thing that we do with to embrace the suck, right? It's
Well-
part of that embrace the suck aspect.
So how about this? You know, I've been drinking, you've been drinking. Obviously, I can hear your drinks.
Yeah, of course.
Let's talk about something for a minute, right? And I put this in my notes, and I wanted to kind of cover it like in detail, but we're not going to have time or material, right?
Okay.
How do you feel about the anti, or let's say anti-Semitic college protests against Israel in America, right?
Okay.
I think that's the only way I can strive it, right? Because like the colleges are, let's say 90% of colleges in the United States are liberal,
Yes.
and that's kind of sad to say it that way, but I think that's probably accurate, right?
Yes. Yes.
But even those colleges have Jews, right? How do you feel about the rhetoric? Like basically so I would describe myself as an unapologetic Zionist, right? I learned
Okay.
that from my old boss, who's a Jew. And I've considered over many years converting from Christianity to Judaism, right?
Okay. Yeah.
I still may do that. I don't know. I'm still thinking about it, right? Right.
Yeah.
So I'm not a Jew right now, technically. I'm not even a part Jew, but I'm considering converting from Christianity to Judaism, right?
Well, in that aspect right there, I would love to talk to you about offline.
Yeah.
It would be fun.
Okay, but let's say about college kids, right? Like all these people, let's say, what's the word for it? Protesting in New York, right?
Right.
I imagine that 99% have no idea what they're protesting for.
Correct.
Right?
Yes, 100%.
So you speaking the language better than I do, and I looked this up and I try to do my own pronunciation and stuff, but from the river to the sea, you know, I watched a video where this guy went to that protest, right? And he was like,
Right.
do you know what river they're talking about? And it was like 500 people he talked to, and like 27 knew what river they were talking about, right?
Yeah.
The River Jordan, right?
Yep.
River Jordan to the sea.
Yep.
And then he was talking to him, and he's like, do you guys know what that means, right? They're like, well, you know, free for... No, they're like, no. You're asking about genocide. Do you want to kill every Jew? They're like, what are you talking about? Like, they're so willfully disengaged with modern politics. Like, they're just like, oh yeah, support the guy who wants to cut our heads off in the desert and put it on the internet. Yeah, they're our friends now. You know.
Well, the thing is that it's a lack of understanding of a lot of things. One, history, right?
100%, right? It's like, okay, so Tex, one of my sisters is gay and married, and she had a baby, like IVF, in vitro fertilization, right? I'm gonna go meet my niece, like in like a week, and I'm super excited, right?
Okay.
She is a Democrat type chick, let's say.
Shocker.
Right?
Yeah, shocker. Yeah.
Shocker, right? But she's at first they were Palestine supporters, right? And then I sent them in Arabic and I told them to use Google Translate, you know. This is Hamas's stance on the LGBT community, right?
Right.
So I sent that, right? And then all of a sudden the post changed, you know. It went from supporting Palestine to being like, oh, here's my baby. My baby's super cute. And I'm going to meet her in I'm going to meet her in 6 days. Right. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm looking forward to that. Right. And I'm not even going to cross her because why would I? But
Right.
she's a mom. Right.
Yeah.
Now things have changed. Now, a lack of security, and she lives in, let's say, the Tri-City series in Michigan, right? You know, a lack of security means your daughter is not safe. Because when you're single, it's just you. It's like, oh yeah, some guy might like put a sign in my face. It's like now you brought a human into the world, and now you have to care about that human, and the people around you do not give a fuck about that human outside of it. You know, and that sucks. I mean, I wish it was different, but it's not. And you know that. I know that. You know. Unfortunately, you know.
Yeah. So what's your question?
But I don't know. But here's what I would say, Davey Tex, right?
All right.
I talked to Loki earlier, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Really great conversation. We talked for about 30 minutes, right?
Yep.
I double checked the info that she sent me, like literally while we're talking, and it seems legit. So she filled a gap, and I appreciate that gap. And hold on one second, I got a motherfucker from back in the day. Adam. Hey, cocksucker, what's up?
Hey, I just wanted to call and tell you you're one sexy SOB.
Why don't you shut your her mouth? Because you're one sexy SOB also. Dude, I'm on a podcast right now. Like, check this out. No, it's all good, man. I've been at home drinking beer. Well, I'm getting ready for Christmas.
You remember my buddy Woody?
Yeah. Hey, Woody. Hey. I tell you what, I'll Snapchat you $500 and punch Adam in the face right now. Just punch him in the sack for 500. Yeah.
When you coming home?
I'll be home on Friday, next Friday. It's my grandpa's 90th birthday party.
Get the out of here.
Dude, I'll send you the details. He's going to be in New Athens, right?
You remember going out to Carlisle with us?
Yes, obviously, Adam.
So me and my buddy Andrew fought on Carlisle Lake.
Are you serious?
Do you remember when we used to go back by the sailing where all this?
Can y'all hear me? Did he mute? Check, check. Can y'all hear me? Did he mute me too? I don't know. Oh, Michael, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were backstage. I'll let him know next time he comes up. All right, cool. Let me see. Just because the Jewish people were justified in having a state doesn't mean it was going to work. This conflict is not about Hamas. It is. Well, Hamas is a problem of the overall. Like, it's one of the symptoms of an overall problem, right? This aspect of having a, because look at Iran, look at Hamas, all this kind of stuff. Their aspect is to destroy Israel. That's what it is. Okay. And wipe out all Jews, right? And not only that, but if you go look at Iran and what they're saying, they want to wipe out all Americans too, because we're the great Satan. And I know this because I speak the language. I can listen to them talk and I can listen to them chant and protest, right? So I know that that is what they want to do. Now, if you go back to the history of things and learn where the actual name Palestine came from, if you know it came from the Romans, it didn't come from the people themselves. Palestine and the aspect of taking over Jerusalem, this, that, and third, was never a capital of anything because they were part of like what they call Greater Syria. Damascus was always the fucking capital, so it was never a capital of anything. And but it is the combination of three aspects of religion, being Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, because supposedly what had happened with Muhammad, and I've studied this stuff and I've seen it, right? Talking about, well, Muhammad ascended to heaven at the same site, and that's why the mosque, like the Golden Mosque, is there, and this and third, on the lands of the same grounds as the Temple of Solomon. And if you were to ask me what was going on, like if you just like look at, like, even if you don't look at it from a religious aspect, it was nothing more than a nationalistic, like, territorial aspect. It's always been that way. Even Osama bin Laden himself said that an attack upon Palestine was an attack upon all Muslims, right? And that's something you can go back and look when, Osama bin Laden said himself, an attack upon Palestine was an attack upon all Muslims, as if, all Muslims being Sunni, Shia, and this and a third were, uh, had to respond to this against like Israel and this and third. And go and look up the history of what's happened with the Palestinians that, they claim to be like Palestine, because Palestina was something that was done by the Romans, and they weren't even, that was a name given to them not by, Arabic standards, right? But by Roman standards. They called the land Palestine, right? And that's the one thing that people don't know, and then one thing people don't listen to is go look at the history. Go look at the actual history of what happened, and the actual history of the formation of this, and what happened, because that's going to give you a better insight into the aspect that the Jews are driven from Israel, right? Or the aspects of the tribes of Judah, and they're Babylon, right? And then the funny thing was, one of the people, when they talk about this in the Old Testament, if you're a follower of the Old Testament, was Cyrus the Great. Cyrus the Great was from Persia, modern day Iran, right? Cyrus the Great defeated Nebuchadnezzar, freed the Jews to go back to the land we call Israel, and was one of the first people to establish the freedom of religion. So, and it's even talked about, like I said, it's even talked about in the Old Testament of Cyrus the Great, freeing the Jews from, their enslavement, because according to, the Old Testament, the Jews had done bad, right? They got enslaved by Nebuchadnezzar and all this kind of stuff, which came from Babylon, i.e. Iraq, right? The problem is people don't understand history. Go back and read history. I'm not saying go back and take what your teachers tell you as fucking history. Go back and read it for yourself. We are in an amazing golden age of where you can look up literally anything. All right. So don't take anyone's word for it. Don't take my word for it. Go back and look it up and then compare it and see what happens. I tell you what, though, there ain't no Christians out there trying to kill anyone who is a part of the LGBTQ, 2A plus whatever community. There's a lot of Muslims that do. Now, hell, fucking Iran can't get fucking construction equipment from Saudi Arabia anymore because they use it to hang gays. And if you don't believe me, fucking Google it. Because it's fucking there. I can't hear Wally at all right now, so seems like he's talking on the phone to his buddy. So, but yeah. So go back and look this stuff up. The problem is like we have an issue in this country where people giving their spin to history. They're giving their own interpretation of what they think is the way it should be interpreted. And well, you do your thing, right? The problem is teachers are meant to give you the facts, not their interpretation of what it is. And that's why you don't trust anything from the mainstream media. I don't care if you're watching Fox News or MSNBC. Go and look up everything they say, right? When it comes to shootings to anything else. Logan, that's funny. Go and do the research for yourself. Like y'all have a power, and like I'm 41 years old. So when I was a kid, we had the Dewey Decimal System and we had a library, right? We didn't have the access to the internet that people do nowadays. Like I do nowadays, like especially from your phone, right? You have this amazing ability to go and fucking research this shit for yourself. So do me a favor and don't be fucking lazy. Because a lot of people are fucking lazy. They want to hear someone else tell them the truth. Whether you're watching Newsmax or Fox News or CNN or MSNBC, do me a favor and just go Google this shit on your own. I was on a stream with Loki finishes later tonight, and we were talking about stand your ground and do your retreat and this and third. And one thing she says is don't take me as the source of your fucking information. Take what I'm saying and go look it the fuck up. Look it the fuck up. And see what your state says. See what's going on with you, right? And it's the same thing with all this kind of stuff, whether it be, elections or anything else. Like go fucking Google it for yourself. Take no one's opinion but your own. Well, so Michael Rakers, the problem is that there's a group out there who's part of the fucking Palestinian government called Hamas that does not want a two-state fucking solution. They want a one-state solution with the eradication of every Israelite that's there. Israel has come to the table more times. Like I remember, like I grew up with this shit. I've been watching this shit since fucking Bush was in office. Like I'm talking about Bush 1, right? Is in office. The whole thing about this two-state solution has been brought up so many times, and Israel has given back things like the Gaza Strip and all this kind of stuff, and yet the Palestinians, or at least the Palestinian government, doesn't want that. They could have, yeah, they could do a two-state solution. And maybe that is the best way to go. But the problem is when you have a charter by one of the governments that says they have to eradicate the other people there, including Christians like myself, not just Israelites, right? Not just the Israelis, the Jewish people, but they eradicate Christians and everyone else. Yeah, man, I mean, kind of driving a hard bargain. You know what I mean? It's kind of a hard bargain to sit there and say, well, yeah, it'll work out if we can just kill all you guys, right? It ain't gonna work. Well, Mr. Girl, like what I'm saying is like I use Google as a common reference to a search engine. Go out there and search it and look it up for yourself. Look at what actually happens. Look for, .gov websites and things like that that actually put out what actually happened and not depend upon the opinions of others, right? There are people out there that I like, that I enjoy their opinion on things. And the thing is, though, when they tell me something, I go and fucking look it up. Is this person telling me, the truth, or is it a partial truth, or is it the entire truth, right? And I love the fact that Wally wants to talk about, this kind of stuff because I enjoy this stuff too. Like I've been, I was in 21 years and I retired from the military in June of this year. And I was a Spanish linguist, I was a Persian linguist. And so one of the things that we got very involved in the whole aspect of how it wasn't just the fact that we were like isolated to this like one country or this one language. We got involved in the aspect of every single connection between these countries that came together, right? So I got a chance to learn a lot about, the way, China interacts with people in North Korea, Iran, Russia interacts with all these people because they always intersected with something I was doing. No, Mr. Girl, you good. You good. I don't know what Wally's doing, but he needs to comb his hair. No, Latin American Spanish. Mostly started off with like a lot of Mexican Spanish. Well, I learned book Spanish, right? So it wasn't Castilian Spanish. I learned book Spanish when I was in high school, and then again when I was at DLI the first time. And so I didn't learn a lot of Castilian, but the thing is though, I watch a lot of Castilian stuff. I can't like, brother. I wish I could. I don't have the ability to do that, Michael. Um,
Hey, sorry guys.
yeah, no
Actually,
worries.
MJ, that was Adam Delaberto, endodontist Dr. Adam Delaberto. So turns out when it rains it pours, man. When I reconnect with one, and Adam had no idea that we've been talking, obviously, but he reached out, you know. So you remember Adam, I assume, but yeah. So fucking crazy. So here's the bottom line. My biological paternal grandpa he turned 90 already, but his birthday party is the Saturday after Thanksgiving, right? So I'm flying back on that Friday. We're gonna hang out, and me and him are the only two Marines in the whole family. So that's something kind of special. I mean, it's not like that cool, but how he describes it is special, right? Being a Marine isn't that awesome, but the way he describes it is epic, and I hope to emulate that for my grandkids eventually someday. But so, yeah, nothing else about that. But I mean, goddamn, what a crazy fucking week, man. Like people out of my past have been reaching out and we talk like it's yesterday. And that's when you have actual friends, that's how it's supposed to be, right?
100%.
So here's what I'm gonna do, guys. This stream's been going on for a while, right? I'm gonna finish this beer and then we're gonna part ways, right?
But I want to hit the rack. It's almost 12 here, so
yeah. Well, no shit. It's like 12:40 here, so.
So thanks for having me on, Wally, and I love talking about this international stuff. And and while you muted, I kind of went on a rant about things, and
I heard I heard a bit of it, but
So thanks for letting me on.
That's
and invite me
not a
back
problem.
whenever you want.
Yeah. Well, dude, you're welcome anytime you want to come on for anything you want to talk about, right? Like,
All right, Bubba.
and like I talked about earlier tonight. on the
Michael
stream.
Rakers is in the backstage.
Yes. All right. Let me add. So MJ's. I've known MJ for about over 20 years, but
Jesus Christ, mate.
sorry, dude. Sorry, dude.
I didn't know that was you, MJ. I don't know.
Yeah.
We just met, so
Yeah, it's a secret language of username versus the pseudonym. Yeah, they can dox me. I don't care. It's all good.
Well, they Stone Vet the other night. I was on his channel. He called me James and all this kind of stuff. He's like, I didn't dox him because he came up here and showed his fucking retired ID card. Yeah, my name is James. Okay, yeah, I showed my retired ID card. Everyone knows my name. And so yeah, no, it's a ton of fun. But anyway,
yeah,
I gotta head
I mean,
out.
there's some decorum that's expected, right? You know.
Well, yeah. But the thing is, like, I don't like Navy text is something I took on when I was in Discord like fucking 5 years ago, right?
Yep.
And so, but the thing now when it comes to like the vet stuff, and this is the reason why like I showed my face and all this kind of stuff on Wally's channel and Stone Vet's channel and Loki's channel, all this kind of stuff, is because when it comes to this aspect of stolen valor, like if I show you my ID card, I'm going to show you my face. So you can see this is the same motherfucker. And I'm not hiding my DE-214. I'm not hiding this, that, and third because, you know, it really kind of pisses me off. Like I had a buddy of mine. I'll tell you a story right before I leave. I had a buddy of mine who was like 6'4", right? And he had been prior Army, joined the Navy, and all this kind of stuff. And he volunteered for a tour to Iraq. And while he was over there, before that, we'd always make fun because I'm like 5'8" and he's like 6'4", and he'd make jokes about me and all this kind of stuff. And so while he was over there, he was sitting on a wall smoking a cigarette, and a fucking mortar round came in, right? And it hit right almost at the wall and blew straight up and blew both his legs off, right? And so he comes back with 2 prosthetic legs. Actually, the first time I met him, he was in the wheelchair. They didn't have the legs yet. He'd gone to, Maryland and all this kind of stuff. He was in, Germany at all this kind of stuff, and came back over. And he comes back into San Antonio, and everyone's like going up to him. They're like, man, I'm so sorry for this. This, that, and the third. I walked up to him. The first thing I said to him, because this is what military people do to each other. I walked up to him. And I shook his
get up a PT.
Huh?
You'll do anything to get a PT?
No. What I said was this. I walked up to him and I was like, hey, Bubba, how you doing? He shook my hand. And I said, finally, I'm calling you, bitch. And that's the first time he cracked a smile the entire fucking day because I wasn't treating him like he was some fucking sick puppy, coming home. Right? And that's what vets do for each other.
Dude, Navy vet, you and I could do a whole podcast about that for like 10 hours, right?
Yeah.
It's the same thing as like I hired a guy, he's a vet. How do I treat him? I was like, you unfuck yourself immediately and you treat him like everybody else, right? He's no better than anybody else,
Because that's what everyone wants. They want to be treated like, I love the thank you for your service stuff I got, but the thing is that, I'm not gonna lie. I go out there and I'm a vet now, and I go out there and I'm like, you have military discount? I'm gonna ask for it, right?
Sure. But the economy is terrible. So
anything you can I would do it anyway because give it to me, right? And but the thing is that when you have these guys who are actually wounded, they come back and they're actually missing body parts and all this kind of stuff, and you treat them like there's some kind of hurt fucking animal that you have to take care of, fuck you. That motherfucker, I want to tell you right now, you lost an arm? Too bad you can't high five me, bitch. Right?
Right.
And that's what they want to hear. That's what they want to hear. They want to hear the same rhetoric from before.
It's like you can't offhand anymore, can you, pal?
Yeah. Must hurt.
How does that
must be hard to jerk off, right?
Jerk off with your left hand? I bet the left hand pulls your cock out of its socket.
Exactly. And that's what they want to hear because they don't want to be treated as like some special fucking muffin.
No.
Right?
I did the house for vets for a while, right?
Yeah.
When it was rain, he got his legs both fallen off and he died like a ton of times. My oldest son was probably 7 and my middle son was probably 6 at the time, right? And they're like, and they met him and they're like, oh, what happened to you? He goes, boys, I played kick the can and I lost. Don't play kick the can. And like he was 100% serious, and like he already lost both his legs and a couple fingers and all bunch of shit, you know. And my sons were like, oh shit. Like they came back to me like, Dad, we're not playing kick the can. I'm like, no shit, right? Why that's why we don't play it now. You know?
All right. Well, MJ, it was a pleasure to meet you, brother.
Yeah, pleasure.
And
as always.
we'll talk again. And but everyone else in the chat, like you know, like I said, Wally, thanks for having me up. It was a ton of fun. And I want to have another time where we can actually get on the geopolitical stuff because obviously I get on my
that
was
was my plan for tonight, but obviously it didn't happen. But
one I love, so the thing is, here's my gig, right? This whole thing with Wrangler is what I call soft content. What I mean by soft content is that it's the thing that always got me about Wrangler and that he never understood about YouTube, and he doesn't understand about YouTube, is that he gets on there, he's so goddamn serious about everything, right? You can't be serious when you cover these motherfuckers, whether it was like flat earthers or fucking soft sits or fucking First Amendment auditors. Bro, you're not the white knight that's going to fucking bring the end to all these motherfuckers. What you're doing is you're calling out the idiocracy, right? You're not going to, you're not going to save the world, right? So do me a favor, and while you're on there, instead of looking like an emaciated fucking skeleton in the dark, bitching about these guys you can't do literally nothing about, get on there and have some fun, man. Like make good jokes, not lot lizard jokes and this thing. Of course, I mean a fucking 3-year-old can fucking make lot lizard jokes. Get on there and make some like good jokes and have some fun with it. Have some fun with what's going on, right? But he has no fun. He's so fucking focused, and I think it's because he's worried about the fact that he's about to become himself locked up and all this kind of fun stuff. Well, fun stuff for us, not for him.
Yeah.
And so stop being a fucking white knight and bitch, because that's what he is. He's a white knight and bitch. He thinks he's going to go out there and fucking solve the world's problems or the fraud problems or I don't know. And do me a favor, Wrangler, stop jerking off under the table, because I guarantee you that's what you're doing every time you watch yourself on a fucking video. That's why we don't see your hands. Like we don't see your hands ever. Because you're down there fucking jerking it to your own. Like, cause have you ever seen this motherfucker? And I know MJ probably hasn't, because he's not obsessed with this shit like Stonebed is, and myself to an extent. But have you ever seen the guy's eyes light up when he watches himself on a fucking video? Like it's, bro, listen. I mean,
it's something. Yeah,
you should be in love with Kimmy the way you're in love with yourself. And I swear to God, like you get off on it, like your whole throwing up thing, I'm pretty sure is you just fucking come to climax is honestly what it is.
Oh, and text. By the way, while you're live with me,
yes,
thanks for the hookup in the contact.
Yeah, of course.
That contact.
Yeah,
and obviously, like I said earlier, I did my due diligence, and it looks like it's legit, right?
It is legit.
So all it took was
you mentioned her earlier, so.
Well, all it took was like dropping my ego, because my ego on YouTube is based on other people's ego, right?
Right. Right.
Like I have no ego on YouTube. I don't care. I don't know anybody, right? Because I have 220 subscribers. Like I'm not in it for the money, right?
Right.
But that literally that shout out from you, and then that talk that I had before we went live tonight was more really good intel than I had in a long time, right?
I'm telling you,
it was actually legit. Like nothing was bullshit. Like I didn't get bullshitted one bit by her,
Nope, not at all. And she won't. And she is.
And well, it was over the phone, and she was just like, "Hey, I just wanted to address these things first, like with like Stone Vet,
Yep.
She addressed all those things first. I'm like, well, I'm not involved with that,
Yep. Yeah.
but I am involved in this, so let's talk. She's like, okay, you know. And but that's a testament to you, right? Because you obviously choose your people wisely, right?
I do my best.
And
Yes.
you didn't throw that out there to me randomly, like that was intentional, you know.
Yep. Yep.
And I appreciate that intention, whatever you call it, intentionality, whatever. But
Right.
you know, really fucking cool, right? Like, and obviously I get calls like this all the time, right?
Yeah.
I looked it up, like I literally she sent me some things. I looked them up and I was like, motherfucker, right?
Yeah.
Just like I said
She's got-
earlier in the video, like I
She's
was
got the
looking
qualifications.
close.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, she does have the qualifications, right? And I think I'm going to use those in the strategic terms, right?
Yep. Yep.
But you know, where I had gaps, she didn't have gaps at all.
Exactly.
Right? She filled those gaps 100%. So I'm like, okay. All right. And so I mean, I've been pretty open in this YouTube thing all along, but now I'm even more open, I guess you could say. But yeah.
Well, I mean, it's like you said, but it's like you said with everything, trust and verify. Like Reagan said it best, right? There's two things I love that Reagan said. Reagan said, trust and verify. And he also said the 9 scariest words that come from anyone is I'm from the government, I'm here to help. Right.
Yep.
And so as long as I carry those two with me every day. And Wally, you know, brother, as a fellow intel guy, you know, you're a Marine that eats crayons. I love you to death. And anytime you want me to come on, you let me know. But I have to hit the rack. And MJ, it was a pleasure to meet you. And
Pleasure.
later on, we'll you know, maybe we can talk about some stuff, especially Ukraine, this and third. But you guys have a wonderful night, chat. Y'all have a wonderful night.
We will.
Thank y'all for being here and listen to me rant while Wally was, you know, muted and talking to his buddy and all this kind of stuff. So I will see y'all later because I have to hit the rack. I got church.
Yeah, man. Hit the rack.
Yeah,
Do your thing. Do your thing, bro.
Awesome guy.
Yeah.
Bottom line,
Yeah. He actually speaks a bunch of languages and he's actually very culturally competent. You know what I mean?
Did he take your job offer? I was curious.
Wait, say that again.
You said like, "Hey, I had a job for you" or whatever.
No.
Okay. He wants to be a police officer, I guess.
No, he's going to be a police officer, right? And he's not. He actually, his opinion. This is my opinion of his opinion, but he's like, he's already burnt out on the intel side, right?
Yeah,
so
I get that.
Now his next best bet is law enforcement.
Local. Yeah. Okay.
And not a bad choice with his background, right? Because like he'll come with the ranks pretty fast, you know. But MJ.
Yeah.
Hey man, miss you.
Hey. What's that?
Miss you.
Oh, I miss you too, mate. No, that baseball I'm sorry, the soccer thing is if they play next year in DC, that is 100%. I don't care what the tickets cost. I'm doing it.
Well, obviously, anytime you want to come here, you have a place to stay. Like I'll make it work. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care how many people you bring, but you'll have a place.
I mean, you got one less guy in the house, right? So obviously you got room for things.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, that sounds good, but no. So Cameron is in Space Force now.
Right.
Right now he's in California, but he'll be at Fort Detrick on the 14th or 15th of December. For another school, and then it'll be at Belvoir, NSA, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And so he doesn't actually know what he's going to be doing, but he's actually excelling, right? And we've talked.
Yeah.
Sometimes we talk 3-4 times a day.
I mean, last night I saw Cameron. He was in the cybersecurity school or something like that, right?
Yep.
This is probably the natural progression, right?
Yep. So even better, it's even a better progression, right?
Yeah.
So we talk all the time. I check his clearance. I help him out wherever I can. I was like, hey, man, if you need me to go to the skiff to talk to you, well, go to the skiff.
I was
But
gonna say, how does that work? It's like, hey, I can get you like special clearance or something like that, right?
no, not even that. I just have.
Okay.
I have. If he has a real question like that, I can go and I can call him on the phone.
Now, one of the
But,
things I talked to with you before was about clearances, and like it's interesting. I recently like figured out what my father did at Sky Air Force Base, like
Right.
like a year and a half ago. And
Sure.
it's like he kept it silent for like even 18 years after he left the office. That's like okay.
Well, which is a
Yeah.
little extreme, but
Yeah.
But like for him, like, so he has his biological dad, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
His biological dad can't help him in the classified realm at all, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he comes to me for all those questions, right? And honestly, it's like we had a great relationship before, and we never had a bad relationship at all. But but now I'm his guy, right? I'm his intel guy. I'm like, Karen. I'm like, literally, you're worried about that? He's like, well, a little bit. I'm like, it's literally your career is just getting started. Just fuck off, learn that, and fuck off. And that sounds bad in some ways, but it's like once you get to the actual analytics, hit me up. I'll help you out.
And maybe by that time it's gonna be completely different, right?
But also I want him to learn on his own, organically,
Yeah.
And I think that's fair, right? I don't want to interfere with his career, but once he's done with his like training and he's like he's in the Space Force, right? Then if he needs help, then yeah, I'm 100% there 100% of the time, anytime he needs it, right? And my clearance just got re-adjudicated, so anytime he needs help, like I'm gonna give it, but he hasn't asked, right?
Yep.
But I mean,
too bold to ask.
Fine.
Maybe.
I mean, that's he's going to be like, he's literally going to be in the town that I drove to every day for like 6 years, right?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, Cameron, oh, the Whamola's out. Somebody has to drive. Somebody has to drive to their mom's house. Oh my God, it's so bad, But he doesn't want to hear that either, so he's just gonna be like, "Fuck off! I need my mail." I'm like, "Come on over, pal." Yeah. I still pay for his phone, so once he's at his unit, I'm gonna be like, "Hey, pal, tired of spending like $450 a month on a cell phone."
That's it? Only $450 on that cell phone?
Well, for 6 people or 8 people.
Oh, for 6. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say for him alone, I think you need a better deal.
Well, for him alone, no. But yeah. But hey, MJ.
Yeah.
I'm gonna also head off here.
Yeah.
I do love that came on.
Yeah, just like a quick recap of like everything that's transpired here a little bit. It's I get the intentions of why the soap opera, if we call it, the fraud at Wrangler. I get it. I just say that it's one thing to listen to the guy; it's another thing to listen to the guy if he brings something out new, right? And I don't think that's happening. I think it's been rinse repeat for the last week and a half or so.
Fair.
And that's probably the reason why some people have stopped listening to the guy. And unfortunately, you and Shizz are at the content marker of what can be public and what can't be public at this point. So I don't know if there's necessarily a reason or purpose to continue forward. And then the question I would always have is what happens after, right? So who's the next guy? Who's the next
Well-
thing to go after? You know, it's
My intention was never to cover anybody at all.
exactly. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
And
Well,
there's so much
but
hypocrisy.
that's you brought up a great point. What's next, right?
Yeah, there's so much hypocrisy on the internet, let alone the YouTube, Twitter, etc., TikTok.
So
if you want to go that way.
I would say the only two people on the internet that are actually were dedicated to a specific focus are me and Shizz right now.
Right.
So
And
before I
one of
say
those
anything, like,
I'd be interested in helping out as well, of course. The
well, of course,
the
but
not-for-profit.
like,
Yep.
but the goal for us is quasi emotional, right?
Mhm.
So, like, I don't know the guy who got killed. I never met him. I don't know his
Yeah.
family. You know,
Right.
Shizz does.
I mean, usually most people in quote the Midwest, like we used to grow up from, probably would never cared
Yeah.
about that guy until he decided to make a noise on the internet
You know,
one time or
and
another. Right?
that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, that's 100% fair, right? So, whereas I got involved not because the murder, I got involved because of the stolen valor. Like, I was asked
Right.
basically as a consultant, right? You know,
Mhm.
if you want to call it that. Like, how does this look to you? I'm like, this is complete, utter fucking bullshit, right? That was
Right.
like my first analysis, right? Then I found out about the other stuff, and then I got involved, right? And so, like, in the business world, I'm trying to get contracts. I'm like really working hard
Oh,
to
yeah.
like expand the business, right? But I'm not doing intel at all. So, in some ways, this effort is my means to keep my skills up and running, if that makes sense, right? You know,
Yeah.
I'm like I'm able to utilize and expand my skills, right? Because OSINT is fluent, you know, in the world. So, you know.
In my intro, I stated the following. It's like, for some reason, we were more concerned with Matthew Perry than we were concerned with a hurricane hitting Acapulco, right? 10,000 people died, but we're worried about Matthew Perry. And the same thing with this guy. Okay, we're talking about this one dude, but there's Afghanistan, there's
in my
Israel,
notes,
there's
and
Ukraine.
like I'm going to be talking about Afghanistan and Ukraine, right? But it's like I have my notes, and it's like I don't actually give a shit what the viewers think, what they want to see. You know?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, but I ask because it kind of gives me some quasi focus, right?
Right.
Everybody wants to see Wrangler. I'm like, God damn.
Yeah. Okay.
So number 2 is like OPSEC, and then we're gonna do number 3 is like insider threat and counter intel. Number 4 is data dumps. You know,
my mom and my sisters were addicted to Days of Our Lives, and that's the soap opera that kept on continuing over and over again. That's what this is. And
right.
I just put up a YouTube right now about my silver collection, for example, that I was playing with all night. So, I mean, it's just like, yeah, anyone could get like.
Well, the point is, it's like
famous if you want to like curtail a particular audience or whatever. But if you are sitting there trying to concur a mission based off of fact, you either get the followers that you want or the followers that are just going to sit on you for no reason at all other than to fulfill the Days of Our Lives next saga. And I think that's the hitch right now at this moment is, and I've seen this, and I was looking at the numbers all night. I was kind of like, okay, we're at 130, now we're down to 70, and now we're down to 20, or so on and so forth, because you either want to know more about the industry or you are kind of more or less here for the soap opera, right?
Yeah.
And I get it's a nice little teenage thing to follow the soap opera. It's another thing to understand the mindset behind the soap opera, right?
Well, but like right now we're at like 98 watchers, and I'm at 238 subscribers, right?
Yeah.
So my view count to subscribers is really high, like compared to normal, right? But I also don't care. I'm not trying to make money off of YouTube, right? It's not my goal.
It's sick how much money YouTube steals from these people and everything else anyway. So yeah.
No, exactly. And like I put out a poll the other day, and like the poll was kind of like where I thought I would land, right? But at the end of the day, I'm not like I'm 100% happy to work with the Kaiser's Pain, right? I'm 100% happy to like help put a needle in his arm and have him get fucking executed, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the other case I'm working in the same state, it's like it's one of those one victim versus like 500, right? So where do I make the most impact? Like,
Yeah.
Probably the 500 victim one.
Yeah.
But I'm working both, you know, and because I have dedication to one, the other one's fine, and I made it personally clear that I'm like not doing this during the week, do this on weekends, and they're like, oh yeah, no problem, But hey, MJ, you gonna be up for 2 minutes?
Yeah, I was playing 2 minutes.
Well, I gotta go pee. Yeah.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Yeah, I'll stick around.
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay. So yeah, I was going to state that the avenue of thought. I mean, you could sit there and look for the shortcomings. You could look at the little poker face differences between Wrangler 1 month ago to Wrangler right now. Don't think it really matters. Okay, we're seeing a digression of a gentleman or human, one circumstance or another, but I just don't think it matters. And I think it is a little bit of a circus trap that is it's just YouTube like followings, right? It's YouTube genre storyline. And I get it. I get the whole thing. And I don't have to re-echo like what he's done or what's been accused of him so far. That's what the courts of Alabama have to decide. Predominantly, this guy just watches YouTubes and he streams his YouTubes and somehow has a need to build numbers so they can make himself feel good. And I mentioned before, it's like this is his last 15 minutes of fame. Let him do what he's going to do, but I think the justice system will eventually take care of everything that they need to do. It's just surprising that it's taking so long. And yes, the size of Kaiser's left jarl has been definitely been apparent, and yeah, I mean, we saw about the hair dye, we saw about the vomiting, we saw about the eye functionality. We talked about the dimming of the lights. He's probably got light sensitivity. There's been a lot of progression, and yeah, the gentleman's starting to build his own little Titanic, if you will. And we're watching it in full time, and I think that's what his followers are doing, is watching it in full time, and it's going to be what it's going to be. It's catchy television. I get it. Do we care? Is there anything new? I don't think so. I really don't think there is anything new there. So you want to spend a couple hours, you want to give him a couple clicks, that's great. I will never, ever click on his stream. I might just catch a little bit of the story whenever Josh is on and I'm at work and I'm trying to waste time at the office. Then, yeah, that works for me. But anything beyond that, I don't want to exercise my time on it. I think you're in the same boat, Wally, even though you're muted.
Yeah, I've been pushing the same thing for a while, like the not a trib system, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's probably smart for all the people who don't support him, who want to be in the know.
Mhm.
I'm like, I've been telling them this is not complicated technology. This is not something new, right?
Yeah.
All I want is somebody to be like, yeah, Wally, do it. Right?
Mhm.
No.
I explained this paradigm to you before, that the reason why we see a lot more like fascism and like a lot more like weird tropes as far as like flat earthers and whatnot is the fact that all of a sudden all these people learn technology. They've gotten like
Right.
easier tools to get on Facebook and YouTube and demonstrate themselves. They're able to find
Sure.
collectives and, oh my god, this person's interested in pig sex versus no one in my neighborhood community or whatever. So they build their little forum groups or whatever else, and then they're like, oh cool, there's someone else like me. Okay, it's not just some other jerk who likes Chicago House and St. Louis City.
It's not organic, right? It's just you're following somebody because you have to attach yourself to something to be
Right.
more normal, right?
But I mean, somebody like Wrangler, like say early 2000s, would never exist because he
You're
just
right.
simply wouldn't have had a computer with his Packard Bell speakers to set up anything similar to what we can do nowadays with our technology. So,
Well, he also at that point in time he didn't understand security
or a dial-up
right?
modem or whatever it might have been in rural Alabama or
He
whatever.
he probably would have been there, but he wouldn't have understood, right?
Right.
So he probably would have been like less than us,
Mhm.
because we're literally, you and I are the same essential age as him, right?
Mhm.
But with different backgrounds, right? So by the time he was like proactively committing crimes, like he should have been smarter than he was. But he didn't have a mentor. He didn't have anybody like that, right?
Yeah. No, I get some of the things that have been said about his background. It's like, God, that sucked. If my
And it's like
parents were Catholic who brought me into Catholic bringing and schools and everything else, and were able to have
Well-
finance my college degree and everything else to pursue my life the way I kind of chose. And I
Sure.
live in a wealthy lifestyle. You live in a wealthy lifestyle,
Right. Yeah.
compared to most. And I get that. And I have gone from a very conservative background to a more liberal background because of it, because I understand,
which is fair,
haven't
which is
gotten
totally fair.
those opportunities. Yeah.
And I would say here where I live, I've switched sides multiple times, right?
Mhm.
And it's hard to say what's going to happen, right?
Yeah.
Because if I vote for one, I'm guilty of voting for the other. If I vote for
Yep.
the other, I'm guilty of voting for the other, right?
Mhm.
And like, obviously, you know me for a while, I'm typically apolitical, right?
Yeah.
So,
Sometimes it's a flip of the coin. It's just a matter of which guy did worse to you at the time.
sure, and that's totally fair. Here in Northern Virginia, it's like, and legitimately, like 2, 3, 4, 5 votes will
Mhm.
determine an election, right? And that's
Yeah.
that's fine. That's fine. And that's probably my motivation to go vote every time, right? I do my research, and I don't collect a Republican or a Democrat voter card right before I walk in. I do my research. I'm like, okay, well, this guy has. It's like, yes, obviously, we need a new fire station here, And then on the Republican side, yeah, we need to expand the road from 2 to 4 over here, right? So it's kind of like I'm an all-around voter. I'm just like, well, I'm not a fucking retard. Like, don't treat me like a fucking idiot when I vote, because I have it's always Asian women. I don't know what, let's say, denomination they are, right? They're all Asian. They're all Asian, Korean or Japanese or Chinese or whatever. And they're like, oh, hey, can I give you? I'm like, fuck off, cut. And they're like, oh. They're like, And then I go vote for their party. And they're
Mhm.
like, oh, okay. Well, why were you
So
so
you
mean?
can
I'm
pull
like,
off that look really easily.
well, it's like, why were you so mean? Because I'm like, you're so fucking terrible. Like, why are you here?
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like I voted for not just Republicans this time. I voted for people on both sides. They're like, oh. It's like, go ahead, have your seizure now. Okay.
Yeah.
But
Well, they're after the people who don't know, right? They're after that 5% who somehow showed up at the polls for no apparent reason, who didn't do their
sure.
research. I want to go by namesake.
But I know those people, right? Like I've, you've known me for a long time. Like by even proxy, I've like just kind of met these people running, and they're like, "How are you gonna vote?" I'm like, I don't know. I mean,
well, okay. So put this where your odd years, your 2023s, your 2021s are actually, honestly, your most important elections because they actually handle your city government most likely and your county government.
Fair.
And these are the actual people that will screw up your lifestyle versus whatever's going out otherwise. So and it's interesting concept that if you don't like what's going on with your city, you do not vote for the incumbents. Period.
Well, the funny thing is, I told one of them
precision is you just don't do it.
Well, one of them, his wife's dad, so his father-in-law, is my woodworker.
Right? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And he's a retired Army guy. Like, he's just kind of he's the Army thing he doesn't exploit, but retired Army. He really is really good at working wood. Right, he's a woodworker. Right, so anything I need woodworking wise, I'm like, here's everything you need. Just send me a quote. Just start working. And then the dude that I voted for in the previous election is there all the time because it's his, son-in-law.
Same guy with the same name that everyone knows, and
it's his son-in-law, and he just kind of like he's a big family guy, so he goes where his wife goes. He's like, "Hey, man, you look familiar. Is your name Wally?" I'm like, "It is. My name is Wally. What's up?" He's like, "That's so weird. Like that I recognized you." I'm like, "Well, don't worry about it, man. It's all good." We just had a talk for like 20 minutes about politics and local and how much taxes cost and blah blah blah. I'm like, "Hey, man, if you get elected, the problem is not schools right now. It's the inflation rate in Loudoun County because how many people are going to bring in a 9% inflation rate?" He's like, this many. He just he jokes around. I'm like, all right, at least you know the truth. He's like, "What'd you get your mortgage at, bro?" I'm like, "Dude, 2.1." I'm like, 2.1. He's like,
yeah, don't refinance at all. Don't do it.
No, why would I refinance? Right?
Yeah, no, 2.1, no.
But hey, MJ.
Yeah.
Miss your face in person.
Absolutely.
I really wish you were here.
Yeah, let me know. I mean, I got several days off, so if I need to come down there for just even an hour, let me know.
Well, like I was saying, my grandpa's birthday is that Saturday after Thanksgiving.
Okay.
I'm going to be in New Athens. I'll send you all the details. If you show up, that would be great.
Okay.
I'm flying in. I'm going to borrow a car from my parents. My parents are actually going to be here while I'm in Illinois, which is like because my sister's here now. So
correct.
Michelle.
Yeah.
So
what city did she jump into?
Air Force. Yeah.
No, I mean, what city in Nova?
She's in Chantilly. Yeah.
Chantilly. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she's a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force.
Right.
She's taken a staff officer position. She does dental stuff on the side, essentially, legitimately. Let's say, like if somebody has like a bar mitzvah, my sister would be on the list to like cover for that dentist,
Okay. Yeah.
And she's doing great. Like our relationship, we've talked more in the past like 10 weeks than we have in the past like 5 years.
Yeah.
And my sons love her to death. She treats them like they're $1 million. So she doesn't have to bribe them with money to be their aunt. She's just actually been a really good person. So,
Yeah. But yeah,
I couldn't ask for more.
Colorado, and just doing her own thing now.
We saw her in Colorado, and Colorado was cool. But now it's like she's like, the mountains aren't tall enough. I'm like, Michelle, I don't control how geology works.
Right.
It's like not my fault. But if you're looking for a place to hike, here's where I would go.
Yeah. Well, I guess the standby is she's breathing easier because she's not in Colorado anymore. So,
well, I mean,
is there's this old adage that you live up high in the mountains and you get drunk, and then you drive down and you get sober. So
sure. Well, with my sister, it's like I don't need to explain anything. I'm just like, here's your nephew. Here's everything he needs. We'll be back on Sunday. Today's Friday, right?
Yep.
Like he doesn't eat pizza. Don't try to get him to eat pizza. It's like simple instructions, right? And it just so far it's worked out.
Okay. But Jonathan, I know it's late over
she's
there.
like, hey, let's charge your iPad. Let's charge your iPad. In an hour, we're gonna go to soccer. And he's like, oh, am I playing? He's like, no, I'm playing.
Yeah.
So it's odd. I mean, it's not for them. They're used to playing baseball. All my boys are like,
right.
Oh, is it baseball practice? No, it's something else. They're like, what are we doing? It's like, they're like, fuck you. I only play baseball.
You gotta get them in soccer. It's the future.
Well, but it's 100% worked out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's yeah. I was gonna say your son's team and everything. I've been kind of following that too. So
yeah,
it's awesome.
I mean, and I hate to take responsibility for that, but I have some that we went so far, and a lot of that's not the kids, it's the parents, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's probably important. I made it perfectly clear this year. Like I'm not your kid's babysitter, right? If they don't want to be here, take them out of baseball. Period. Right?
Yeah.
And we had one parent took them out of baseball, right? And that parent reached out to me like extensively and like, hey, my oldest is this age. I'm like, okay. My youngest is this age. Okay. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I want my youngest to be on my oldest team. I'm like, nope.
No.
And like literally I was on a group text with everybody in the league. I'm like, nope. Because she's like, well, what's the best thing? Should I bring up my youngest to the oldest league, or should I bring my oldest to the youngest league? I'm like, no, you should drive to both. And basically, she just didn't want to like drive to both.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh. I was like, hey, listen, I'll talk to the league for you. Whatever you want is fine. I told her, I was like, hey, the leap from where your youngest is at to where your oldest is at is pretty significant, right? So I would just put them both in different leagues. She's like, basically, like, fuck you. You're one of them. I'm like, one of who? Like sensible Americans, like looking out for the best interests of our children. Yeah.
But John, if you're bored right this moment, they are doing F1 in Las Vegas Strip on ESPN.
Dude, I know. I was there a couple months ago, and a couple months ago, I couldn't even like cross the street in some places.
Yeah. It's silly, but it's a thing, and it's going to
pretty
be
epic. It's pretty epic.
so badly organized. It's hilarious. So it's going to be one of those like you want to watch drama. That's what you should be doing.
I'm just hoping nobody dies. Like that's my goal.
Oh, there's a Canadian. He can die. His name's Lance Stroll. He looks like an inbred billionaire. So
fine. The Canadians can all die. Nobody cares about Canada, right?
Right.
But hey, MJ.
Yeah.
Miss your face in person.
All right.
100%. Looking forward to the next time I see you in person.
Yep.
I am going to end the stream.
And
after breakfast, I'm going to message you.
Right? Yeah, I should be there.
Okay.
Yep, I'm good. Okay. Talk to you.
All right, and hey, man, thanks for coming on.
No problem. Bring some logic to the masses a little bit.
Well, trying, man.
Yeah.
It's like I'm one of my buddies. He reminds me of you a lot. His name's Dave, but he's like, Wally, you got 160 plus IQ, and you're doing what on YouTube? And I'm like, I was like, yeah, man, I know. And then he was like, I'm fucking with you. You're keeping your intel methodology in your own mind is active when you do this stuff. And I'm like,
and I know all about fucking Dave, so trust me.
Right. Well, that same Dave. Yeah. But he had a really good point. It is true, right? Because my job and my skills are very different things, right? And I'm trying to merge both of them. If not, trying to do one or the other. Would I rather be broke and happy or paid and sad? I don't know. I guess time will tell. But I have 6, 8 weeks, 9 weeks to figure it out. So
yeah, I was gonna say, I think you or I, and I'm actually experiencing something similar where you're kind of debating about your career choice at this point, right? And your career activities, and you're kind of like, okay, I got like 20 years left on the clock, and you're kind of figuring out what do I want to do for the next 20 years. And I've been debating about that for a while, for the last year and a half, to be honest.
Well, just like you, I've done 20 just like you.
Yeah.
Our 20 has been a little different than each other, but it's literally we can work on the same team and be successful, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I've wondered if I should jump into your path, and I think you probably adventured the same thought.
Well,
me, right?
It's like absolutely, and that's my big conundrum. It's like, probably my oldest conundrum is, should I go back and use my GI Bill and finish my degree in architecture, right?
Right.
And that quick answer is no, right? Because I'm also a senior in Intel school. It's like, but that's a bullshit degree. It's basically liberal arts, or what do you call it? Music theater majors, right? Intel specialists, bachelors. It's basically music history, I'm not going to be a fucking barista with a degree in Intel. Right?
Given.
But what choices do I have after that? It's only a barista, So I started this nonprofit, right? And I'm hoping okay, so now I'm with the nonprofit, I'm actually applying my skills, right? Towards a target, the goal is obvious. I pointed that out earlier, but but it's not the only one. Everybody thinks Kaiser is the only target, right? Kaiser's for me, at least at minimum, Kaiser's one target of many, right?
I don't even think he's public enemy number one. I mean, even
he's number one right now, but I don't think he's going to be number one for long.
Right.
you know, because like the counter, let's say counter human proliferation cases mean a lot more to me than Kaiser does, you know, and I think that's fair. I get more out of it personally, but I'm also working Kaiser like in the same sense, like so the end stays the same, like do the work, reopen the case, somebody goes to prison forever, right?
Mhm.
Like no chance of getting out, you know. And you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. Like if somebody proves me wrong, definitively I'll admit to it, you know.
Oh, we never landed on the moon, and like 50,000 people kept silent. You know,
Sure.
it's the same BS. Yeah.
Totally fair. Totally fair.
I had a buddy try to tell me that my brother, who's 18 years older than me, actually had me as a child.
The Budweiser brother?
Yeah, the Budweiser brother, who's 18 years older than me, was actually my father. And I was just like, there's pictures of me in my mom's womb at my grandparents' 50th wedding anniversary. And I was like, there had been a huge conspiracy theory to keep like 40 to 100 cousins silent to make sure that doesn't exist here, right?
I mean, but you know my situation being adopted, right? And then finding my biological family, like I've heard the same shit. Like, well, you're not actually part of our family. I'm like, well, according to this DNA test, I am. And that was early on, right?
Yeah.
Early on bullshit. And it's like people on the outside who were direct family. I'm like, hey, listen, I'm not going to argue with you, right? I'm not here on my own accord. I sought you guys out. If you don't want to be a part of my family, I already offered you a way out, right? Like, you don't have to be my family, right? I'm like, well, that's a cowardly way to think about things. I'm like, I literally offered you to be part of my family. You said no. And then you said, and when I said, you don't want to be part of my family, I'll let you go. And they're like, no, that's insane. They're like, how dare you? You know, I'm like, everything here is confusing to me. I'm just going to get the fucking hammered drunk, right? And honestly, the reason I'm so close is because I can drink like a man, not a bitch.
Yeah.
But hey, listen, MJ.
Yeah.
I'm closing the stream off. I'm gonna
Kill
go
it.
out. I'm gonna go take a piss.
5.5 hours here, so
I know.
I think it's due because
I'm
no one's
gonna-
gonna watch the whole thing without a Percocet or two. So
I know. Well, I'm not actually actively doing narcotics, so
Right.
but we need to talk about that soon. But
yeah,
hey man, miss your face. I'm looking forward to next time I see you face to face. So
yep. Fair game. Peace out. Have a great one.
peace out, man. And I'll hit you up over the cell really soon.
Yeah.
All right?
Okay.
Because actually we should do a music, like I've been planning on doing a music review type thing on the channel. Love to have you on. Let's do some Chicago house. Let's do some gay house, right?
You got it. Okay.
But MJ, love you, man. Looking
Love
forward
you
to
too,
seeing
Bert.
you in person.
Yep.
Can't come soon enough, obviously. You know.
You let me know. I'll get down there to St. Louis for you. No problem.
Not this time, next time. Right? This time's gonna be really quick, but
okay.
But we're gonna see each other in person within a couple of months, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So
fair enough.
But everybody on the stream, if you're still here, I mean, thanks, guys. I mean, fuck yeah. Thanks for staying on. I mean, MJ's been a longtime friend. I mean, if you got questions, hit him up, you know. Otherwise, Simplify. Love you guys. And MJ, we'll talk soon.
We'll talk soon. Peace be to Journey.
All right, guys. Everybody get some fucking sleep and fuck off.
Good day.
All right, guys. I'll talk to everybody later.